following are some 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skin. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. All sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year, I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rent. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
This is the news update. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) will now hold a two-day nationwide protest over the hardship being experienced by Nigerians, as well as the deteriorating security situation in the country. NLC President Joe Ajaero disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on Friday after the emergency meeting of the National Executive Council of the Union. He said the protest will begin a week after the expiration of the 14-day ultimatum it issued to the federal government, which will expire on February 23rd. Now, the planned days for the nationwide protest is February 27th and the 28th.
Section considered the unfortunate state of the nation, whose suffering pervading the nation, the general crisis of living, the outrage expressed by majority, and the increased attendant fears of the continued consequences of these policies and the persistent refusal of the government to implement the tenets of the October Agreement. The NEC in session also took notice of the wise decision of the National Administrative Council of the Congress to demand that the agreement be implemented. The NEC in session declares a two-day national protest on 27th and 28th of February to demonstrate outrage on the mounting hardship and insecurity around the nation. If our demands are not met after the nationwide protest, to issue a 7-day notice that will expire on the 2nd day of March 2024 to the federal government, after which an indefinite nationwide strike will ensure.
Now, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kade Betokun's Special Intervention Squad, ISI, has apprehended more kidnappers, including our 38-year-old Said Abdulkadir. Abdulkadir, a long-sought individual by the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for his alleged involvement as an informant to the bandits, has been taken into custody. Abdulkadir has been on the wanted list of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for being an informant. Moving on, Justice Yang Ego of the Federal High Court Abuja has ordered the Attorney General of the Federal Federation and Minister of Justice to reopen the investigation and prosecution of the murder of Newswatch magazine founder Delegiwa in 1986. The court also ordered the federal government to ensure adequate protection and safety for journalists, as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution and African Charters on Human and People's Rights. And still in the news update, the Supreme Court has dismissed the federal government's appeal against the conviction of former Niger Delta Minister Goodsday Erubebe for breach of the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. The court ruled that the applicant failed to obtain the required court leave, leading to the dismissal of the appeal. Erubebe was accused of failing to declare property in the Code of Conduct Bureau's asset declaration forms while serving as a minister. Also, Lagos State Governor Rajdi Sanwo-Olu has paid the Accord pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings account of 1,013 retirees from the state's public service. Speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since inception of his administration, a total sum of 56 billion naira, 551,761,900 naira and 88 kobo in the retirement savings account of the 16,026 retirees of the state. Plus, TV News correspondent Love Ikuko Yedokun tells us more in this report.
Gathered in this hall are mainly retirees from Lagos State Civil Service. They are here for the 103rd Retirement Bond Certificate presentation ceremony. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the hall, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quickly he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
Giving almost 140 billion, 138 billion in total contributing pension that were given to almost 35,000 retirees. But our own administration, which is less than 5 years, we are given almost 60 billion, 6.5 billion to over 16,000 retirees.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be able to retire. That is the legacy we want to put behind. That is the legacy we want to leave, and that is the legacy that is deserving.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Director General, Lagos State Pension Commission, Babalola Obilano, emphasized the importance of proper financial planning and management during retirement. He advised the retirees to make informed decisions regarding their finances to ensure long-term sustainability and security.
Within 1 week, the PFA will send you alerts and call you that your retirement money is in your account.
In his goodwill message, the state head of service, Olabode Aguru, noted that the occasion is a demonstration of the relentless commitment of Governor Sanwo-Olu to staff's welfare.
The state government is grateful for your service and we will forever be committed to implementing policies that will keep supporting the well-being of our senior citizens. I congratulate the beneficiaries while urging you all to endeavor to utilize this money judiciously as it has been advised.
Earlier, Governor Sanwo-Olu acknowledged the backlog in the payment of accrued rights and promised on systematically eliminating this backlog. He also told them that before the end of his tenure, the aspiration for a pay-as-you-go model would be realized. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And now move on to other parts of Africa. South Africa's request to increase legal pressure on Israel to halt a threatened offensive against Rafah and Gaza has been rejected by the UN's top court. The court has already filed a complaint against Israel in the International Court of Justice, alleging a breach of the Genocide Convention. South African officials have also requested new measures due to Israel's preparations for a new operation against Rafah, as the ICJ judges acknowledged that the situation would increase the humanitarian crisis, but stated that Israel was bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and the order. And move out straight outside Africa. United States President Joe Biden has blamed Russian President Vladimir Putin for the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny and also warned of potential consequences. Now, he expressed outrage at Navalny's passing and suggested additional steps to punish Russia. Biden has acknowledged that there was no nuclear threat to the U.S. or the world with Russia's actions, despite Russia considering deploying anti-satellite technology in space. The White House has not responded to questions about possible steps against Russia, as developments has further strained U.S.-Russian relations. Also, New York judge has ordered Donald Trump to pay the sum of $355 million and ban him from running companies in the state for 3 years due to fraud allegations. Now, Trump was found liable for unlawfully inflating his wealth and manipulating property values to obtain favorable bank loans on insurance terms. Now, Trump's defense lawyer, Alina Abe, called the ruling a manifest injustice and vowed to appeal. That the case was civil, not criminal, and there was no threat of imprisonment, as Trump's sons, Eric and Donald Trump Jr., were also found liable and ordered to pay the sum of $4 million each. Straightway to business, the Nigerian Naira experienced a decline against the US dollar in the official market, closing the week at 1,537.96 naira to dollar. Now, this was due to persistent demand pressures and a significant downturn in forex turnover, which plummeted by 74% to $84.10 million. The National Bureau of Statistics reported a substantial surge in inflation for January 2024, reaching 29.90%. Despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's CBN implementation of several policies aimed at enhancing the supply of foreign exchange, the naira depreciated by 2.58% to 1,537.96 naira against a dollar at the close of business. And the naira also depreciated out of parallel forex markets, where forex is sold unofficially. Straight to entertainment, Tiwa Savage, an Afrobeat singer, has revealed that she has been struggling with poor eyesight for about 3 years. She has been experiencing squinting and blurry readings, or sometimes having to screen, grab messages and zoom in. Now, Savage visited an optician in London to see if her long sight is improving, and she stated that her short sight is not great, and she will be unable to read the menu in a restaurant. Now, Savage also mentioned that she is now back to her girl and has bought a curtailed pair of sunglasses to make herself look more sexy. Lastly, into sports, Borussia Dortmund striker Sebastian Haller has been ruled out for several weeks due to a recurrence of an ankle injury. Haller, who scored the winning goal in the AFCON final against Nigeria, was substituted late in the game. The injury flared up again after a mid-December injury against Mainz, as Dortmund currently sits fourth in the Bundesliga, 15 points behind the leaders Bayern Leverkusen, as Haller's absence will be felt for several weeks. And as the news updates, for more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plosive Africa and Plosive Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobukun, and thanks for watching.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well, and of course we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you. And if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media. Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's a sense of shame, there's a sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they are not going to say their complaints because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quote. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So
They're looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the... And I say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this... I've come to understand now that some people, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
He's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. Females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patients comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
first smoothie we are making is mango smoothie. Mango smoothie is high in vitamin D. It helps to fight some bacteria in the system, like if you are having a constipation and you are taking mango smoothie, it helps you to digest it very well. Also, mango smoothie help the nutrient in mango smoothie. It's just as if it's 10 times the nutrient in the bread we eat. So you can replace your bread with the mango smoothie. If a woman is having a menstrual cramp, like difficulty in menstruation, mango smoothie do help a lot. As you take it twice a day. The 50 cl bottle, we have 50 cl bottle or a cup twice a day. It helps it. There are some thick blood in the vessel. Like you see some people, their vein will be like squeezing. Once you are taking it regularly, you fight it as well. We are using mango, tiger nuts, and ginger. The ginger stands as a preservative for it to stay longer.
Okay, then the tiger nut.
The tiger nut is the liquid that we use. Tiger nut juice.
Okay.
Yes, already made. So,
Already made.
yes. So. I'm cutting to make the blender, the juicer, use it easily, because the whole one cannot go direct into it. Can turn this one. No, plain orange. It's good for somebody that have cancer, diabetes. So should be taking it. Anybody that have a low sugar also can be taking it. Time to. The next one I'm doing now is beetroot cucumber juice. The work of the beetroot mostly is for, if number one, it removes some bacteria in the mouth. Those bad bacteria in the mouth, it remove it. If someone is having bad breath and you keep taking beetroot,
Hello and welcome to another bright edition of Today with John and Helen Live. We are on Plus TV Africa. And as you know, the welfare of every member of the family is a major concern. So I ask, how have you been? What strategies have you deployed to stay strong, happy and positive even against all odds.
Yes, against all odds. You can see that again, Helen. Every new day seems to present a different challenge. Believe it or not, there is hunger and anger plus desperation in the land. But we are comforted by the adage, when there is life, there is hope. On that note, I say, welcome to the program.
And today we host 3 guests who will inspire, enlighten, motivate, and entertain us. Yes, 3 of the very best. Charles Emmanuel will set the ball rolling with the conversation, social media as a tool for national orientation. And we are sure, because we sure need this conversation at this time, that the nation and the populace are grappling, with continued economic hardship and so many others. Now, how do we ignite the sense of true nationalism? We hope that we'll be able to get the answer to that question when Emmanuel, joins us.
The second guest takes us into the world of classical music with a focus on how the youth can be used as revival agents. Ayo Jafojo, CEO, Musical Society of Nigeria, yes, MUSON, will be on hand to look at what MUSON is doing in that direction.
A sister, a friend, a colleague, an agenda advocate, Funke Treasure, takes the stage as our final guest today to discuss menstrual health management on the period conversation. Believe me, there is something for every single member of the family and everyone, so stay with us while we make history yet again on today's package.
While we make history yet again, indeed. Now, more than ever, your health and staying fit must also be a priority, and that's why we have invited again Dolly Phillips, our in-house Keep Fit instructor, to take us through another interesting session in the gym. I am John Senaya.
Again, and I'm Onwa Helen Odele. You're welcome to an amazing, life-changing conversation. We shall take our very first break right about now, but don't worry, we'll be back before you know it. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Some call it national orientation, others say it is a reorientation. Whatever it is, these hard times require an intentional program that will get Nigerians in the right frame of mind and up and going, John.
Yes, of course. And our first guest, Charles Emmanuel, is a multi-skilled business leader working at the intersection of management consulting, marketing communications, and technology innovation. He is founder of Whiteboard, a restless visionary with winning records of transforming businesses, governments, and society. Charles Emmanuel is currently leading the African expansion of the PIF Borderless Gifting, APP. Join us to welcome good-looking young man, Charles Emmanuel, founder Whiteboard PCGA. Is social media a more effective tool for national orientation? Charles, let me throw you under that bus.
Welcome to the program, Charles.
Thank you.
You know, normally John and I would have started this show like on a banter. We have a few national issues, high points within the week that we talk about. I'd like for you to be a part of that today before we start on why we are here proper.
Absolutely.
So talk to us. What are the two key things in the last 1 week that you think, you know, are worth re-echoing on this show today?
Okay, so very, very obviously, one is the exchange rate issue, right? And which is definitely, you know, leading to the a worsening of, you know, what we have with inflation in the country at the moment. So those two definitely.
Just to talk about money first.
Of course.
Oh
of
yeah.
course.
So
money answers all things. Is at the bottom or where the forefront of every other thing.
I think that's what Nigerians across the board are even definitely interested in talking about at the moment. So the exchange rate situation, it keeps getting worse, and that's of course affecting the inflation, the prices of goods across the board. Consumer disposable income is declining on a daily basis. Families, you know, I mean, we're in such a crazy time. I think that this is like the highest inflation ever in Nigeria's history, and it's happening in you and I's lifetime.
Yeah,
you know,
you just touched on each. You just scratched an itch on him, so he's pouring it all out.
Okay, so thank you for helping us, you know, deal with that. Now, we're talking about social media as a tool for national
You won't
orientation.
ask me anything about.
Okay, John. Okay.
Yeah, ask me too.
All right, now, John. No vex.
I'm quite concerned about
Okay, so
the level of power outage in town. I didn't.
Oh yeah, that
I did
too.
not.
But we had been warned like 2 weeks ago that the grid, you know, is down.
grill
The
will
grid is down again. All over the country. Yeah.
It's I don't want to use the word, but this is really bad.
Yeah.
Really, really
I didn't
bad.
sleep all night. See, man, look at my eyes.
Really bad.
You don't know yet. You know, they tell us that we really haven't started. But I don't want to believe that. Oh my God, I don't want to believe that.
Okay, so let's go.
All right, so national orientation. You know, from the premise, you know, where you started, where we are as a people, the hardship, the economy, Naira and all of it. National orientation. Let's see how we can marry these two.
Yes, so certainly we have a government, right? And we have institutions that are responsible for all our monetary policies, doing all the work that has to be done to ensure that we have a working nation financially, right? You know, at the end of the day, you know, we're going to trust that they're doing all the work that they have to do. But how are the people receiving all of that work that they're doing? And how are they communicating, you know, the ongoing changes to the people? So that's where national orientation comes in. And
So
that's
it's
where
like working on our mindsets.
Exactly. And that's where social media comes in. So social media is a tool, really, right? It's technology, right? And it's progress that we should embrace. Decades ago, maybe 2 decades ago and backwards, we didn't have social media, right? And now we do. So all of the things that we're able to accomplish with social media today would have taken a lot more resources being manpower, time, money, and all of those to accomplish. Right, so the social media has sort of created that level playing field, makes everything easy, right? And the question is, how is the government and these agencies that are responsible for managing the country's affairs, as far as our economic policies and everything are concerned, how are they going to leverage social media to educate the people on what's going on? Because
that would be the question, because now you've made it sound so easy. That's so easy. For some of us, all this thing is still like magic to us, you know. Okay, let me ask you. Let's know from you. What role do you think influencers, like they call them, and maybe online personalities? Everybody's an online. I'm an online personality too. I have my community and all. So, what role do they play in shaping public opinion and maybe promoting positive national values through the social media?
Yeah, they play a very, very critical role, to answer your question directly, because throughout human history, it's been that way, right? The population, the mass, the public, to put it that way, right? They look up to, they have people that they look up to in
like
society.
Community leaders. And
exactly. So once you come to the limelight, right, and you're known for something significant, people inadvertently, and subconsciously start to look up to you, right, in that area. So whatever you tell them, whatever information you put out, even though they are educated and they would still greet it with some level of criticism, like they would critique it to an extent to be sure that what you're saying
maybe
is correct. Skepticism, I think that's right. So even though they would greet it with some level of skepticism, at the end of the day, you're influencing them, whether they like it or not, right? And they're going to take what you're saying and work with it, right? So that's the role that influencers play. And I think that now more than ever, it's very important for influencers to recognize that. And so everything, the atmosphere is polarized with what is going on, with the whole, again, going back to the exchange rate situation and all of those, right? So everybody's worried. Everybody's, complaining. Yesterday I read on the news that somewhere in the South, there's a protest that has just, broken out because the youth, people are angry, people are tired and all of those, right? So influencers, I feel like this is the time that they can channel all of the influence that they built over time to purpose, right? Right? To calm the people down, to, sort of still help to reenact their trust in the government, to say, let's just give them some time. Let's trust that.
Are you joining that?
You asked him a question, so he's giving you answers. So how influencers can?
Because I know some people are telling us to give them time, but hey, do I have that much time?
At the end of the day, I don't even think it's a conversation we want to go into.
We don't want to go there.
At the end of the day, we can only just trust. Like I said earlier, we can only just trust that they're doing their work. And just keep hoping that one day they will get it right. But before that time comes, do we now set the nation on fire? Right, and that's where the influencers coming in to just calm everybody
to be
down.
honest, Nigerians are awesome people, very patient, very, very patient, and believing people. So you started by saying government is doing A, B, C, D. And national orientation is about letting the people believe this ABCD that government is in place to do. So in what ways can government agencies and institutions leverage social media to disseminate messages of national importance and civic responsibility? In the past, we've got several agencies. We had the Y, we had
MAMSA.
Right now we have the NAO.
National Orientation Agency.
Various agencies. What are they doing and how can they,
use
bridge this gap?
Yes. So thank you for the question. I think that it's, again, with all that is going on at the moment, these agencies that you've mentioned, they need to recognize the critical role that they play, right? They all need to work hand in hand. And, using the National Orientation Agency that you mentioned as a case study, for instance, they have the sole responsibility to, engage the public on all of the government's programs and, activities and all of those, right? And I feel like it's time for them to, sort of look at everything that's happening
and step up.
And say, how do we step up and how do we leverage social media? And to be a little more, to respond to your question a little more directly, is look at the social media platforms that exist, right? And say, what information are we trying to pass, and what social media platform has the most important audience for that information. So let me just give a little bit of nuance to that. So earlier on, you asked me about the role that I think that influencers play at the moment in our society. I think that the way our society works is, whether we like it or not, there's that, social economic, class thing, and so and then there's also the Western culture, right? I think that the more you become successful in our society, the more people look up to you, right? Especially if there's like a clear track record for how you got to where you are, right? Everybody can tell that, okay, you did this business, you started that, and that's how you grew, right? Now, once you become successful, even though you're not on social media making skits and pushing them out every day and brands are working with you, once you're successful, you automatically, to an extent, become a thought leader. People look up to you, right, in that area that you become successful. So say that I have become very successful in real estate, for instance. I've built like the most talked about project in Lagos at the moment. People are going to be looking up to me in the area of real estate, right? Especially people who are maybe aspiring to become real estate people and whatnot, right? And the government is making a new policy, for instance, that affects the real estate industry, right? One way that the National Orientation Agency, for instance, can come in is think through and say where the audience that consume that has so what social media platform mostly has people that are either aspiring to become real estate business people or work in real estate, like has the professionals and whatnot. So at the moment, it's primarily LinkedIn, right? So LinkedIn would be like the best social media platform for them to use to disseminate their information. Now, it doesn't mean that the other social media platforms like Twitter and Instagram are not important, but LinkedIn would be best suited for that goal or purpose. So that's one way that they can leverage social media, is to find the perfect audience, right? The right platform that has the audience, the perfect audience that they want to send their information to, right? And then another thing is to, even beyond putting out information on that is sensitizing or educating the public on certain areas and all of those, it's to also like build that camaraderie, build that relationship with the people, right? If there's no relationship, if there's no deliberate attempt to build a community, right? To say we're all one, we're all going through this struggle together, sometimes completely outside of, whatever new policy that the government has made, just putting out information to sort of identify with the people and say we are all one. If they don't do that, and then they come up all of a sudden because there's a new policy to start to talk, to use that your word again, there's a certain level of skepticism that the public would greet.
And a disconnect. A very negative one too.
Right? There's a certain level of skepticism that they would greet that attempt or that effort with. Right? So the public sector has a lot of work to do in building this working relationship, right, with the citizenry, with the public, right? And they can do it by just creating that ongoing engagement with everyone.
This is quite
media.
interesting because it's beginning to look like science to me, social media. Because in the past, we used to see social media as, just a way by which you can send messages from one person to the other. But from the way you've described this, it has to be a lot more intentional, strategic, and all of that. Okay, now let's even look at what kind of strategies, can be implemented to counter, the spread of misinformation, for instance, and maybe divisive narratives on social media platforms, particularly regarding national issues.
Yes. So, how does misinformation start? There's probably a whole science to it. Somebody somewhere in some university in the world has probably done some research on it. But I think I would just share what I think are the basics, right? How does misinformation happen? Misinformation happens when someone is saying the wrong thing, right? There's obviously the fact, what has in fact happened, right? And then there's someone somewhere who's pushing out information that is not factual, that is not what has happened. There's that. And then there's
fake news.
Fake news, okay. And then there's someone somewhere who, yes, the right information has been pushed out, but they're probably down the grassroots, right? And they don't have access to the correct information, right? So it's easy, they're gullible, and it's easy for them to be misled, right? Because they don't have access to the right information. So where can the government start? It's by first of all, ensuring that the right news is put out there. And then secondly, ensuring that the platform that puts out the right news is big enough, is, laudable enough,
and credible.
Has enough, thank you, that's the word, has enough authority, is credible enough that over time the people build trust, right? They subconsciously develop trust, in those platforms, right? That pass the right information, so that it gets to the point where whenever anybody hears anything anywhere, they would first of all want to go to those platforms that they trust to say, has it been put on this platform? If it's not there, then it's very likely that it's not true, right? And then after that has been done, the government, additional work that they can do is maybe run a campaign on it, right? I'm sure there are like pockets of such campaigns happening across the country at the moment, right? Run a campaign. So there's this, it's not a principle per se, but it's like a popular thing in the media space, that whatever information is loudest over time tends to become the most believable information.
Of course.
Right? So if everybody just goes out there and starts to say, Charles is mad, right? That guy has run mad. He's very, very mad. And, all the big platforms you can think of on Nigerian social media and even on TV, they're pushing that narrative and they're driving it. They're putting a lot of money behind it, and all of this. Before you know it, people would start believing it. And Charles is not in fact.
Sometimes Charles himself will begin to think he's mad.
Even
Charles himself.
Unfortunately.
And I would start to ask myself, wait, am I
Are you okay? Wow.
So so the right information first has to be passed, and then it has to be passed from a very credible platform, and then it has to be
verified
sustainably. Then it has to be very loud, right? So the government has to use the biggest platforms, and they have to sustainably over time continue to push out that information.
Okay, I read somewhere where they said whatever part of the world, once you see a Nigerian, you know that person is Nigerian, male, female. There's something about us, and it has to do with our background, who we are, our culture, our heritage and all that. So how can social media be used to highlight and celebrate the cultural diversity and the heritage of a nation while fostering inclusivity and tolerance? At a time like this, we need more of this.
Yes.
Don't you think so?
Absolutely. And I really, really like that you raised that. Again, throughout Nigeria's history, I think that we've always had the things that have always brought us together, right? Sports being one of them, and then our culture, like you just rightly raised, is another. So how can we use social media to spotlight our culture
and music?
Yeah. No, music is part of our culture. Actually.
Okay.
Music is part of
our music is so loud.
Yeah, music and dance, part of our culture.
Yeah. And at the moment, you see what's going on with Afrobeat, for instance. Where everywhere, when topping the charts globally and whatnot, everybody. In all of these international music scenes, they want to come and collaborate with our stars, and we're doing good. So how can social media be used for that? It's, again, by always leveraging brands, right? Personal brands, corporate brands, and platform brands, right? So the government, again, for instance, if the government is thinking that, okay, we might not be doing so well economically, so the people are pretty frustrated, how can we create pockets of joy? I'll just put it that way, right? How can we find the sort of things that will bring the people together again, make them happy even amidst their sorrows and whatnot? If they're thinking that way, then they'll probably be thinking So can we run like a national campaign, you know? So that campaign, Nigeria, good people, great nation. You know, when that campaign ran, there was this sense of patriotism, sense of ownership, you know, sense of pride that it gave us all, right? That, oh, I'm a Nigerian, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. So the government can look into those things, you know, those sort of, they can make those sort of attempts, right? Organize, you know, those sort of campaigns that push our culture forward, you know, and our culture being the Nigerian culture, so not tribal, not you know, ethnic, but across the board, right? So the reason I keep saying the government is because I think that on our end, as the public, we're already doing a lot, right? I just mentioned Afrobeat a while ago. Our top artists like Burna Boy, Davido, all of these guys, Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, they're already doing a lot, right? And the gospel music brands too, Messi, Chinwo, Nathaniel Bassey, you know, Dunsin Oyekon. These guys go around the world, you know, taking the Nigerian music to, you know.
We have content.
Oh yeah, a lot of content, taking, you know, our Nigerian content to all of these places. And globally, they love it, right? They love to receive what we have to give and all. So we are already pushing the Nigerian culture to the other parts of the world. And even here in the country, we're already doing that. On Twitter, I don't know if you guys saw what happened after after we won the semi-finals, you know, after we won South Africa. You know, it was very funny, right? What happened on Twitter? You know, so if you are Nigerian, in that moment, you'd have felt very proud, right? You know, you'd have seen how every single Nigerian, how we were all defending, you know, our country, our national heritage, our name, our national
For a moment,
brand.
we all loved
Nigeria, you know, and all of this. No, and even when we lost to Ivory Coast in the finals, we still didn't back down, right? Because
quiet.
You know, no, not really. Nigerians are actually fighting.
They came with all kinds of excuses, reasons why.
You know, so the Ghanaians were trying to do, you know, so you know how far Nigeria. You guys are laughing at us a while back.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense now. You know, the way you've explained it, but that really is nationalism.
Oh yeah,
you know,
it's what it is.
Nationalism.
And you see, even that attitude, that spirit, that Nigerian spirit, is part of the culture.
And we need to sustain it.
Oh yeah, we need to sustain it. And so that's why I said that I think that on our end, the people are already doing a lot, right? Let's give us our credit, right? We're already doing a lot to push our national brand, to represent Nigeria, to defend our country. You know, we just need for the government to sort of still encourage us a little bit, you know, to
that would be like his final.
I'm told we have 1 minute, you know, and I want to kind of wrap up in this manner. We can't do all of this blindfolded, so to speak, right? There will be some science between having feelers. How do we monitor what's going on? How do we to be able to manage it? Can you just for 30 seconds? You know, just.
How do we manage what's going on?
Yeah, how do we manage the social media to know that it's working for us?
Oh yes, so that's where social listening comes in, right? So that's where social listening comes in. Again, going back to the government, right, and these agencies that are responsible for educating, enlightening the public, right? So they have to do social listening to understand the pain points of the people. What are the people talking about? What's going on Twitter? Someone in these agencies has to be monitoring, has to be looking at the Twitter trends, right? And asking themselves what's going on and how can we bring hope? How can we bring light? There have been a lot of times in this country where, you know, some, you know, really, really deep things have happened. You hear that, you know, an entire, like a bus, all the passengers in a bus, like an 18-seater bus, were kidnapped, you know. And the populace, everybody's waiting to at least hear from. Is there an agency that is supposed to be responsible for, like the Ministry of Transportation?
So the final word is that government should take charge.
Absolutely, they should be on top of it. They should, you know, adequately leverage social media to stay in touch with the people and educate the people and bring hope and stand up to the occasion, when need be.
Nothing more to add, Charles.
Okay, nothing more to add, except that the social media is not an all-comers thing. We have not even looked at the aspect of whether the government agencies are equipped or capable of doing this.
We'll have to get Charles. We'll have to get Charles Emmanuel.
I know. So thank you, Charles. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us today.
Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us
today.
Thank you.
I thank you for having me. Great conversation.
All right. If we must continue to have a country, then we must think country first at all times.
Absolutely.
That's what you have said. So coming up next after the break, a must-watch conversation with Ayo Jafojo, the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Musical Society of Nigeria, MUSON. On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you place classical music? Together with our next guest, we shall attempt at reviving the culture of classical music, this time through the youth. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you for being there.
Yes, so we're back. And guess what? During the break, Helen tried to stretch her vocal cords on one of Tchaikovsky's arrangements. The results, I'm sorry, I won't tell you the results.
Well, you're at it again, always, John. And I never sing. I'm not a singer. All right, but you always try my patience. Now, time to get to know a bit more about our next guest. She is an internationally affiliated and licensed human resource professional with over 2 decades of cognitive experience in human resource management, administration, global logistics, and supply chain management. An avid soprano singer and lover of music who mentors the young ones in her private time. Our guest is a life member, Women in Management, Business and Private Service, WIMBIS, and a full member, CIPM, Joyce Ayola Jafojo. Okay, I got that. Is currently, okay, she's shaking her head, she'll let me know again. Is currently CEO, Musical Society of Nigeria, MUSON, and they are, you know, at the forefront of promoting artists and all of that in Nigeria and Africa. It's such a huge pleasure, Mom, to have you in the studio. My apologies. Can I
actually set that trap for her. Because I know that.
I can dare.
I know that. I know 2 things. I know one, Helen
Nigerian
cannot sing to save her own life.
Oh my goodness.
And
oh
2. So you're welcome. You're welcome, madam. You're welcome.
Yes, I'd never allow people to get away with that.
Okay.
Yes.
The name is Jafojo.
Jafojo. What does it mean?
It means fighting for
the
cowards.
weak.
For the weak.
You fight for
So
the weak.
if you say Jafojo, we are saying we are fighting for rain. So
Ojo and Ojo.
Yeah. See the tonation, the tonal.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, madam. I'm so eager to ask you these questions, you know, because, I mean, as a proud member of MUSON myself,
since when that one happened?
eat your heart out. So now let's get to serious business. MUSON, right? In any way, is MUSON inspired to revive the culture of classical music, particularly among the youth in Nigeria? What would you say?
In short, the question you're asking is, what are the objectives of MUSON?
Mm-hmm.
That exactly is what your question is. And if you know, one of the core objectives of MUSON is promoting the education, the performance, and the enjoyment of classical music. And if there is anything you want the youth to be involved in, make it digital. Put it on their own everyday platform. Everyday accessibility mode, and you've caught their attention.
Whoa.
So, and I know MUSON is positioned to provide and continue to bring in the youth into classical music. And that number is growing every day as we have facilities that are mainly dedicated to the teaching of music and classical music.
Okay. All right. So what are the challenges? MUSON has been on ground for a long time, and MUSON has nurtured, you know, so many artists. One of them on my fingertips is Dari Atalade. You know, then he started as a little boy, and it was always a pleasure to listen to him, you know, watch him perform there. So what are the challenges over the years that you've encountered in promoting classical music in a society that is often more inclined towards contemporary genres?
I would not move on to the challenges first. I will first of all draw our attention to the distinguished Nigerians who even started this desire to enjoy classical music. The likes of Chief Ayoru Siji, Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, Chief, what's his name? Sorry, I missed that. But most surviving member now, our Board of Trustees chairman, Mr. Luimba Nifosan, and one of our founders too, who we lost last year at the age of 104, Mr. Akintola Williams. You see, they have they brought what they love to do. They put their feet and their hands, their power, their energies into what they love doing, and that is classical music. So they are able to provide what is required for anyone who wants to appreciate classical music. One of the challenges that we have faced over the years is that there is this misconception that classical music is for the elites.
Is it a misconception?
It is a misconception. Because for now, with the young people, if you are really interested in classical music, the digital space has made it more and so easily accessible through different platforms, through softwares, through different, through different apps. You can have access to classical music. But the key, I'll call the key challenge we've had is funding. Funding and not making classical music, even the music education itself, easily accessible. Because schools would always struggle with their budget in being able to buy musical instruments. And you need the instruments to teach music.
And they're not cheap.
They are not cheap. They don't come cheap. So that is more or less like a debarring factor for schools to make classical music available to all and sundry. So they see it as an elitist thing. There is also that divide between more popular genre of music. The hip ones, the young ones seem to be more interested in. But you need a lot of cognitive knowledge to be to learn classical music.
It's like instant milk and...
That is it. That is that difference. So being able to overcome that funds and then the competing need for more important, I won't call it important, that's the wrong word, more popular, secular, popular music. So that has been the...
Now, I'll take you up on one word that you've used several times.
Yeah.
Digital. So, in this digital age, right, I know you may have, taken advantage of that. How else do you engage and motivate young people to appreciate and participate in classical music performances, and maybe training programs? Because digital, like I said, is like a quick fix.
Yes, yes, it is. Muzon has made it possible and made it very, very affordable to come into the basic school. We have the Muzon Basic School, where you have access to different instruments, and you can learn music at very cheap and affordable rate. It's highly subsidized. So that basic school gives you the opportunity to grow from very basic classes up to grade 8 of music. So that music training can be followed and nurtured until the person receives the most professional standard. We have the basic school, we have the diploma school, and all these spaces make it available for whoever is really interested in classical music to get the most professional training they require.
And you're getting the support of corporate entities?
Corporate entities, I will not be doing any good if I do not mention, number one, MTNF. MTNF has been a great supporter of the music school from 2006, the diploma school, where they have provided funds to bring in students, 30 students every year up till last year, and now we can even take in 45 students. Scholarship, full scholarship that they provide for them. And you wonder at the talent of these young ones who come from nowhere, from nothing, from backgrounds that are indigent, and they come in, and when they open their voice, you stand in awe.
Awed.
And they are given the platform to express themselves. So MTNF has provided the support. We have also our dear T.Y. Danjuma. He has provided the support for the opera department, which he is like the sole sponsor for from inception of the opera department. So we also have other minor organizations, but there could be more.
Okay. All right. I'm very happy because I was actually going to take you on that when you said it's a misconception that we say classical music is for the elite. You know, I was going to come in with the fact that across board in Ajegule, in Moshe, in Ovile, and in the deepest part of whatever state of this country that you find yourself, there are young people who are very talented with beautiful voices, but they have no opportunities. They do not know where it is that they can expose, you know, this. But your last conversation on what the MTN Foundation has done, you know, answered that question. It means that MTN Foundation has gone into these areas, you know, and not minding whether they're children of elites, you know, or rich people. They've been able to bring them to, you know, get these benefits. So what impact do you hope to achieve by reintroducing classical music into the mainstream cultural scene of Nigeria?
What impact?
The cultural scene.
You are looking at, yes, you are looking at people thinking that classical music has to do with only Western, Western music. But that is not the case. By the time we have new classical music enthusiasts, we have churned out over 400 from the Muzon Diploma School. By the time you have them out there in the industry, freely expressing themselves, they can pick up Nigerian music, work on it, and use the discipline and the structured mode of classical music, the background, to build a new culture of the Nigerian classical music. We have the likes in the past of Ayobankole, Senior, Akinyuba, all those who have done purely Nigerian classical music. And the impact is that you would also have getting them to have understanding different cultures. In learning classical music, they get to understand different cultures. And they can use that also to influence their own ability to compose and also to express themselves.
All right. So it's moved from where it started and the intention, you know, it's grown.
Yes, it is.
Awesome.
Now, I want to move a little deeper into, you know, our mindsets, you know, our brains, so to speak. Now, in what ways would you say classical music and the education of classical music, how do you think it has benefited or contributed to the cognitive and emotional development of the young musician? Because it's, okay, we've agreed it's not elitist, but it's so classy, right? That there is no way, you need a particular kind of discipline to be able to do it well.
That is the word. That is a discipline. The ability to be able to read music notes, understand music notations, has been known to help and enhance students who have done music, even in other subjects like science, maths, and arts. So being a music student, let me use my
No wonder
son
I was so
as
good in math.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason. So students who have done music have been known to excel academically.
Really?
Yes, that's data is there.
That's interesting.
All right. So we want to believe that Muzon Center is working with a lot of schools, because that's where we have a bigger population of the younger people. So how do you collaborate with schools, the universities, and other organizations to integrate classical music into educational curriculums and extracurricular activities at the moment?
In Muzon, we have programs that we work with schools in preparing them for our schools competition. We have schools competition. During the school competitions, we have high scorers concert. We do different concerts. We have free recitals. So in doing that, the schools are told the curriculum to work with.
Okay.
And that helps them to train their students to what is required.
Is this annual?
We have annual competitions.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And when we finish the annual competitions, we also have, during our festival period, the Music Quest event, where we now showcase people who have excelled themselves at these different concerts. And it's always a platform for them to also see what their peers are doing and compete properly with them.
That's interesting. The way, I mean, I was just thinking, sorry, Helen, my mind is now beginning to play games. Do we have something like a Hall of Fame at the center yet? I mean, for us to see and know a little more about these, some of our celebrated.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Muson is something that, because of the discipline that comes with it, is very reserved. Because we wake up tomorrow, before you know, there is one other kid down the block who is doing waves more than what you thought you were doing. So to be able to set up a Hall of Fame, but yes, probably we'll consider that.
Yeah, I mean,
but we have so many of our students.
It just crossed my mind.
Yes, all over in the world, doing different things, excelling at their own. In the US, in the UK, Europe, they are all
nice
over
to have
the place.
them all.
Yes.
Okay, so as we prepare to wind up this conversation, what are your future plans, or Muson Center's future plans and strategies for sustaining and expanding the influence of classical music among Nigerians, especially the younger ones?
We will continue to make it affordable. We'll continue to leave our doors open for them to come in and learn, give them professional teachers, and we will continue to welcome corporate entities so that they can help us to sustain what we are doing. We are I'm using this opportunity to invite all other corporate bodies to come in and look at what we are doing and look at the life-changing stories we have in Muson and see what they too can do.
Okay. All right, I was going to go into partnerships, with private individuals, and all of that, but maybe that should be for the next time Madam finds time to sit here with us.
Yes.
All right.
I'll see how to drag her out again.
Okay. We could do this periodically, really, and thank you so much. Call it a revival or an integration of the old and the new. The fact is, music, like many other things, is currently going through transformation all over the world, and Nigeria is not an exception, and Muson Center is a key organization that we can say you have done so well, and you have projected this country in a very positive light. Thank you so much, ma'am. And our love to the rest of the board members.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I want to thank you personally for accepting to come and be with us within such a short notice.
I know you know.
Thank you so much. So, it's time for us to take another breather. This time, we will usher in Dolly Phillips, our in-house Kick Fit instructor.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
everyone, and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips, and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out. Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more, and relax. Now head it down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more. And relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp, and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1, and opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg. And now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, here. Have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2, and 1, and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just make sure your chest goes all the way down. 2, and rest it. Good job. Now your next workout is up and down plank. So we go down and up. I'll do the easy version and Elvis will do the hard version. Come on, let's go. Down and up. Keep your knees down. If you can't do what Elvis is doing, just stay with me. And rest it. Good job. Our next workout is bicycle kicks. We're going to send the elbows to the knees. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Push those elbows to the knees. If this is too quick, slow it down. Slow it down. 1 more. And relax. Now, leg raises. Sit on your hands. It makes it easier. Extend your legs out. We're lifting those legs up to the ceiling. Let's go. Up. Woo! And down. And up. Now, if this is too difficult for you, let your legs touch the floor. If this is still too difficult for you, lift 1 leg up at a time. All right? There are options, but I'm going to stay here because I want my 6-pack to be complete this February. All right? If that's your goal, stay with me. 1 more. And relax. Now we're going to stretch really quickly. So let's sit down, legs crossed, nice and easy, and relax. Deep breath in and out, into the stomach, and out. So imagine you're blowing air into a balloon, and out. Last one, in and out. Left elbow down on the mat, reach over. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the other side. Stretch the sides. 4, 3, 2, and 1. How flexible are you? Let's try. Walk those hands forward and head down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk back. Excellent job. Shoulder stretch, clasp hands together, turn over and push. Let's take it up to the ceiling and grow tall. Very long torso. Lovely. And release those fingers and down. Hand across the chest. Good job. Trap that elbow. Very nice. And the other side. This is a good stretch for the shoulders, especially after the up and down planks. And relax, shake it out. Head circles, last one. Head down, circle right, all the way around. Try and relax while you do this. One more. And let's rotate in the opposite direction. Left. One more. And relax. Awesome workout, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Just joining us, we've been having a great time on the show. First, we had Charles Emmanuel talk to us about social media and national orientation, and we also looked at how to revive the culture of classical music with Ayo Jafojo, CEO, Musical Society of Nigeria, MUSO.
Okay, and right now we move on to Women's Matters. Yes, it's a period conversation, very popular, going all over the country, all over the world at this moment with our next guest.
Yes, and Nikadi Funke Treasure is a sought-after media trainer, conference facilitator, moderator, speaker, multi-analyst, and more. A multi-award winner, multi-genre media practitioner, and social entrepreneur, quite a mouthful. An author, award-winning campaigner, and advocate for women and the girl child. Convener of Sanitary Pad Media Campaign and the Funke Treasure Table Tennis Championship for Girls. She is currently Executive Director, Illuminate Nigeria Development Network, and Lead Consultant and Creative Director at Yellow Bloom Consulting. No doubt, Funke, you've been very busy. Welcome to the show.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Good to have you with us today.
So much on your plate. Welcome to the show, Funke, and welcome back home. Plus TV Africa is home for you.
It is.
All right. Indeed. Okay, so we're talking something that is more ours, more relatable to the women folk. John, what are we doing with you at this point? Should we?
You want to check me out of the studio?
I'll tell you what we should be doing with it.
Okay. So let's start from the basic. What's menstrual health management, and why is it important for women's health?
It is important not just for women, but for the family, for a lot of our men who are the caregivers when women run into challenges because of the very fact that they menstruate. So that's why this year you have the International Women's Day theme, inclusion. And so that's to answer your question, that it's not just for women, it's for everyone. I remember when my mom ran into this challenge with fibroid, and it's the same hormone that make you menstruate that fibroids feed on. Yes. So it wasn't just her anymore. It was all of us caring for her. It was my father being there for her. A friend just published a book on fighting fibroids. And she's one of our campaign advocates, and she spoke about how she had to do a hysterectomy, not a mammectomy now, because that's the temporary one. The hysterectomy is that you remove the entire womb so that you don't continue to fight that fibroid. So it's the same thing when you talk about endometriosis, where you have these complicated, painful menstruation that, you're yelling all over the place. It's really quite painful. and menstruation is not coming from the right places. So it's very important that we have period conversations, because it has to do with all of us, whether in the workplace or even within the family, in society, churches, mosques. It's a conversation we should be having on many fronts.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a conversation that we should be having. But you see, so far, a lot of it seems to be shrouded in mystery and secrecy. How do we break this maybe stigma around menstruation and now encourage open conversation about periods? She was going to chuck me out of the studio a minute ago.
You are now. You cannot be
kissed.
You said so. You cannot. You have to regulate the way you relate with men. That's not the first thing to say. The first thing is to make me understand what is happening. Why am I menstruating? Why is John not menstruating? Why is it me? Why do I have to deal with this every month for the rest of my life, from 13 years old, from 9 years old? So our mothers used to see this as a secret thing. You never see what they do. You don't know this, which is why we're saying normalize the period conversation. Let's have it in the open. What does it mean to menstruate? Why is for our girls, our teenagers in secondary schools, and some of them in primary schools also menstruate? The question is, how do you even maintain menstruation? How do you, count the days before it comes, so that you don't get stigmatized, as you said, or shamed for it? A lot of girls are shamed for it because some start menstruating in school.
Too early,
so they suddenly find blood on themselves. And what happened? I did not fight anybody. Like, we've been interacting with them, and their stories are so fascinating. So from the shame and the stigma, we need to deal with that as well. Some don't get stained out of their own volition. If you have fibroid, you're bleeding heavily. You're probably using double pads at the same time. You're changing your pads like 8 times a day. A friend said to me, the lady who wrote the book Fighting Fibroid, said she was using almost 4 packs of sanitary pads for one year. So it's very, very serious. Or that that we also need to teach these girls wash strategy. Water, sanitation, hygiene. Where are they going to get water? In school. Many schools don't have water. Many schools don't have changing spaces or toilets. And when they have, it's a horrible space to go. So you find these girls changing by the bush side. They're forming a ring around themselves, and the one menstruating is in the middle. And they're trying, they form a human barrier. And then she changes. This is not menstruating in dignity. So we also talk about period dignity. We talk about menstrual equity.
Wow.
Menstrual equity, because I'm menstruating, you're not menstruating. We want to include you, but you also need to understand that I am who I am because of who I am. Menstrual equity also says, you see, you can't deal with me who has a normal flow with someone who has fibroid or who has endometriosis.
And really, men have to understand what is going on, because menstruation actually has, as the first 3 letters, men.
I knew you were going to go there.
Precisely. And if we don't menstruate, what's the point? We're not going to reproduce mankind. Mankind cannot increase without us menstruating. And I like the fact that you pointed that out, because, for someone menstruating, you need a man to make babies. Whether it's a donor or is a real human somebody, you need a man to
Well, yeah. I'm happy that you're accepting the importance of men in the scheme of things now.
Oh, certainly.
Yes.
Men are important, and when women begin to have these issues, you're the ones running here and
we
there
are the ones
for surgery. You're the one running here and there for what will I do? Can you get
Thanks
leave?
for appreciating us.
Can you get leave at work? And that's how we begin to talk of menstrual leave.
Men, everything starts with men.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, now let's get a little more serious about this.
We're going through this, and I'm thinking, why is Funke involved in this in the first place? And where must this open conversation start? What must the mothers know? Who should be the first point of information for the young girl who is about to start menstruation? Plenty questions, have you?
Plenty. I'll take it one after the other. I'll take the ones I remember. I'll take the why skincare in this, and then what should our mothers know?
Yeah.
Those two questions I'll take. I'll start with what should our mothers know, in case I don't want to forget that. So we have some of the people who showed interest in what we're doing. She'd just done a doctorate, and what she did was mother-daughter communication in the adoption of menstrual pads. Okay. And why it's a very interesting research that she's done. And she did it in Lagos State, looked at the urban and peri-urban areas. Peri-urban is semi-urban areas, you know, the register in academics. So she looked at what are the factors inhibiting girls from talking with their mothers, what is wrong with our mothers even having this simple conversation with their daughters, because a lot of them have inhibitions as well. Yeah. And how well do we have these conversations between mothers and daughters? Some of the girls that we've spoken with in the course of this campaign tell us that my mom just said she didn't tell me anything to do, she just gave me this. There's a girl who came third in our essay competition. She's in Akwa Ibom State, and she said to her entry was that she started menstruating, and her mother said, okay, so this is what you start using now. She said, okay. So she kept using and kept using for a month. She was still using it.
And
she was still using. So the mother said,
and the period had stopped.
How did you finish using?
So the mother said, what's wrong? This thing is finished. So what's going on here? She said,
well, you asked me to keep using.
That she thought that once you start, you just keep using forever. Oh. So you see the gap in mother-daughter communication. So there are others who just tell you, now that you started menstruating, you are now a woman. You can get pregnant. And then you need to explain to me, it's a 3-day flow, it's a 5-day flow for some. You can use this. Some of them introduce their children to wrappers. Because we've gone to school sometimes and they tell us, we give them questionnaires and they tell us, oh, well, what other things do you need? Because we ask them, let's not just take for granted that this, what we've brought is what they need. You see them write that they need cloth.
Wow.
That's how we got to know that quite a number of them are using wrappers or cloth, white cloth, some of them wrote. So which was why we then we introduced reusable pads so that they can wash it better than cloth. In case the disposable we took to them ran out, then they could start using reusable much more better than cloth that they've used. And we saw that some of them also wrote that they do not have underwears. So, and that's why we introduced that also into the packs that we take to school. So it's a very important one for our mothers to forget the inhibitions. This is the 21st century. You should be able to have some sort of bonding with your daughter. You should be able to explain to her beyond getting pregnant. Some of these girls don't even see their menses after a while. It comes and then it disappears. And they don't tell their mothers. We get to the field and they tell us, how long is, they're responding to the questionnaires and they say, but I don't see, sometimes I don't see for 3 months and then it comes again. They're saying that to us. And we see that, look, there is a need for us to engage their mothers as well, And then the issue of pads, cloth, reusable, the mothers are not telling them the truth. Some mothers, so it's very important.
I would even want a little more clarity on that. You've talked about cloth and all this. What are the different menstrual products available, and how do they work?
Okay, so we have menstrual cups. They're silicone made. They look like funnels. So it's folded and inserted into the woman, and it's so environmentally friendly. We had an event at Ajegunle sometime to introduce some of these alternatives to the women there. So menstrual cups is the thing that we should really be looking at, because then you can do that with minimal water. What you have to do when it's full, and then you bring it out, you pour it away. It's relatively affordable at the end of the day, because you keep using it. You don't have to wash. You just rinse. You rinse properly with some what is it called?
Hygiene?
Antiseptic.
Hygiene aspect of it, because you are coming to come into.
Yeah, which was why I said minimal water is not as much water as you will need for the reusable, because the reusable, you use it again. For the ones we give to the girls, there are 4 in the pack. So you use one, you wash and dry, you still have 3.
Okay.
You use that. If that one is not yet dry, you still have 2.
Okay.
And when you dry, they're not something you should be ashamed of, because you don't. If you don't know what it is, you don't know what it is. You just see it on the line. It's even looking like diapers in a way, and they're fanciful. So they're much better than the cloth. And then we have tampons. I've had a guest on a program, and she said to me that when she has this endometriosis pains, she feels better when she uses tampons. Tampons are just, they're like syringes, for want of another way to that kind of size, and you just insert as well, and it just absorbs and it expands when it's and then there's a string with which you pull it out. It's very safe. But then there are myths and misconceptions around these other alternatives. Our mothers, some of our fathers think that the menstrual cup or the tampons will disvirgin their children. No, it won't, because there are 2 different channels. Yes.
Okay. Wow. All right. Perhaps why Funke is in this is not very important. So let me.
It is important. I just want to let me come back to why I'm in it. I mean, I pulled out from Radio Nigeria as an assistant director, and people are wondering, oh, we thought she was going to just dive in international somebody. Maybe she'll go and do this. But when I was general manager Radio 1, I went for an event at the University of Lagos, and I met this young woman who came to speak about pads and menstruation. She was so very convincing. She had this such persuasion and such passion. So I invited her over to the radio station to come talk to us on International Women's Day. She came and she said, and while I was engaging with this lady, I said to myself, this is quite important. So when I was pulling out of Radio Nigeria, I said to myself, I'm going to devote some time to this. And that's how Sanitary Pad Media campaign was birthed in 2020. Incidentally, my first campaign was here on Plus TV Africa on The Advocates.
Okay.
In 2019 December, I made the first campaign, publicly here. And then as I moved on and grew in the campaign, I was also here on The Advocate to talk about those who joined us.
It's welcome home.
So yeah, it's welcome home. We have about 100 women and men who are our campaign advocates to help us push this idea of more focus on
Make that 101.
Oh, thank you. we won 1 month.
All right, before John takes over, how is corporate Nigeria embracing this?
Oh yes, we've had.
Because it's not glamorous.
No, it's not. It's not. And for someone who is seen to be glamorous, people don't understand, why is she here?
Yeah.
Why not elsewhere? Because I feel a connection to it, to answer your question. And I really, really feel that this is what I ought to be doing, apart from training and other things. So yes, Corporate Nigeria, we had a company that donated reusable pads to us. They've given us 2,000 out of the 10,000 they promised. We also have a company like MacArthur Foundation, who also supported us with drama, radio drama for this purpose as well.
Great.
It's aired on different stations. We've had people here and there giving us tokens to power our PAT scholarship to secondary school girls. So we have like 5 initiatives under the campaign. We have the radio drama, we have the PAT scholarship for schoolgirls. We stay with them for a month, which is quite different from just going to school, spreading 1,000 and next month they can't access it again. So we stay with each girl that we pull into the PAT scholarship for a year. Then we have our petitions also on change.org, so both of you can join us. so that the world can better see what we're doing. We also have our podcast. We have the audio podcast, and very soon our video podcasts will be on TV stations as well.
Well done. Well done.
Wow.
All I can say is that on behalf of the boys, we want to thank you for what you're doing for our girls.
Thank you. That's how it should be. It should be all of us.
I want to thank you for what you're doing for the family.
Great.
We don't have enough time to talk about the table tennis things and there's so many other things that you're involved
We'll come to that some
Well
other
done.
time. We've
Thank
actually
you.
run out of time.
Well
Wow.
done.
What an eye-opener for all of us. And guess
Especially
what?
for
Even
you.
as men, we all need this information to be on the same page with the ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we really do appreciate having you with us
Thank
today.
you so
And we
much.
hope
Thank
that when we call you again,
I
you'll be back
shall-
home.
I
Heart
shall
out
be
from a
here.
distance. Mwah. All right, so let's take the last break on this show today. When we return, it will be John's Nuggets on speech skills and, of course, our final thoughts, John. All right,
Yep.
see you in a moment.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
For staying with us, this is Today with John and Helen, and we have reached the end of the show.
Yeah.
Save for my nugget. I got you there. So my nugget for today, and like I always say, this nugget is for all of us who are engaged in public speaking, which is everybody, right? So today's nugget is this: don't talk just to hear yourself talk. Don't talk just to hear yourself talk. A lot of us always get carried away when it's time to, get on stage, and we just keep talking and talking, and we just want to hear ourselves talk. Speaking in public has to be intentional. It has to be well thought out, well planned. Whatever you say, whatever you want to achieve has to be pre-planned. So again, it emphasizes the need for us to marshal our points very well. Prepare for the stage before you get there. Marshal your points. Know where your destination is. What's the purpose of what you're saying? So don't just talk to hear yourself talk.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my nugget.
So today I'm surrounded by two teachers of the English language.
She left radio, but radio didn't leave her.
At all. In fact, I've been very careful so I don't mispronounce a word. Okay, it's always like, it has to be done right.
So.
All right, that's our show today. We thank you so much for being an awesome part of the conversation. Join us again, same time next week, Saturday. But before then, there's a repeat. A repeat broadcast of this same outing later tonight at 10:30, tomorrow morning 9:30, and of course 24 hours we're streaming live on Plus TV Africa. Love you. Bye for now.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I'm like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it as, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Hi, from Berlin, Germany. There seems to be a conversation going on around within young people. And there's an entire group that think young people need to review bride price payment. What are the gender roles for women in a family unit? What does religion say? How should society respond to these conversations, especially as it concerns women? You have to listen to our debaters and hear what they have to say, the for and the against.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. My name is Mercy Abba. Welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We will be talking about gender roles as it affects young people in Nigeria. What does it mean to be female in Nigeria? In 2015, if I recall, women in Nigeria used the hashtag on Twitter to share their experiences of everyday gender discrimination. Across the world, women juggle work with family and care for responsibilities, and Nigeria is no exception. On today's episode, I have guests in the studio. I am not physically present with them there because I got in close proximity with someone who contacted positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I am. And there's Kola Akintola. He's also an MBA student in Berlin. Hello, Kola.
Hi, Mercy.
Thank you for coming. I have Abubakar Bello Ismail. He is a Nigerian student as well in Germany.
Hi, Mercy.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi. And we have Victoria Essen. She's also an MBA student in Berlin.
Hi, Mercy.
Before we introduce our colleagues, we're going to start with the conversation with our guests in the studio. Let's talk about patriarchy. This is an issue that concerns women, but more often than not, it comes off as though it's a conversation that sees the other gender being on the defensive. I am excited that we have more men in the studio to talk about this. Perhaps I'll start with Kola. Why is it, can you just, in your own assertion, explain what it means to be female in Nigeria? I know you're a man, but I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. Based on my experience back in Nigeria, to be precise, I was living in the southwest part of Nigeria, Lagos and Ibadan. So to be a female in Nigeria, though the role is evolving, traditionally females are known to be having a supporting role in the society in Nigeria. So like husband and wife, so you are meant to support your husband. The husband is the head of the house. But due to westernization and how the influence of social media, we started seeing what is coming, because Nigeria, we are largely being influenced by what is going on in America. So we started shifting the roles. So women are taking their place in the society, in the corporate world. We started seeing women into leadership position in Nigeria. But those are educated women, but in terms of those are not educated, that are not in the middle class. So the role is still largely based in terms of male are still largely domineering in terms of what they expect, because there are some things that are expected of women in Nigeria to do, like support your husband, or look after your children, and so on and so forth. So largely they are like second fiddle in terms of how people see them in the society back then in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kola. Pius, I listened to Kola talk and he kept saying, see them. Like it's, it's a gender that is them. Interesting. But I'll take it up with you. Do you think a woman is a second fiddle?
No, I don't think so. I think basically the issue with Nigeria and the relationship between the man and the woman are placed in the society in Nigeria is based on education. The educational system of Nigeria, one, education, two, I would attribute it to religion. Because of the dynamic nature of the religion aspect in Nigeria, some religion accept the role of human showing herself, coming forward to speak the truth, to say the truth whenever she pleases, while others or other religion believe that no, this should not be. Woman is not supposed to talk when the man is talk. While traditionally, again, the woman is not expected to talk when the man is talk. So based on these three factors, the women found themselves in that position whereby they have to fight to get their place in the society in Nigeria. And the major issue there now is how they place themselves in that level that the society will appreciate them, we see them in the light, not being, because right now, so religion will tell you that, no, she's trying to overrule me, she's trying to dominate me, she's trying to take my place as a man, she's trying to take my place as a father, she's trying to take my place as a manager. But all this is based on education, civilization. If the educational system in Nigeria is balanced and people are well educated, then each person will know his place in the society.
Victoria, does a woman need education for her rights to be respected and for her to, for her not to contend with issues like gender-based violence?
Vessels.
Now, if I may chip in, Mercy, Victoria, I will tell you that in that point I will say, if you are not educated, how will you know what is right and what is wrong? You must be educated to be able to say, yes, this is my right as a woman, this is my right as a lady, I need it, this is my right, give it to me.
It is not
because if you do not fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
But
excuse me? I mean, in addition to what they are saying, I think woman doesn't need education before her rights, before she express or practice her rights.
Exactly.
The society should preserve or make a room for their rights.
Education, where does she know that?
Like,
no,
yeah, she needs.
She can't say her right.
Her rights needs to be reserved for her.
I think the bone of contention here is we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Now let's take it to Nigeria. In the north, you find out that if you go to the north in Nigeria, you find out that the female they are oppressed. They are oppressed in the sense. I will tell you.
Excuse me. How do you define oppression?
Oppression can be in diverse
forms. See, in terms of the education, let me say something.
Yes.
I have someone, she's well educated.
Yes.
She did her master's. She was doing so well. Do you know her husband told her to stop working, to just take care of the house, just cook and clean? and she's educated.
Yeah,
why? Because she has the
influence.
She can fight for her rights.
Let me just make this point. In Nigeria, we are 90% of Nigeria, I would say we are religious.
Yeah.
So if you look at culturally and religious wise, so that we are being largely influenced by that. But if you move, so if you want to look at it, we have to look at it based on region. So if you're in Lagos, you can still say, okay, in Lagos, more people are more liberal. But if you go back to...
Why is it that so in Lagos? Because
can I just chip in something?
Yeah.
I heard an argument that suggests that in some parts of the country, or perhaps in the north, the rights of women aren't as respected as it were. Yeah. But across the country, not a northern problem, a Nigerian problem, you can also see that the issue of gender-based violence is still top in almost all the states of the Federation, even in states where the law has been passed. When it comes to implementation, when a problem that concerns a woman, even if it is violence within the home, the priority isn't placed as a human rights issue. This is where I'll probably have to ask Victoria this question. Okay. Are you, as a Nigerian woman, and if you're in Nigeria, are you scared about your life?
Not really. Because for example, based on my education, I like doing certificate programs and all that. Yet somebody told me, Vicky, all this education, you have to stop and get married and take care of your home. And what if your husband does not even want you to work? That's most of the mentality in Nigeria. That's why I said 30% of Nigerian men are still thinking that way. They believe as a woman, your role is in the kitchen. Your role is just to take care of the children, not to be in the society, not to take up higher positions. So it is still existing in Nigeria, education or no education.
I agree with her, and we still have to go back to based on region.
All is still based on education and religion. The three factors I mentioned in the first place. I mentioned religion, I mentioned education, and I mentioned the other, I will now call it society factor as well.
Talking of the education part of it,
yes,
I think, education is an added advantage for the woman to know her right.
Thank you.
But she doesn't need education before her right is respected.
Thank you.
All religion provides, how women should be respected, how man should take care of his...
The education is not per se for the woman alone. It's for the both.
That is what I am saying.
It's for the both
an added advantage for her to know her right.
The man is well educated, you know what is good and what the lady should get, because they said, if you train up a woman, you've trained a nation. Why is it so? Because they believe that she has the tendency of grooming the children to the expected stage in the society.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Yes?
Okay, there's a friend of mine. He was doing so well. Before he got married, the wife was also working in an oil company. And people that work in oil company, they believe, they are influential and all that. And the moment the first child came in, just told the woman, you have to quit. You have to stop working. You have to choose either me or your job. And of course, because she's a woman, she chose her husband and stopped working. And when she stopped working, there was complaint in the house. Oh, all she does is just to watch movies, to do this one. She's not productive and all that. But you told this woman to stop working.
I understand what you were saying. I understand you can be oppressed after marriage, but you have the right to choose the person you want to marry. I know you can't know everything about the man before marriage, but you should know the person you are getting married to.
Can I have Uthman so you could join this conversation?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for having me. I will approach it from two perspectives. From the perspective of religion, which is Islam, which happens to be my religion, and the other second one is from the point of African and Nigeria stereotype. First of all, when you come to Islamic religion, woman is not placed as a second gender in any way. In fact, Islam encourages that you should train women as much as you give priority to men, because when you train a woman, it is as if you have trained the whole nation. And there is no anywhere it is provided in Islam that if you train a man, you have trained a nation. It means that Islam gave priority to women. But I think it is even the women themselves that is getting it all wrong, probably because our society here in Nigeria and Africa has given them that second position. And that is why it seems like when you are not educated as a woman, your rights should not be enforced. And I think this is where I would differ from what is happening in the studio. A woman does not have to be educated before her right should be respected. Her right is a follow-come right. Her right is bet with her, and she does not require education to recognize such right and be respected for it. Because I just noticed that in Nigeria, every enlightened woman in Nigeria is a feminist. What do I mean? If you look at most of the women that are canvassing the support for feminism in Nigeria, they are enlightened women. They are people who go to school. They are people who understand what the world is talking about in terms of education and rights. But those who are really suffering this issue, those women whom those enlightened women are fighting for, calling themselves feminists and feminism concept, they did not go to school. They don't understand what is called right. And then it becomes like a burden for them that because they did not go to school, they do not understand what their right means. And then again, that is on the other side. On one part again is that women, it is time people should understand that women are the future of everything that engender national development and advancement in nation building. Whatever you are doing and you do not carry women along, to my mind, that thing will certainly not have a headway positively. So what am I trying to say? I think it is important that we should begin to rewrite the narrative of all the injustices that have been done against women gender in Nigeria. And I think the scholars of Islam should be hitting on this issue for them to really understand that there is nothing wrong in a woman holding a political position. There's nothing wrong in a woman, leading the men if that man does not have what
Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? You're from the south of Nigeria. You're from an area where bride price is, the conversations around bride price tops the charts. Do you think the culture of bride price is good in terms of how it has gone over the years? Do you think it protects the sanctity of a woman?
Well, I think differently, but if you ask me to speak on this, I may have a kind of biased perspective in the sense that I am a Muslim. If I want to marry today, they will not bring it from the culture of what is obtainable in the Southeast as a whole, Igbo tradition. Igbo tradition may not likely to apply fully when I want to marry. They want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. And under Islam, we have a standard of marriage rights. And I'm bound by such standard because I'm a Muslim, despite the fact that I come from the South. So I may not, it may not be too fair for me.
But in Islam, do you pay bride price when you want to marry a woman?
In fact, that the bride price in Islam is compulsory because that is what gives you a legal access to a woman as a wife to copulate with her. If you don't pay such bride price, whatever you do with her is against the Sharia.
But there are women that are advocating against bride price, the culture of bride price, as it sort of sells of a woman.
Probably because it is exorbitant. On the argument of the fact that it exhausts the woman, you are selling off the woman, I do not think they are correct. I would differ because in Islam, Allah recognizes the payment of bride price, and Allah made it in a way that it is exclusively from that of a woman. Let me make this point. It is important to note that bride price does not necessarily have to be money. Bride price is something that has value, and it must be requested by the woman, by the bride, to the husband. It's not to the bride's guardian or parents. It's the wife that will request it from the husband.
Can I say something? You said it's supposed to be requested by the woman, but that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the woman is never there when it's negotiated.
I mean, this is why I say that. You see, in Nigeria, we are ungodly religious. Ungodly religious, in quote, in the sense that we claim to be religious by being too godly to worship God, but we are playing insincerity in our worship. That is the practice. The practice is wrong. But in the letters, what it provides is that a woman who is going to be married is the person that is going to sit with the husband and say, guy, this is what you are going to pay me for my bride price.
Really?
During the time of the prophet Messi, some people married with the recitation of some portions from the Holy Quran. The wife will say, he should just come and recite so portion of the Quran or Bible for me, if you are for the Christians, so that you can understand the idea. You just recite it and bride price has been paid. It doesn't have to be money.
Uthman, I would really love to tell a man how much he has to pay without my
I mean, yes,
I'm telling you that is your right.
In addition to what he said,
let's go back to the studio.
In addition to what he said,
thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Fali will come to you. I know that you're itching to talk. Let's go to the studio. Can you guys react to what Uthman has said? Perhaps Victoria, you want to say something?
Okay.
I wish I can actually say that maybe my husband should pay so amount, because it's never done. Where I'm from, I don't even know how much they are going to pay. It depends on my family and the husband's family. So what the amount that they pay, I have no idea. I don't even know how much they pay. So it's actually different, very different from my own side. I don't know if it applies to your own side too.
Do you think the culture of dowry and bride price needs to be abolished?
Why would it be abolished? No. Because definitely, if you want it to be abolished, that means they are giving the woman free of charge.
What do you mean?
It's not like that. Excuse me, no, it's not like that. See, talking of this bride price, it's not as if you are paying for the woman.
Okay.
You are not paying for the woman.
No, it's just appreciating. Oh, thank you for this beautiful woman that you are giving to me on a platter of gold. Just, it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. I don't think it's supposed to be abolished.
I think in my culture, it's changing gradually. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from the Southwest. So now, if the issue of bride price, so the parents usually they might say, okay, bring 2,000 naira. So once you give them 2,000 naira, and they will hand over the money back to you that we are not selling our daughter. What we are asking from you is just to take care of her. Once you take care of her, you've taken care of us. So we are not asking for bride price. So it's waning gradually in my area from where I come from, because the only thing they just collect from you is just maybe the yam and the oranges and all that, just to share it amongst the family, because we believe that it's not just your parents that take care of you since when they get back to you and all that, so they have to share it. And those bride price thing is not just the parent that will take it alone. It's just the family. It's the whole of the family that will share it amongst themselves.
So what's the difference between the money and the yam and all that? Is it not the same thing?
They are all valid. Okay, from the Islamic perspective of it, you can pay with money or something valuable.
But it's the same thing. Money or no money.
Yeah, that's it. And relating it to the women's rights, in Islam, as you are handing the money, the father of the bride is here to state what they are expected of you to take care of the woman, starting from her clothing, feeding, all has,
that is based even in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Now, I will tell you this. Mm-hmm. Nigeria, we are so carried away by religion and some of the practices we overtaking them to extreme. Now, what is it? What does I mean by that? Now, look at it now. A lady wants to marry. Mm-hmm. The family are looking at it as a means of livelihood. They say this guy is going now. They will even decide, okay, who she wants to marry. Is that man rich? Well, I'm telling you, not only it happens in all culture. No. They decide. I'm ready so well.
No, family don't decide. Family don't
have to
decide.
check even. Some culture, they even tell you the bride price based on the person.
Where are you from?
But do you know that sometimes the reason why they ask if the man is wealthy or not, because they don't want their child to suffer. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, wait. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, give her everything, only to give her to a man that doesn't have anything. Come on, no, I won't let that happen. No.
That is the problem we have in Nigeria. I still believe, I disagree
no,
with
some parents are capitalists.
The other calling that he said it does not, education does not, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman. Yes, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman, but you need education to know what is the right of the woman, and the woman also needs education to know what is her right. What is education? Education can mean anything. As I tell you, this is it, this is it, this is it. It's education. I'm teaching you what it means. So now, if you don't tell the lady, or the lady doesn't know a place in the society, how does she claim a place? She cannot claim a place. We are from Nigeria. We know our problem in Nigeria. Our problem in Nigeria is education and the religion.
No,
the religion and education. No. Because we are far behind in education, and we are
talking of education,
we carry the religion to become our school. We carry the religion to become our code. While we leave the necessary thing that we are supposed to handle in life, we left the human race.
Going by what you said, it depends on what you call education.
Now, if you
talking about education like qualification, like let's say
NCE,
no. Education is normal. As you grow up in the society, you must know your rights. Going by religion and tradition, you have to know your rights.
A lady is being brought up in the north. I was born and brought up in the north.
The point is, you don't need education before you.
I have been to all the 36 states of Nigeria. I have stayed in all the old states not more than 6 months in any of the states in Nigeria. I can tell you fully what is happening in Zamfara as a female lady.
That is what you are getting. I think.
Now I will tell you what is even happening in the east. Now let me tell you, a lady can only claim as a place in the society when she is ready to stand on her own, whether be it on the man or on the woman. If a lady can stand on her own, whether you feed me, why do most ladies get married? They get married, someone to have children, another one, someone to have, they want to have as a source of living, they want to bear feed. Because of what? The economy is bad, everything is poor in the society. That is why people are being frustrated, people are being left behind, and they use the religion to oppress people, use the education, they refuse to make people to get educated so that they will know their right in the society, they oppress them.
Excuse me,
that is my problem with them.
Who is refusing ladies education? Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights?
We cry for the ladies.
Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights? Who is refusing women education because of their rights?
Why would I leave you?
Who is refusing women education because of their rights? Who is refusing women education because of their rights? Answer that question. Who is refusing them because of their rights?
Guys, can we go? Guys,
no way. Nobody is refusing women education because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. It might be for another reason, but not for their rights.
Nigerians, I know, I am privileged to know, and I'd like her to look at the law and what it says about the place of a woman in Nigeria, and I need her to perhaps also talk on gender-based violence and how it affects women in Nigeria.
Yes, Mercy, thank you so much. And what an insightful conversation. Specifically to answer your question, I think Nigeria as a society or within our legal framework, women have equal rights in terms of the salaries we earn, amongst other things, as compared to other international societies. The challenges women face legally, there isn't that barrier. However, in some societies, there were situations where women were not able to inherit certain landed properties because the customary laws do not allow that. And luckily, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has been able to deem that law unequitable. And in a society where there is natural justice, that custom is not able to stand or be sustained. However, having the law is one thing, but what are the customs and norms that govern each and every society, whether you're in the north, whether you're in the south, wherever you are? And we have critical challenges, and it's not because of our laws, it's because of entrenched cultures we have lived with for so long. So more often than not, the challenges you see women face in Nigeria are usually culturally ingrained, not necessarily provided for in law or provided for in religious doctrines, or perhaps even, we would even say it's not to the extent that the society or the country as a nation does not recognize the value of women. But being that as it may, a critical challenge for women in our time is sexual and gender-based violence. 1 in 3 girls every day is is a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. Women in their homes are victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And the challenge we have within the legal framework is because not many states have been able to pass the Violence Against Persons Act. And what that act does is, if for any reason, as a woman or as a human being, someone has meted out some sort of violence against me, I'm able to take action in court as a criminal case. And specifically when it comes to issue of rape and when it comes to young girls, the challenge we're having is there is a dichotomy when it comes to the age of marriage in Nigeria. And this dichotomy comes because there is a disparity between what happens as stated in the penal code in usually the northern countries and what happens in the southern countries. So in the northern states that are usually governed by the penal code and the sayings of the Quran, I think a girl is of age after her first menstrual period, which is an Islamic argument that is consistently going on. But legally, no one can cohabit or have unlawful carnal knowledge of any young girl below the age of 18. And because of the prevalence of this incident, not only in our homes, but even in our schools, where we take a number of girls to go and learn, and the teachers are found harassing these young girls, and the girls fall victims of this harassment, a number of states have passed the Violence Against Persons Act. And in addition, some states have even passed a law that will cause incarceration for young men who are found guilty of raping young girls and even their wives, amongst other things. But passing the law also is, again, one thing. How do we implement this, and how do we make people within the society understand that women basically have an equal footing with you in society? And it begins with a cultural shift that we have, and we as educated people have a responsibility, not only to just tell people, oh, women should be educated before they understand their rights, but we have a responsibility to create a rethink in society, because we cannot claim to be educated, we cannot claim to be advanced or aware and proclaim that until you have education, you would not understand your rights. Because this is all about morality.
Yeah. I just want to ask a different question, and I like the input you've given and what the law says and and what not. Can I want to get married now and tell my father I don't want you to to negotiate that bride price thing for me? The conversations that they were having in the studio. Can you just talk more on that?
Okay, so specifically on the bride price, I think the point was made in terms of two perspectives, right? One, when it comes to bride price, it's a completely customary and religious circumstance. And I will speak to the religion that I'm aware of, which is Islam. And in Islam, as I think Tochukwu has beautifully highlighted, the bride price is just anything of value. And anything of value can equally be negotiated between you and your husband as a Muslim or a northern girl if you happen to be practicing Muslim and you're from the north. However, the process of let's say execution of your marriage, which is more or less a contract if you think about it, are usually handled by your representatives, by your legal representatives. And in that case, it will be your father, your uncles, or whoever is appointed to take care of you. But it doesn't mean that you or me as single girls are not able to negotiate with whoever we are marrying what we deem appropriate to be our bride price. And the money is not even given to our fathers or our uncles or whoever those representatives are. The money, it's for us to do what we feel we want to do with it. This is already stated in the Quran. However, more often than not, there is a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of what the religion says and what happens culturally. Because we're an overly religious society, our culture and our religious doctrines have intertwined in such a way that the lines are even almost invincible.
Thank you, Fali.
So this has created this notion of you can negotiate amongst other things.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the studio. Fali talked about sexual and gender-based violence, and I feel like that's a point we're here to really talk about in the studio. More often than not, the community and the society does not see sexual and gender-based violence as a human rights issue. On a daily basis, a woman, at most 3 girls, out of 5 in Nigeria have been raped or molested or sexually abused at different times. That number is high up there. Perhaps I should throw this to the guys. Why do you think sexual and gender-based violence is not so much, amidst the concerns, the fact that some states are already implementing the VAP Act, but making a law is different, is away from implementation, as it were. We currently have, I think, a sex offenders register that was recently launched. Why is it that when a woman is raped, it doesn't carry the kind of weight it should carry? A police officer might even ask me what I was wearing before I was raped. Perhaps anybody that wants to react to it, please.
I would like to talk about that. I mean, even though dressing is not an excuse for you to be raped, even though your dressing, how you dress doesn't matter. If somebody wants to rape you, I mean, he doesn't look after your way of dressing. But at the same time, I think there's a kind of lack of orientation to the young girls, which we need to. We need to enlighten them on how to, we need to enlighten them on how this thing works. If a man looks at you in this way, this is how you should do. And if a man is looking at you or is trying to approach you in this way, this is how you should do. And you enlighten them. Dressing is not an excuse, but we need to enlighten these young ladies about it.
But why must the body be on the lady? That it has to be educated, it has to be enlightened. Why must the body be on the lady, not on the men that are raping?
This rape thing almost happened to me when I was younger. When I was in, I think, primary 4, I was just a young girl. My parents were not home. I had a neighbor. He's always calling me, my wife. As a child, you just smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. And this day, I finished doing my assignment, and my mom was like, you just told me when you're done, go to Big Mommy's house, which wasn't far away. So I finished with everything, and I was just a young girl wearing a t-shirt and a shirt. I wasn't indecently dressed because I was a young child. And I was leaving, and this uncle came, my wife, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Big Mommy's house. He said, I like your hair, thank you. Before you know it, they're showing your favorite cartoon. And I was like, really? I went, and before you know it, I like your hair, I like this. And my grandma has already told me as a child, if a man touches you, you get pregnant.
That is one of the enlightenment I'm talking about.
Hold on. He said, if a man touches me, I'll get pregnant. So I had this issue that, no, I don't want to get pregnant when I'm still a teenager. I want to do this. I want to achieve this. So when it was coming close, I was thinking, my grandma said, if a man touches you, you get pregnant. And this man tried to rape me. And what saved me was because I was still in school then, so they taught us all these rape things that in case anything happened, even if it means breaking the person's head, do anything to survive. And he pinned me down. Luckily, I did exactly what I was taught. I was not indecently dressed. What if I was not able to escape? I won't stand here and be telling this kind of story. Yeah. So I think we need, not the girls, they need to teach these young men when they are growing up all these things. How to behave.
Apart from that,
not dressing, not being.
Let me tell you, the society matters a lot. In Hamburg, because I stayed in Hamburg, when there was complete lockdown, a case of rape was reported in Hamburg. Now, and when they find out, they say, it was because the sex, what do they call, prostitute station, that is, we call the sex center, commercial sex center, was locked. Okay. So then I said, okay, it may be as a result of the sex center being locked, that is why guys are now raping ladies, because they have wear. So immediately what the Hamburg government did, they now said, okay, let them open the sex center. But the ladies must wear masks, because I read some of the law. The ladies must wear masks. The guy going there for sex must wear masks. Now, this is in Nigeria.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
The analogy you're sharing is that because there's a lockdown,
Yes.
The commercial hotels are locked as well.
Yes.
A woman, women are now,
they're not prone. Yes, they're not prone to rape.
She's to be raped. Is
no,
that what you're
she's
saying?
not supposed to be raped, but these guys now, they find out that may be because if, for instance, there is an avenue, that place is open, maybe that person might not might not have done it. So it must have. So the government, in our wisdom, decided to say, okay, let's open. Now look at Nigeria now. If you check out some of the Nigeria cases that have been dropped, some of them will tell you they committed the act under drugs. They were under drugs when they committed the act. Why some? I have seen 90 years, 80 years. All these are problems of the society. The society, you can never take away crime from a society as far as we're on this planet Earth.
Why
but you can mitigate
it. Society? It is an individual person. You have to
look at it.
No, you can't say
it is
society.
the society. The society, because of what? We are lag behind in everything.
Okay.
Now,
what if I was almost raped? Will I say that guy is society?
No, what I mean by the society, I mean by the society in terms of living.
Now,
listen.
So, like I said earlier,
there is no excuse for it.
In Nigeria,
yes,
we are religious. So I think the solution to all this problem is government still need to work with our religious leader. Because in church, they hardly talk about rape and they hardly talk about all the social advices.
They hardly talk about
so
sex.
What we talk about is money,
in the public. money, and
to discuss about it. Give your life to Christ.
And that is so. Are you saying that it is the church or the government that has to teach these young men not to rape people?
No, society in general.
Even though I said there's no excuse for rape, there's no excuse for rape, even though maybe. Like the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place was this, we need to educate the young ladies and even the society in general.
Is it just young ladies?
Not young ladies, the society in general.
It does not apply to ladies alone.
There is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
Two ladies attempted to rape me. But I came out of it. So if such
a guy that has been raped,
so things like that are happening in the society.
There is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
Give them the liberty. You find out that they say no commercial sex. That there should not be a state will tell you that there is nothing like commercial sex. No lady is permitted. People are doing it underground. And guys, it's a feelings that you cannot hide from. And some can control these feelings. Some cannot control these feelings. So when such a thing comes up, it depends if they are well taught, well groomed, and say this thing will come. All borders on education. If Nigeria is well groomed in education, people will learn, people will know how to even address. Ladies will be equipped in defending themselves. The guys will also be equipped in how to distance themselves from such feelings once it comes around. Because sometimes it's a feelings that come. Some people don't have controls. Before you know, they fall into it.
Listen, feeling and whatever is not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yes.
It's not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yeah.
Raping is rape. You could be raped as a man. Yeah. And women are raped multiple times. We have reports of women being raped. So there's no excuse for raping. Whether you are in the feeling or not in the feeling, you have no excuse to rape somebody.
There is no excuse. There must be a reason
no excuse
to
for somebody.
There is no excuse.
That is the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place.
You must be able to address that reason and what causes it. If you are able to address it, you may be able to reduce it, but you cannot eliminate it completely. What I'm trying to say here is that if Nigeria educational system is functioning in the appropriate order, there will be a reduction in crime. Now there is surplus of crime because of what? Lack of unemployment rate. Even the ladies. What are you saying?
There are a lot of educated men that were caught raping young ladies. So education is not part of it.
I can tell
it could contribute, but not part of it.
In Niger State.
Education is not. There are a lot of educated people that were caught raping.
Your education. What do you mean by education?
Education
you are confusing education. I think
telling people how to what they need to know before time. You teach them, yes.
The same professor, lecturers from university harassing young ladies.
Yes.
So education is not an excuse.
The same imam, the same ladies.
The point I was making is you have no excuse to rape somebody. There's no excuse for raping. If you rape somebody, you must there's no excuse. You can't hide behind someone and hide yourself.
Thank you for your input. Can we have Sadautu has been itching to speak. Can we have comments from Fali, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for bringing me in. First of all, I want to clarify that when you discuss issues of rape, it has nothing to do with education. We have to get that out of this conversation. It's an issue of morality and how we think as individuals. And it's critical to recognize that some of these rapists are sick. They are actually sick, mentally sick, and they also need help. So the perspective or the conversation that it is a feeling and we should take care of it does not even arise. And you can't comfortably say that the ladies need to be trained. Ladies need to be trained in what exactly? So this goes back to what I was referencing earlier. It's a conversation of the values and morality that we have as individuals, irrespective of the education that we have. Education is just a pathway. It's not a solution to all of our challenges, of all of our problems as human beings. So it will be irresponsible for us, and I think even unfair on our society and our ladies to focus on saying ladies should be educated or should be better focused on how to dress amongst other things and men have feelings. And specifically to mention, I think our target should be now, how do we ensure all of these rape cases, now that we have the legal framework to challenge it, do not end up as hashtags or just mere conversations? Because this conversation line about, oh, they are mere feelings that men have, of course, would almost make the issues seem irrelevant not only to society, but even more irrelevant to the prosecuting officers who have a responsibility to ensure that our rights and safety in the society is protected.
Thank you so much, Fali, for that. Thank you.
I think she mentioned
Uthman, you perhaps want to say something so we can wrap, just solutions from you.
Yeah, solutions. So I think she mentioned something about
hold on. Uthman wanted to say something.
Okay.
I think one of the solutions in the first place to combat the issue of rape in our society is for us to go back to the religious institution, and then again to the family specifically. Like one of the sisters in the studio had rightly pointed out, how her mom or parent used to tell her that when a woman is touched, she gets pregnant. That culture of orientation, even though it's not the right thing, like it's not the real fact, but then it will build that consciousness in her to know that this is issues that has to deal with her sensitivity and future. The family has a long road to play, as well as the religious institution. We need to have a rethink on the mindset about rape. Rape culture is a mindset. Rape culture, we are what we think. A PhD holder can rape a girl of 6, 7, and to me, that is madness. So you must be psychologically imbalanced for you to do that. So to hold an argument that education has to be given priority in order to combat rape, I think the society and the whole world had gotten enough education, if education is really something that is going to help us in curbing the issue of rape in the society. The society is enough. Because if you look at our society right now, the society are even facing more ills than before when education was not that well known. And everybody can agree with that. So what we should be looking at is the religious institution, because these guys have a lot of activities in shaping public opinions. They have a lot of followers who believes in them, whether true or false, they believe in them. The family also has a lot. Your child will most likely to believe you when you are lying. So whatever you tell her, she's going to believe you. So that orientation must have to start from the family and the religious institution.
Thank you so much. Kola, your final take, please.
Thank you. I just want to corroborate what they were, both of them said, because I mentioned it earlier. Our religious leaders, they hold so much power in Nigeria, both Christian and Muslim. And if government can work with them in terms of orientating the society in terms of morally what is acceptable in the society, what is not, another. But if you look at Nigeria now, I'm a Christian, so what an average church preaches is prosperity, because that is our number one problem in Nigeria. We are so poor. So that's that about religious side. And the other side about mental health. Mental health is real. When I was in Nigeria, I've never thought about mental health, but during this COVID, I knew what was mental health, or what is called mental health, because of when the COVID just started. But back in Nigeria, I wouldn't consider myself saying I'm mentally challenged because of COVID, because when the COVID started, the news just bombarded us like, am I going to have COVID? But if I'm in Nigeria, I'll still continue going about my business. I won't even consider myself like, let me go and check myself and see if I'm mentally balanced and all that. So I think culturally, as a society, we still need to go back to our religious leader, because those guys, they hold so much power, because when election is coming, politicians go to them and meet them because they can sway people's opinion. And Nigeria, we are like 95% religious country and all that.
The same thing again comes to what I mean by education. Even
final takes, please.
Even in schools, if they are well sensitized, the ladies are well sensitized from primary to secondary. The guys are well sensitized. Do you know that some schools don't even talk about sex education? Even in secondary school level, they don't talk about sex education. So how do you teach these people this thing? How do you make them to know? You go. I'm talking from first-hand information. That you go to some parts, they don't even want to hear that thing, sex education. They don't want to talk about it. A lady who finished the whole secondary school, she has not been taught on how to manage herself. So how do you expect such society to grow?
I mean, not in all religions.
So you have to teach
them. There is a provision for that in Islam.
You have to, excuse me, please. You have to teach them. You have to teach them in the religion. You have to teach them in school. You have to teach them even in the family. Let all this issue come up. Let the children be carried along, and everything will be okay. But one thing I must know: you must educate the ladies. You must educate Nigerians, and that will reduce the problem of Nigeria.
My final take, it's not all about the education. Right from the family, right from where you are worshiping, these are already put in place. Like in my house, I have more of the boys. They've been teaching them this, all this sex thing, all this rape. In churches where I worship, they teach the male child against this rape. They do the same thing for the female. So by the time all this thing continues, I think there will be minimal cases of rape, which is already happening, against what you were saying, that they don't teach that. They are already teaching it.
There's provision for that.
So it's a gradual thing. And again, when they teach those people, it is an individual education.
Thank you.
When you teach those people, it is not left to them. Maybe when they are, they are mentally, they still go.
You need to be enlightened.
They are still enlightened.
Morality.
Yes.
Education itself.
It's a moral.
Not education, the morality, not education, the morality.
Can we have your final take, please?
Okay, mine. I think if we should go back to the religious belief, I'm a Muslim, and I keep saying it, we have a way we teach the upcoming generation, starting from, let's say, with each year, like from 5 years, 6 years, we have how we impart the knowledge of how to take care of self. Like, for example, the first time you experience your period as a lady, not even before that, we have a way where we educate them on how to take care of themselves. Mm-hmm. Not only the ladies, even the boys. Like, what you should do in this step, if you experience this is what you should do. So I think we have that in Islam. Yes. We need to carry the religion and the religious people.
We're talking about real life.
I'm telling you, we have that.
Thank you.
We have that.
I'm telling you, you cannot tell us that this is it. When you go to the farm, not people are being oppressed. Ladies are being oppressed. Ladies do not have the right.
We have it in Islam. Is the truth. I am saying we have it in Islam.
The end product is marriage.
All I am saying is we have it in the religion.
And from the north, you have a system where you tell you that the lady product is marriage. So what do you expect? They will not want to.
Can we have your final thoughts, please? Final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for convening this conversation. I think as we move forward as a nation and as young people, we must recognize that our education only gives us more access. It doesn't define who we are. It doesn't take us away from the challenges that are within our society. and specifically when it comes to issues on rape and sexual and gender-based violence. Not just us, but I think our mindset need a radical shift. The mindset of the society needs a radical shift towards understanding that the issue of rape is a persistent problem within our society, and those who are responsible for this act within society must be held accountable. Otherwise, we will keep pushing it as a cultural issue, amongst other things. And then finally, when it comes to the status of women in our society, I think as a country, Nigeria can do better in terms of the engagement and inclusion of women, not only in the decision-making processes, but also in how the affairs of the home are run, because it is at that point that we'll begin to change the mindset and the moral values that of young men and the young people we're raising, for the girls to understand that they have an equal footing in society, and also for the men and boys to understand that the woman is not below you, but an equal member of the home and an equal member of the society with you, who based on her rights, her intelligence, is able to achieve anything equally with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadatu. I want to say thank you to Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who came in all the way from Hamburg. Abubakar Mohammed, thank you so much.
Abubakar
from Munich.
Bello.
Kola Akintola.
Thank you.
A big thank you to you for your insight and, of course, your argument as well. Victoria Essien, you are brilliant as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Uthman Tochukwu, are you in Abuja?
Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Abuja. I'm in
All the
Abuja.
way from Abuja. Thank you so much. And Fali Hamo Saadatu.
Thank you.
All the way from Abuja as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And thanks to our viewers for tuning in. We'll see you again next time. My name is Mercy Abang from Berlin. We're wrapping this up now. Bye-bye.
And good afternoon, I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. This is the news brief. The Nigerian Labour Congress NLC will hold a two-day nationwide protest about the hardship being experienced by Nigerians as well as the deteriorating security situation in the country. NLC President Joe Ajaero disclosed this during our press briefing in Abuja on Friday after an emergency meeting of the National Executive Council of the Union. He said the protest will begin in a week and after the expiration of the 14-day ultimatum as it's issued to the federal government, which will expire on February 24th. Now the planned days for the nationwide protest is February 27th and the 28th.
Session considered the unfortunate state of the nation, whose suffering pervading the nation, the general crisis of living, the outrage expressed by majority, and the increased attendant fears of the continued consequences of these policies and the persistent refusal of the government to implement the tenets of the October Agreement. The NEC in session also took notice of the wise decision of the National Administrative Council of the Congress to demand that the agreement be implemented. NEC in session declares a 2-day national protest on 27th and 28th of February to demonstrate outrage on the mounting hardship and insecurity around the nation. If our demands are not met after the nationwide protest, to issue a 7-day notice that will expire on the 2nd day of March 2024 to the federal government, after which an indefinite nationwide strike will ensure.
Now, the Inspector General of Police, Kairi Agbetokun's Special Intervention Squad SIS now has apprehended more kidnappers, including a 88-year-old Said Abdulkadir. Abdulkadir, a long-sought individual by the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for his alleged involvement as an informant to the bandits, has been taken into custody. Now, Abdulkadir has been wanted, on the wanted list of the City Police Command for being an informant to bandits. Now, Justice Ian Gego of the Federal High Court Abuja has ordered the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice to reopen the investigation and prosecution of the mother of Newswatch magazine founder Dele Giwa in 1986. The court also ordered the federal government to ensure adequate protection and safety for all journalists, as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution and African Charters on Human and People's Rights. I'm still on the news brief. The Supreme Court has dismissed the federal government's appeal against the conviction of former Niger Delta Minister Goodsday Orubebe for breach of the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. Now, the courts have ruled that the appellants failed to obtain the required court leave, leading to the dismissal of the appeal. Now, Orubebe was accused of failing to declare property in the Code of Conduct Bureau's asset declaration forms while serving as a minister. Now, Nigerian lawyer and political analyst Dr. Sam Amade has criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for failing to regulate political parties and candidates pending during elections. He believes that the Commission's failure to comply with electoral guidelines is responsible for massive corruption in the electoral process. Amade, who is the executive director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, has criticized the Commission's performance in general and in rerun elections.
Campaign finance is critical aspect of the credibility of election, because the Constitution recognizes that we don't want dark money. How do we know dark money if there's no documentation of inflow and outflow? Very important. Two, with INEC regulating campaign finance, you reduce the cost of election. So Section 225 of the Constitution lays that clear and put a burden on INEC and says that parties will report this campaign finance based on INEC's protocol. INEC would have issued for them directives, processes for doing that. Section 7087 of the Electoral Act reinforces that need. Again, INEC had to prescribe how much an individual can give and the extent of contribution individuals can make. That INEC should wake up and do his job. Set out a comprehensive documentation so that each party will hire somebody whose job will be to make those entries, to file it properly, and make it available to the public.
Now, Amade advocates for the unbundling of INEC to ensure it can effectively undo the overburdened functions imposed by the Electoral Act.
The National Assembly should now seriously break up INEC. The INEC, we know today, should be doing only printing ballot boxes, arranging for elections, counting the votes, and declaring winner. Party regulation, campaign regulation, receiving applications for candidates who want to file for, want to run election, and vetting them, knowing whether they have the qualifications, should now be given to a electoral regulatory body whose job will be to do this kind of stuff and follow up. For example, there should be prosecution for failure in campaign finance.
Moving on, in Taraba State, 4 mobile police officers have been honored for the refusal to accept a hefty bribe of 8.5 million naira from a suspected kidnapper during a routine stop and search operation Speaking at a brief ceremony in Jalingo, the state capital, the State Commissioner of Police, CP Naumon, emphasized the importance of integrity and professionalism among law enforcement personnel. He also promised to recommend them for promotion to the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kade Egbetokun. Correspondent Jude Nu'u Gundali reports from Jalingo.
This commendation is coming after these 4 officers intercepted a vehicle at the Kapanti Napu checkpoint and discovered a large sum of money suspected to be proceeds from criminal activities. Despite the suspect's attempt to bribe them for his release, the officers stood firm in upholding the law.
As a trained personnel, and even before we move out on special duty that very same day, we were briefed by our unit commander, that is ASP Hamza Berde, never to give room to any corrupt practice or whatsoever relevant to it, of which we work towards over it to see, okay, such amount we cannot be able to accept and allow you go free based on him offered that money for us.
And on 29th of January, these officers, you can see them behind me, were posted here on routine checks at the checkpoint, where they intercepted a starlet car carrying about 3 persons. On suspicion, they stopped these starlets, ordering the occupants to come down for check. On the process, they discover some huge amount of money amounting to 8,555,000 naira in the position. They could not give certified account of this money. On the process, 2 of them took their heels. But then, the one that was apprehended offered them the bribe of that 8,555,000.
The honored officers, namely Inspector Difference Ter and Inspector Ngamarju Gambo, Inspector Usman Haruna, and CPL Zaruddin Mahmuda. According to the Commissioner of Police, CP Iloyana Mon demonstrated exceptional restraint and adherence to their training by rejecting the bribe.
Their conduct is in line with the zero tolerance to corruption mantra of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD, NPN. I consider their act of restraint and display of professionalism as highly commendable and worthy of emulation by other officers of the command.
CP Loyana Mon also revealed that the suspect is cooperating with the police in their investigation of past kidnappings, indicating a breakthrough in combating crime in the region. He assured that the suspect, along with others involved, will face the full weight of the law for their criminal activities.
The suspect has been cooperating with the police in an ongoing investigation of past kidnappings he and others had carried out. Upon completion of some of the investigations, the suspect, alongside others, will be charged to court for various offenses, including kidnapping, abduction, and offering bribe to law enforcement officer.
The commendable actions of these officers serve as a reminder of the importance of integrity and professionalism in law enforcement.
Now, the Global Peace Foundation Nigeria and Amaya Peace Foundation have organized a one-day workshop in Kafanchan, Kaduna State, to raise awareness about the negative impact of illicit drugs on community security and peaceful coexistence among youth and women in southern Kaduna. Now, the aim is to combat societal menace of fueling communal crisis and conflicts. Plus TV correspondent Abila Darofai files this report.
Despite the national drug policy, drug and substance abuse in Nigeria remains high, particularly in southern Kaduna. The increasing availability of hard drugs has a triple effect on youth and women, leading to out-of-school children, insecurity, violence, and other social vices in the society. Nigeria's Global Peace Foundation's country director, Reverend Dr. Joseph Ayab, emphasizes the negative impact of substance abuse on mental health and calls for the creation of economic activities for youth.
Surrounding the violence in southern Kaduna and in many parts of Nigeria, key factor that is motivating young people to go into violence is drug addiction. And we feel we need to engage the drug addicts themselves, talk with faith leaders, community leaders, and see how together we can help, we can work with them to help them come out of drugs and to help them make meaningful use of their lives for positive things. And from the conversation today, you can see that a good number of them went into drugs not because they really want it. Some are saying out of frustration, some are saying that due to societal pressure, some are saying that due to lack of job.
The Northern Coordinator of the Global Peace addresses the alarming rate of substance abuse by stressing the need for a holistic approach and urging critical stakeholders to join the fight against zero tolerance.
The Southern Kaduna youth, regardless of any difference, be it religious, tribal, and ethnic, they should keep away from drug abuse because drug abuse is self-destructive. It causes one to jettison their educational pursuit. The government should do all that it can to also eradicate the menace of drug abuse.
Approach to peace building should be holistic. No particular group should be neglected. And what we're doing is that as we talk to people who we assume are reasonable, we must also understand that the people we claim that they are not reasonable have a role to play. They have their contribution towards finding solution to peace.
Participants expressed delight in the workshop, stating it was timely and appropriate, which has transformed their narratives to benefit society.
This workshop is very, very good because I've never been in a workshop like this. Like, I'm a drug, I take drugs, you understand? So being in this kind of workshop makes me to learn a lot and to get myself out of drugs.
This program that they did here will help me. And today I promised myself that I will not do that again. I will not take any drugs, I will not smoke, I will not drink anymore. I promised myself that I will go and tell my mother that I will be back to school.
I'm smoking, I'm doing bad habits, and then I want to change. That is why I came here. Help me to stop smoking, taking anything that would stop my future.
The foundation advocates for government, religious and traditional leaders' engagements of youth in entrepreneurship and job creation to combat substance abuse. Nigeria, with over 14 million users, should ensure full implementation of the national drug policy to regulate drug availability, supply and distribution.
Now, the Lagos State Governor Rashidi Sanwo-Olu has paid accrued pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings account of 1,013 retirees from the state's public service. Now, speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since inception of his administration, a total of 56,551,761,900 naira 88 kobo into the retirement savings account of 16,026 retirees of the state. Plus, the news correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun tells us more in this report.
Gathered in this hall are mainly retirees from Lagos State Civil Service. They are here for the 103rd Retirement Bond Certificate presentation ceremony. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the hall, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quickly he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state. He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
Giving almost 140 billion, 138 billion in total contributory pension that was given to almost 35,000 retirees. But our own administration, which is less than 5 years, we have given almost 60 billion, 6.5 billion to over 16,000 retirees.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be able to retire. That is the legacy we want to put behind. That is the legacy we want to leave, and that is the legacy that is deserving.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Director General, Lagos State Pension Commission, Babalola Obilano, emphasized the importance of proper financial planning and management during retirement. He advised the retirees to make informed decisions regarding their finances to ensure long-term sustainability and security.
Within 1 week, the PFAs will send you alerts and call you that your retirement money is in your account.
In his goodwill message, the state head of service, Olabode Aguru, noted that the occasion is a demonstration of the relentless commitment of Governor Sanwo-Olu to staff's welfare.
The state government is grateful for your service and will forever be committed to implementing policies that will keep supporting the well-being of our senior citizens. I congratulate the beneficiaries while urging you all to endeavor to utilize this money judiciously that has been advanced.
Earlier, Governor Sanwo-Olu acknowledged the backlog in the payment of accrued rights and promised on systematically eliminating this backlog. He also told them that before the end of his tenure, the aspiration for a pay-as-you-go model would be realized. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Straight to other parts of Africa, South Africa's request to increase legal pressure on Israel to halt a threatened offensive against Rafah in Gaza has been rejected by the United Nations Top Court. The court has already filed a complaint against Israel in the International Court of Justice, ICJ, alleging a breach of the Genocide Convention. South African officials have also requested new measures due to Israel's preparations for a new operation against Rafah, as ICJ judges acknowledged that the situation would increase the humanitarian crisis, but stated that Israel was bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and the order. And straight out of South Africa, United States President Joe Biden has blamed Russian President Vladimir Putin for the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny and warned of potential consequences. Now, he expressed outrage at Navalny's passing and suggested additional steps to punish Russia. Biden also acknowledged that there was no nuclear threat to the US or the world with Russia's actions, despite Russia considering deploying anti-satellite technology in space. Now, the White House has not responded to questions about possible steps against Russia as developments has further strained US-Russian relations. Still out of South Africa, New York Judge has ordered Donald Trump to pay the sum of $355 million and ban him from running companies in the state for 3 years due to fraud allegations. Trump was found liable for unlawfully inflating his wealth and also manipulating property values to obtain favorable bank loans or insurance terms. Now, Trump's defense lawyer, Alina Abba, called the ruling a manifest injustice and vowed to appeal. Now, the case was civil, not criminal, and there was no threat of imprisonment. Now, Trump's son, Eric, and Donald Trump Jr. were also found liable and ordered to pay the sum of over $4 million each. Straight away, we move on to business. The Nigerian Naira experienced a decline against the US dollar in the official market, closing the week at 1,537.96 Naira to a dollar. Now, this was due to persistent demand pressures and a significant downturn in forex turnover, which plummeted by 74% to $84.10 million, as the National Bureau of Statistics reported a substantial surge in inflation for January 2024, reaching 29.90%. Now, despite central banks' implementation of several policies aimed at enhancing the supply of foreign exchange, the Naira depreciated by 2.58% to 1,537.97 Naira against the dollar at the close of business. The Naira also depreciated at the parallel markets, where forex is sold unofficially. And to entertainment, Afrobeat singer Tiwa Savage has revealed how she has been struggling with poor eyesight for about 3 years. She has been experiencing squinting and also blurry readings, and sometimes having to screen grab messages and zoom in. Savage visited an optician in London to see if her long sight is improving, as she stated that her short sight is not great, and she will be unable to read a menu in a restaurant. Now, Savage also mentioned that she is now back and has bought a couture pair of sunglasses to make herself look more sexy. And lastly, to sports, Borussia Dortmund striker Sebastian Haller has been ruled out for several weeks due to a recurrence of an ankle injury. Haller, who scored the winning goal in the AFCON final against Nigeria, was substituted late in the game. The injury flared up again after a mid-December injury against Mainz, as Dortmund currently sits fourth in the Bundesliga, 15 points behind the leaders Bayer Leverkusen, as Haller's absence will be felt for several weeks. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus of Africa and Plus of Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
In African countries, including Nigeria, albinos are classified amongst the vulnerable groups of society, which includes people living with various kinds of physical disabilities.
Being an albino, it's not really easy, but at times I enjoyed it because I remember back then when they would give us some work to do in school. Because of my color, my father will be angry that they asked me to follow the other students, the other children, and do the work in the field. So most of the times I did not follow them and work. As I was growing up, it was not easy because at times when coming back from school, the sun will turn my color to red and I'll be like, oh God. In fact, it was not that sweet. My mommy has to carry me to school most of the times with umbrella, bring me back in the afternoon. In the morning, she would take me to school, and in the afternoon, she will come pick me back with umbrella.
The prevalence rate of albinism in Nigeria is ranked amongst the highest in the world, with an estimated figure of over 2 million albinos living in the country. By implication, people with albinism in Nigeria represent one of the largest vulnerable groups in the country today.
The UN model to disability is either social, physical, intellectual. That's the 3 major categories. And what's the definition? Is any permanent impairment which somebody have that will not allow him or her to operate on equal basis with others. And that means if you can run. If I'm on a wheelchair, I cannot compete with you because of the condition. And it's now permanent. I'm permanent on a wheelchair. Of course, we have temporary disability and we have permanent disability. And according to the UN, which is an international, if the UN redefines, then we will know. Say it's physical, it is intellectual, it can also be social. There's another one. Mental. Physical, mental, intellectual, and social. Okay. And any physical, permanent physical, social, intellectual, or mental condition that is permanent, that will not allow anybody to operate in the society on equal basis with others. That is in terms of employment, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, in terms of job. Okay. On albinism, our skin is susceptible to cancer far higher than yours. That is physical. If an albino is exposed to the sun over a period of 10 years, there is a 90% chance, 95% chance. Of course, we are saying that there are different classifications of albinism depending on the melanin level. Melanin is what protects your skin from the sun by natural. So we have people who acquired disability, but naturally we came out into this earth. That is why we are not persons living with albinism, we are persons with albinism. So we came out to this world without enough melanin. And sometimes it can be very low. I do have, but it's very low. Depending on how white the skin, the hair, that is how you notify it. So by that condition, if I go under the sun and do marketing with you for 10 years, almost nothing will happen. Of course, you see, you'll be darker. But the sun will burn my skin. And it can lead me to cancer, which is extremely costly. That is on the physical.
Children constitute about 40% of this population spread across all the states in Nigeria. We visit the Udo Chukus, where 3 of their children are albinos. What is life for them, you may wonder.
When I was pregnant, I never knew I would give birth to an albino child. But when I gave birth to my first daughter, albino, I don't take it as if it is anything. I did not know they have another word. I don't know. But I know everything. The child is child.
First of all, children is a gift from God. So whether albino or not albino, children is children. And we thank God that God giving us these children, and in spite of the fact that albinos, to maintain them is very difficult based on what they use and the challenges of them going to school and dealing with sun. So it has not been easy. Us as a parents handling them. So the challenges we have as a parents, we get afraid that based on rumors we are hearing of people using albinos for rituals or so. So sometimes if they go to school, we are afraid whether anything will happen to them. But at the same time, we still pray that God should protect them. The other one is what they use. Their cream, the soup is very, very expensive. And this time around that this COVID-19 has affected every sector. Like President like me, as their dad, it not affected my own job. You know, that's not been easy for me to take care of them.
At times I felt bad. It's her school. If she's going to school, if she comes back, I want to cross-check her book. There are some things I don't get. I'll ask her why. She said she did not see those things, those spaces. She did not see what was on the board. I said, why didn't you need to go close? She said everybody was shouting, oh, you go out from the road, oh, you go out from the road. I said, are you not sitting at the front? She said she's still sitting at the front with your glasses. And again, you're not still seeing. So at times, even when she comes back, I'll see her body red. I'll go to the school, I'll quarrel, I'll rake. They say they've been trying to hold Oyibo is that if she sees her mates playing, she's not really happy that she's alone in the class. If the teacher, they remove their face, and before you know, Oyibo is inside the song.
There are two types of albinism. Type 1 is oculocutaneous albinism, which is the pigment is lacking in the eyes, in the skin, and hair. This type of albinism is more prevalent. Type 2 is ocular albinism, which is much less common and involves lack of pigment only in the eyes. People who have ocular albinism have generally normal skin and hair color. Many even have normal eye appearance. Despite their stated vulnerability and strength in number, and unlike other vulnerable groups in Nigeria, albinos least enjoy the same level of special attention, security, and support from governments at all levels in the country, it would seem. Statistics show that over 600,000 Nigerians with albinism suffer discrimination from their families, schoolmates, and even peers.
Some people start being discriminated or face discrimination right from their home. You see parents, the reports we get, I didn't experience that in my house, and that's what helped me. I didn't experience discrimination in my house. So you see a child, when the mother is going out, lock the child in the door in the house. When they are in the church together, or in the market together, or in somewhere together, in an event together, they want to start going, and the mother will tell the child, oh yeah, go there and wait for me. So the child already feeling, not understanding the challenges he's facing. Of course, knows he's facing short vision, the burn of the skin. But for the fact that the mom said, what are you looking for? In the presence, I said, go and get out of this place. It really happens. You walk on the road most of the time in the night. You will not fear as I will fear. Because of that institutionalized stigma, like I've named that, our ladies, it is 3 times easier for a young dark-skinned lady to get married than an albino lady. They will have the same qualification. Maybe even the albino lady will be more beautiful, or maybe have more, what they call it, all this packaging and all that. But just for the fact that she's an albino, the social orientation of that community, in 10 years, in 20 years, when we are done with the social, we have used a lot of sensitization and reorientation to bring down this stigma. When we call it institutionalized, that means in 90% of the cases you'll be discriminated.
Chidinma recalls her job hunting days and how she was denied an opportunity just because of the color of her skin.
We were like 3 girls. They took those 2 and still request for extra 1 person. They said the kind of food we eat is different. Our cream and everything about us are very expensive, that they cannot afford it. I was like, what kind of food again do we eat? I don't know. We eat normal food. The woman said, no, we don't have money. I beg, please, come and be going. I felt bad. In fact, I cried as I was going because I know I can do the job very well.
However, in spite of the color of their skin, they remain comfortable in themselves while acknowledging what may appear as their peculiar challenges.
I use this to see, just like this, to see whether I can see what is written in the board.
Being an albino has been both blessings and there have been challenges. The color is one of the unique things about us. You don't want to be related with because you are white, and you also want to be related with because you are white. Some people already have this phobia for you being white. And so in some cases, it will see as a disadvantage. People might not want to do businesses with you, especially for the business owners. But for some people who want to do business with you because they are seeing a different kind of person, they've not met an albino before, they've not experienced an albino before, they want to see how this person thinks, how this person works. They want to, it's a blessing, it paves way.
Being an albino have also helped me a lot. There are several places that I've been to that I couldn't, if not because I'm an albino, I wouldn't have been able to get to that stage, get to that place. So, yeah, it's true I'm an albino, but I love being an albino. I just ask God to help me with life, strength, because I know that apart from the sun and the sight, there is nothing else that if I want to achieve with my life that I cannot achieve.
I think the light clicked on me when I was doing marketing in a particular day. When a man told me something spectacular, I said, "You are peculiar. Use your color to make money." So before then, of course, the reality is and has been that there are so much challenges that persons with albinism face. That is stigma, pressure. At times, it even makes you to begin to doubt yourself. So when the man told me that, look, I was merchandising something, saying you are peculiar or you are spectacular. Use your color to make money. So, and that showed me that there is an angle you can begin to consider. It means that you have to work hard. It also means that there are possibilities that you can go without allowing the pressures that was then.
I don't see myself different from them. It's just a difference of color. I'm blessed just as they also are blessed.
Grace is a teacher, and while schools are on lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, she has her little lesson class going on.
Make sure you can write what I can read. Please write very well and make your letters bold and your numbers bold so that I can go through it. Thank you. Hurry up.
And her story is not any different.
Sometimes when you're walking around the streets, you see little children following you about, singing so many kind of funny songs about albinism. Some will call you Oyibo Pepper, some that doesn't eat pepper, you don't take salt. Some will be singing all funny kinds of songs for you. But well, I don't do anything. I don't get angry. I will just walk away because I know I am unique, I am special and beautifully made. I'm just like them, but a difference of color. So an albino, being an albino is a blessing to me and also to my family.
She have accommodation problem, then I decided to take her in to come and live with us. So since then, she has been so nice. I have never seen, they are saying people are bad or albino, they do this, but on her own side, I didn't see anything like that. Every albino will be like her. Honestly, I would like to have albino.
While they lived their lives as best as they could, they also acknowledged the so many myths about them and somewhat unkind words thrown at them sometimes.
I still keep hearing people say, "Uwulele you." This is money on daily basis in the streets of Lagos. But it doesn't used to impact me the way it used to. You know, reason being that I've actually understood that I don't think that anybody can have that power and influence to harm me if I have not hurt him.
When I'm walking on the road, the people, the Yorubas, they will say, "Owore, owore," meaning this one is money, this one is money. I was like, what is this? How do I become money for them? Some say, yes, if you use this one for money ritual, you make money. Well, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't discourage me.
My fear for the children at times is mostly Yoruba friends, they say, don't let your children to go outside because of people that are all these ritualists, they do this. Then when I was staying at Ikotu, I didn't take it as anything because I go to Yoruba church and they used to tell me, so I'm always careful. But when I came here, I said, this area is Igbo domain. But I still thank God. A neighbor nearly did that, which somebody caught.
Moving around in the night, I personally did not like it. Not because I'm an albino, but just because I don't like it. Then in some areas that I stay, I remember where I was working before, the owner of the place told me that I should not move out once it's 6 o'clock. I was like, why? What happened? He said that they will use me for money ritual. I was scared. In fact, I was scared of the man, so I left the place because for him to just tell me that on my first day, I was so scared. Made this man not even come and use me for the money ritual.
And away from all of these, I asked them about relationships as well.
In the area of relationship, well, it's not been easy, indeed. Well, people don't easily accept people like with albinism. Where I happened to meet a friend, we were together, but along the line, he quit. Since I started growing up, I've been seeing different kinds of people, but there is one person that amazed me most. He's a black. When I met him, he told me that he has signed that without person living with albinism, he has nothing to do with any other person. It really, really encouraged me. It made me feel happy.
I'm only in the good market now, Abby. So I hope to be in a relationship soon. But I have not considered this a problem, okay? For me, I don't believe everybody should like me. No. Not because I'm an albino.
Anyways, in terms of relationship, at times, like in the past, I was dating someone that I thought I would end up with, but the family of the guy, because I'm an albino, they said no. And that kind of thing has been happening several times in my life. So at a time, I have to accept it this way. In fact, I don't want it to make me feel weak, because I know, I take it that this is what life, what my faith, this is how it is with me, so I have to take it. Yes, I cannot go to their mind to change their mindset or tell them how good I am. I believe if they want me, they'll be patient to know who I am instead of judging with my color. I intend to get married someday, but for now, I'm in a relationship right now.
But among these children, there is seeming no discrimination at all. Grace tells me singing is one of her hobbies, and she sang this song with a message in it.
No matter your tradition, we are one. No matter your culture, we are one. No matter your tribe, we are one. Let's come together as one. No matter your language, we are one. No matter your family, we are one. Whether rich or poor, we are one. Let's come together as one.
Herbert Onyewumbu Wigwe was a Nigerian banker and entrepreneur who passed away on February 10, 2024, at the age of 57. He was the CEO of Access Holdings plc, traded as Access Corporation, and a former group managing director and CEO of Access Bank plc. He was a philanthropist and a visionary leader who transformed Access Bank from a small commercial bank into a global financial institution. Wigwe was born on August 15, 1966, the parent of Ikwere descent from Omweke Isiokpo in Rivers State. The late Access Bank CEO attended St. Gregory's College in Lagos for his secondary education and then proceeded to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where he obtained a degree in accountancy in 1987. He furthered his education by obtaining a master's degree in banking and finance from the University College of North Wales, now Bangor University, in 1989, and another master's degree in financial economics from the University of London in 1990. The late prominent banker also attended the Harvard Business School Executive Management Program in 2006. He was a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration, an honorary member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, and a commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. Herbert Wigwe started his professional career with Coopers and Lybrand Associates, an international firm of chartered accountants, where he worked as a management consultant and later qualified as a chartered accountant. He then joined Capital Bank as a senior manager in charge of treasury and financial services. In 1992, he moved to Guaranty Trust Bank, GT Bank, where he spent over 10 years working in various capacities such as corporate banking, institutional banking, and treasury. In 2002, he left GT Bank along with his business partner and friend, Aigboje Imokwade, to acquire a stake in Access Bank plc, which was then a small commercial bank ranked 65th out of 89 banks in Nigeria. Herbert Wigwe succeeded Aigboje Imokwade as a Group Managing Director, CEO of Access Bank plc in January 2014 and continued to steer the bank to greater heights until April 2022 when he stepped down to become the CEO of Access Holdings plc, a new entity that was created to oversee the non-banking businesses of Access Bank, such as insurance, asset management, payment, and digital banking. He remained a non-executive director of Access Bank plc until his death. He founded the Herbert Wigwe Foundation in 2018 to provide scholarships, mentorship, and empowerment to young Nigerians.
For everybody where they here, this now on a project. Una go protect them with anything we wanna get. No university will go there like this. No be for Nigeria, for Africa. On my life, on my children, nothing to compare to this university.
One of the most remarkable achievements of Wigwe was the creation of Wigwe University, a groundbreaking institution of higher learning in Nigeria and West Africa.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie, the recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
This week on The Inside Story, Israel's war on Hamas spills beyond its borders as the U.S. retaliates against Iran-backed militias supporting Hamas. In Ukraine, with the war at a stalemate, military experts warn Russia could be considering tactical nukes. And in the Pacific, China and Taiwan continue their tense, decades-long standoff. Now, on The Inside Story, Global Flashpoints.
Welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Carla Babb, VOA's Pentagon correspondent. As the new year opens, the United States finds itself responding to a number of global threats, striking Houthi rebels in Yemen and militant groups in Iraq. All this while trying to help Ukraine fight a war against Russia and managing increased tensions in the Pacific after recent Taiwan elections. We'll examine how the U.S. is responding to these global challenges this week on The Inside Story. On Wednesday alone, the United States military hit Iranian-backed targets in Iraq and Yemen in a span of about 2 hours. Strikes hit a headquarters, storage center, and training location for Kataib Hezbollah militants in Iraq and knocked out Houthi missiles in Yemen that the military says were ready to launch into international shipping lanes. Now, militant groups have hit U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria more than 150 times since the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel in October. 83 Americans were injured in those attacks. Fortunately, the military says these were almost all minor injuries, and all but 2 have returned to duty. But there are now growing concerns that these attacks may soon lead to an expanded war in the Middle East, even as it aims to prevent this expansion of the Israel-Hamas war there and attempts to stop Russian aggression in Europe through its support of Ukraine.
Fire the hole! Fire the hole! Fire the hole!
From Iraq to Yemen, U.S. forces, sometimes aided by British forces, are striking back against Iranian-backed groups. The Houthis have launched more than 30 attacks on international vessels in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden in what they say is a response to the war against Hamas in Gaza, although many of their attacks have targeted ships not associated with Israel. The strikes in Yemen this week hitting weapons facilities, radar sites, and missiles the U.S. said were ready to launch at international vessels.
Our goal here is to ensure that the Red Sea is safe and secure for international shipping and mariners. That is our only goal.
The international community is calling for an immediate end to the violence.
I urge all parties to step back from the brink and to consider the horrendous human costs of a regional conflict.
The White House says regional conflict is exactly what the U.S., Britain, and other allies are trying to avoid by conducting these strikes.
If you're going to scrap with somebody and you can find a way to tie one or both of their hands behind their back, that's not de-escalating, or that's not escalating, that's de-escalating. That's taking ability away from the other party to inflict harm.
Full points for not wanting a regional war and trying to avoid a regional war, but newsflash, we appear to have one.
Brad Bowman of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies says the U.S. isn't hitting Iranian proxies hard enough in the Middle East.
They are repeatedly trying to kill Americans. And the only reason why we haven't had more American casualties are because we've taken measures to defend ourselves and we've gotten lucky.
And he says the United States' lackluster response is not holding to account the ultimate aggressor, Iran.
And the more we talk about the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, the more we play right into Iran's grand strategy, where they're the puppet master. They attack us via their puppets. They conceal their actions via their puppets. And then when we counterpunch, we hit the puppet and not the puppet master.
Tensions rise as Congress has stalled additional U.S. funding for Israel Defense Forces, as well as Ukraine, whose forces have fought a nearly 2-year war against Russian invaders.
Ukraine is not alone.
While recovering from a hospitalization earlier this month, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin hosted dozens of nations Tuesday in the first Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting since the Pentagon ran out of congressional-approved funds to send to Kyiv. The group aims to continue coordinated military support.
Can Ukraine win this war?
Ukraine will win this war, but not only Ukraine, but the whole democratic world.
The U.S. is still training Ukrainian pilots on F-16s in the western state of Arizona, in hopes the additional capability will give Ukraine an advantage as it fights for survival. A massive Russian airstrike on Tuesday killed several people and wounded about 50 others. Russian media reported that a cargo plane carrying 74 people crashed this week. The Russians say it was carrying 64 Ukrainians captured in the fighting back to Ukraine to be released as part of a prisoner swap. Ukraine says the plane was carrying missiles for Russian air defense systems. Neither report has yet been independently verified. Meanwhile, a new report from the International Institute for Strategic Studies says Moscow may be turning towards non-strategic nuclear weapons, or NSNWs, as a means of deterrence and a way to defeat NATO in a possible future conflict. Henry Ridgwell has more.
In February 2022, as he announced the invasion of Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin warned the world of consequences you have never faced in your history if the West tried to stop Russia. A report from the International Institute for Strategic Studies says fear of escalation has caused the West to hesitate in supplying arms to Kyiv. But nearly 2 years on, US intelligence officials estimate Russia has lost more than 300,000 military personnel in Ukraine, nearly 90% of its pre-war army, much of it at the hands of weapons donated by the West. Report author William Alberg.
Russia has less confidence now in their conventional capabilities because of everything they've lost in the Ukraine war.
That means Moscow's shorter-range atomic weapons, known as non-strategic nuclear weapons designed for use on the battlefield, are becoming increasingly important to the Kremlin, according to Alberg.
Russia has basically short-range and medium-range air-launched, ground-launched, and sea-launched missiles capable of delivering nuclear warheads throughout the theater and able to hold all of NATO at risk. NATO itself lacks sort of a countervailing capability to match the Russian capability.
The report highlights a June paper published by Russian analyst Sergei Karaganov, in which he endorsed a tactical nuclear strike on a European state supportive of Ukraine in order to restore deterrence against NATO. At an October political conference in Russia, Putin himself picked out Karaganov among the audience.
Putin said, yes, I've read all of your papers, and I don't think we need to strike NATO, but I do think I need additional options in terms of escalation with the US and NATO in order to maintain deterrence. So for them, they're constantly thinking about what sort of dosage of nuclear weapons would they need to make us acquiesce, to make us basically sue for peace without escalating the conflict beyond their control.
Russia believes NATO does not have the resolve to respond with its own nuclear weapons, according to the report, which says it's vital for the West to recalibrate its own deterrence. NATO has said the use of any nuclear weapon by Russia in Ukraine would fundamentally change the nature of the conflict and would have consequences. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
The world has largely focused on the Middle East since the Hamas attacks of October 7th, as well as the ongoing military conflict in Ukraine. But in the East, regional tensions are simmering over Taiwan and in the Koreas. We turn to VOA's Bill Gallo to explain from Seoul.
With so much of the world's attention on Ukraine and the Middle East, it's easy to forget about Asia. The United States has over 80,000 troops here in this region. Where I'm at, here in Korea, the United States has about 30,000 troops. Those are officially there to deter North Korea and the weapons of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Now, North Korea has actually rapidly expanded the number and type of weapons it has, many of which actually do pose some sort of threat to the United States. And it does seem that North Korea has entered more of a provocative phase, testing many more weapons, issuing many more threats. One specific threat it has mentioned more recently, many times, is the possibility of a war with South Korea. Now, most experts do not think that is about to happen. There are many reasons why it wouldn't happen, mainly because the United States military is vastly more powerful than North Korea's. And if North Korea were to attack the United States, I think everyone basically assumes that the North Korean regime would not be very long for this world. However, North Korea has sort of toyed around with talking about the idea of a war with South Korea. And some experts question the extent to which the United States would get involved in a war with North Korea if it were to attack the South Korea and have the ability to hit the United States with nuclear weapons. It's far from certain that North Korea does have that capability, but that's what it's marching towards, and rather steadily. However, even if North Korea were to attack the South, I think there is a great expectation that the United States would get involved. That's because, as I mentioned, they have 30,000 U.S. troops here. There are many more U.S. citizens here. And in fact, the U.S. and South Korea have a mutual defense treaty that obligates the United States to defend South Korea in the event of an attack.
And Bill, what other areas is the U.S. particularly concerned about in the Pacific?
One of the other big hotspots here in East Asia is, of course, the democratic island of Taiwan. China claims that self-ruled island and, in fact, has stepped up its military threats and other forms of coercion against Taiwan. In recent years, we've seen Chinese warships, Chinese planes get closer really than ever before to that island as part of efforts to sort of force the island to accept its claims of sovereignty. Now, of course, the big question here is the role that the United States would play if China were to actually invade. U.S. President Joe Biden has on 4 separate occasions said, rather explicitly, that the United States would defend Taiwan if it were attacked. However, U.S. officials have subsequently walked those comments back every time, basically to say, look, our policy hasn't changed. And U.S. policy towards Taiwan is to be ambiguous on the matter of whether it would defend in the event of a Chinese invasion. The United States wants to maintain the status quo. It does not oppose a peaceful reunification if the people of Taiwan were to agree to unify with the mainland. However, sort of the big goal for the United States is to maintain the status quo. And of course, the United States does not have military forces on Taiwan. It has no permanent military presence there. However, the troops where I'm at here in Korea, troops nearby in Japan, all of those are sort of presumed to play a role in this sort of ambiguity, a policy of ambiguity towards Taiwan. Will we or won't we sort of come to Taiwan's defense in the event of an invasion? It all plays into this idea that this is a big military hotspot that honestly is getting more attention these days for good reason.
Thank you, Bill. And now back to the Middle East. As we mentioned earlier, the region has erupted in turmoil since Hamas's military terror attack into Israel that resulted in 1,200 deaths and the taking of hundreds of hostages. The resulting Israeli counteroffensive has devastated the Gaza Strip, left tens of thousands of Palestinians dead, and created a humanitarian crisis. It's been more than 100 days of destruction and despair. More than 20 Israeli soldiers died Monday when a building collapsed on a group of soldiers fighting in southern Gaza. The military is still investigating the exact cause of the attack, but Israel Defense Force officials say it was likely the result of a rocket-propelled grenade setting off explosives that had been set by Israeli troops. Earlier this week, I spoke with VOA's Celia Mendoza in Tel Aviv about the situation in the region. Celia, thank you so much for joining us from Tel Aviv. It's now been more than 100 days since this war began. What are the feelings that you're getting when you talk to people?
Definitely is a sentiment of tiredness. People are tired of what happened in the sense of the pain that they keep feeling, the trauma that they have. They're tired that the war continues, but also we have seen how their minds have shifted. People that were pacifists, people that were against any kind of war, believe that this needs to be done because of what happened of the 7th of October was so horrific. And that is very important for them. But at the same time, they don't know what is the end goal. When is it going to end? We're 4 months almost into this. It's not end outside. Hostages is still in Gaza, and that's becoming a big problem for Netanyahu as of right now. But also the international pressure. Inside Israel, we don't hear a lot about what is happening in Gaza in terms of the humanitarian crisis that the United Nations has declared. But the international community has made it very clear that now that the Palestinian Authority are talking about over 25,000 people killed inside of Gaza, many more missing, people that are hurt, families that are completely destroyed. That is something that they want to make sure that it stops. And that's why we have proposals coming from the European Union, from Middle Eastern countries, even the United States, that are trying to broker a possibility of a political solution in the middle of this. But for Israelis, it's very, very clear that they need to end this. And as you mentioned, Hamas is still being a threat. That is something that definitely is a big question mark for the Israeli government, but also for their population that is growing tired of what is happening. And we have seen divisions within the government. Even the war cabinet members have been publicly speaking about it, the possibility of early elections, the possibility of a change. So far, Netanyahu has kept his course, and he says that he basically won't stop until this is completely done. In that sense, Hamas eliminated, completely elimination of the threat.
And Celia, you've spoken to some of the family members of the hostages. There are still dozens of Israeli hostages in Gaza. Some of those are even American. What are the people that you spoke to? What are those family members telling you? Is there any hope for that they'll get their family members back?
Just today, I spoke to the wife of one of the producers of the Nova Festival and the border between Israel and Gaza. She details what happened that day, but also how she feels that her life has been stuck on October 7th, and every day continues to be the same. She has hope. She believes that if she loses her hope, then it is impossible to have her husband back home. And that is one of the things that she explains keeps her going, and that she's doing everything possible with her husband's family to try to get to politicians and to local leaders and international community to make anything and everything possible to bring their family members home. But they are clear that the conditions that they're facing are horrible. And as every day goes by, the more they're worried about their health and also the conditions in which they're kept, and the possibility that they will not be the same person that went in on October 7th. And that is something that this particular case, the wife said, we will have to do a lot of healing, not only him, but also her.
And you've spoken to some people in the West Bank as well. What are they doing to try to pressure the Israeli government to stop the fighting?
The Palestinians and the West Bank are very aggressively pushing for a ceasefire. They're asking the international community. That's what we have heard on their side. But also we have seen a sense of growing hate. Israeli forces are more present within the West Bank. Checkpoints have been closed. People have less possibility of movement internally. The IDF has confirmed operations in different cities and refugee camps within the West Bank, where they claim they have neutralized or detained alleged terrorists. But for Palestinians, all of this is part of a growing tension that they believe will not have a solution until their state is recognized.
So how is the Pentagon juggling these crises? I sat down with Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder to discuss how long the military can maintain this pace of operations. We have seen relentless attacks on U.S. forces, on U.S. interest in the Middle East. Is this unprecedented for us to see the U.S. be attacked this frequently and not be at war?
Well, I think it's important to put all of this into perspective, and certainly to your point, we're seeing very, very high levels of tension in the Middle East right now. Much of this, of course, stems back to October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel, killed over 1,200 people, took over 200 hostages, and of course, we're seeing that play out right now with Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza. Shortly after that, we deployed a significant amount of capabilities into the Middle East and broader region in order to enable us to have capabilities that were available for a wide range of contingencies, but most notably to support our deterrence efforts. In the meantime, we do see groups like Iranian proxies attempting to exploit the situation and as you highlight, conduct attacks against our forces that are deployed to Iraq and Syria, as well as Houthis attacking international shipping that's transiting the Red Sea. And so we are working very, very hard with our allies and partners to de-escalate those situations, cognizant of the fact that we do have important missions, most notably the Defeat ISIS mission in Iraq and Syria, as well as our responsibility to ensure that those that are traveling or transiting the Red Sea, for example, can do so safely and securely. So we're going to continue to keep after that.
There have been more attacks by the Houthis launched out of Yemen towards American ships. Recently, the U.S. military was able to shoot down some of these or let them fall to the sea. But is this a sign that deterrence isn't working for the Houthis?
As you highlight, we've continued to see these attacks. And so we have taken measures to disrupt and degrade Houthi capabilities to conduct those. Of course, it's in all of our interests for them to stop. The attacks have affected over 50 nations in terms of their vessels transiting this vital waterway. And if they don't stop, we'll continue to take necessary action. But again, our goal here is not to see escalation. It's actually the opposite. It's to de-escalate the situation and ensure that international shipping and mariners can transit this waterway safely.
There have been attacks against the Iranian proxies, but this building and the White House and many others have blamed Iran for all of these attacks. There's been a lot of messaging going on because of these attacks. But what more can the Pentagon do at this point to try to get Iran to stop?
Well, of course, this takes a whole of government approaches in what you've seen in terms of economic sanctions, diplomatic efforts, and of course, our presence in the Middle East region and the wider region are important, again, to reassure our partners and allies that the U.S. is a dependable partner and a dependable ally. And so we're going to continue in those efforts. Of course, we know that Iran funds, trains, equips, and helps to resource these proxy groups. At the same time, we recognize, again, that our goal here is to de-escalate and prevent a wider regional war. And, look, we're not looking for conflict with Iran. We don't seek war with Iran. But at the same time, we're going to stand beside our partners and our allies in the region to ensure security and stability.
When you look at the globe, one of the reasons that this building pulled out of Afghanistan was because they wanted to get out of a conflict so they could divert resources towards preparing for a future near-peer conflict if it came to that. And there were critics saying that the military was spread too thin. Since then, we've seen the U.S. military send more troops to Europe after Russia invaded Ukraine, and now we're seeing more U.S. troops in the Middle East. Is the U.S. military starting to spread itself too thin?
Well, actually, I would take a different perspective on that. It actually demonstrates the dynamic capability of the U.S. military and our ability to respond to a variety of crises around the world. And that's exactly what the National Defense Strategy is focused on. The fact of the matter is that, the number one priority, which is China is our pacing challenge, continues to be where we apply the majority of our resources. Russia is an acute threat, and support to our European partners in NATO in terms of securing Europe, but also supporting Ukraine. Then, of course, you've got North Korea, Iran, and counterterrorism. All of those fit into the National Defense Strategy, and what you're seeing right now is our ability to surge forces to wherever we need in support of allies and partners to address those issues long term. So again, we recognize that we live in a world where physics is a reality and there's always going to be a need for more resources, but we also are confident that we have the capabilities that we need right now to address real national security concerns that are right in front of us.
For all of those behind the scenes who brought you today's show, I'm Carla Babb. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Abraham Moses Jacob,
are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my this will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I see like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to be frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Welcome to the lounge. This is TW Conversations, where everything is on the table. And today we're talking fertility. I remember as a single girl, most of my friends were married. I remember one particular friend said to me, "Oh, Ebo, you know, the first pressure is, oh, when is she going to get married? And then after that is, when are the babies going to arrive?" So if you're out there and you're married or single, you're going through a fertility journey, we have a team of experts here. So sit tight. It's going to be a very interesting episode.
Yes, welcome back. It's nice to welcome you back. When you're on the lounge, in the lounge with friends who have not done this before as a job, and they are presenting, we have to give them kudos. So I think we should just, these young ladies, let's give you a high five. For that opening, that was, that was fantastic. But and the thing also, I must give kudos to the guests that we have in the house, because we've taken them through quite a lot this evening already. But the truth is, people are wondering, what is she doing talking about fertility? This is somebody who has 6, 7 children? I've been to the labor room how many times? But I do know that there can be issues with it. And I also know that there are options. And my sisters in the house are ready to drill the guests we have. I have Dr. Aliyu in the house.
Hello.
I also have Dr. Williams in the house. Hello. And then, of course, my dear brother, Eni in there. I call him Eni. Don't worry, I'll write his full name for you, but he's Eni for today. Are we good with that?
Good.
Annie's in the house. Annie's in the house. Ebu is in the house. And dive straight into the conversation. Is it that people are eating the wrong food or fertility is being more reported? Let's start with Dr. Aliyu.
Yeah, it's not really that maybe people are eating wrong food or that thing. It's possible, especially as we have shifted a lot from natural to more refined foods. It's possible. But by and large, from research, you still find out that when we talk about not being able to get pregnant, which is infertility, it's still about the same percentage, which basically about 10% of the people wanting to get pregnant, they are not able to achieve pregnancy. And we define it over a period of 1 year, having sexual, unprotected intercourse, living together for about 1 year, and they are not able to achieve pregnancy. By and large, it's still about 10%.
10% is so low, but it sounds so low, isn't it?
I would have thought it would be like 40 or 50, maybe 40.
But 10% means 1 in 10. So, you know, that's...
But Doctor, is it, Dr. Williams, is it men or women that are more...
Right. Well, both.
Which one is more?
It used to be like 30% men to 70 of women, but right now we're seeing almost, in my practice, I'm seeing almost 50-50. And I'm now seeing that male fertility is becoming quite a problem.
Quite an issue. I wonder what are the curious things that, if it's an issue, I don't want to monopolize this conversation, ladies.
Okay, so I would share from when she was talking about pressure. I remember getting married and I told myself, I'll wait 6 months, and then from 6 months I start to try. And then I remember my husband saying, let us not wait until now turn to a prayer point. I remember him saying that, and that kind of gripped, you know, I just thought 6 months. I just always thought I don't have a problem. I don't see why. Until when 6 months went past and then I didn't get pregnant. That month I was like, okay, what can be going on? Then friends started to tell me, you need to start realizing that you need to take things that will aid fertility. You should take the spermicide that helps the sperm swim fast. There were a list of things.
And to stay.
At that point, I knew that it's either I had a problem or I had only God. So I understand the fear. Now, is that fear valid? Because when you start to see that 1 year is coming and then nothing's happening, when do you start to get worried?
When do you panic?
When do you start to?
Well, doctor said 1 year, right?
Some doctors say 3 years. Some gynecologists say 3 years.
Now, okay, let me qualify that. By and large, basically it's 1 year. But if a woman, for example, you're already 35 or at 40 and you have just gotten married, I mean, within 3 months, you can even be investigated. Why not? Because you are getting towards your reproductive end. But even in advanced countries in those years, it used to be 2 years. They allow you to wait for 2 years. But by and large, majority of the population, 1 year.
It depends on your age at the time you are worrying?
It depends on your age, exactly. It depends on your age. The more you go towards the end of your reproductive life, which is 35, 40, of course, we try to investigate much earlier. We don't wait for 1 year before we say, why are you not getting
But
pregnant?
very clearly, people know that if you've been trying and you can have something done about it, which is really what this show is about, which is one of the reasons that both of you are here and then Eni is here as well.
Correct.
And oftentimes, the first option we think about is assisted pregnancy. And when you think about it, you're thinking about IVF. True or false?
True.
But is it always, I mean, is that the only option that, I mean, I know that's not the only option, but how does the IVF work?
Can I
No, let's
ask,
not-
when do you
okay.
start? When do you try an
Well, when
idea?
it's true,
Is it
Sarah?
after
Is it the
1 year
first-
now? Is that the first intervention you should try?
Okay.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. What do you think?
Well, in my own practice, we actually start with the marriage preparation class. And people ask me to give a talk to the marriage preparation class. And that work is started at that time. The technology is able to allow you to identify...
What technology?
Natural procreative technology or NAPRO technology. To identify at any age the women that are likely to have problems. And so we identify it even that early. And once we've seen the signs that that particular person is likely to have problems, we immediately counsel the person appropriately. Because in natural procreative technology, which is what I specialize in, we see infertility as a symptom of an underlying disease. Yes, it's a symptom of an underlying disease. And once you've seen that, you can now try to discover what is causing that particular fertility cause.
Infertility.
Yes, well, I don't like to use the word infertility. It's not a very friendly word. So I like using the word fertility rather than infertility, because once you tell somebody she's infertile, you know, it causes quite a lot
But what
of...
does being infertile mean? It means, I mean, there are many meanings, I believe. Either you're not producing eggs or your husband is not producing sperm, or what is it?
Yeah, you're now going into a little bit of detail, which is what is causing it. There are some, just like she said, Dr. Williams said, there are some people who prefer just using subfertility rather than infertility.
What's subfertility?
Subfertility is, you are not...
That's English.
Never heard.
You are not at about a normal level of, there are those who, okay, I want to get pregnant. Within the next few months, they are pregnant. But yours may take about 2 years, unexplained why. You have to wait for that 1 year, 2 years, we do not know. After all, when you consider the definition, some people, if you have 100 couples, for example, some people get pregnant the first month, some the second month, some the third month, some the fifth month, some the 11th month. Why do they have to wait that long? And they are living together. We still don't know. That's why
Maybe
there
the
is
husbands
that.
are always traveling, they don't have time.
It's not impossible.
You know?
Those are associated causes, just like as I was saying that if you really want to be able to be of use in managing infertility, if it is possible, you try and establish the cause.
Well, I'm sorry that it just seems like Annie is just listening to all of us.
yeah.
That what is it? No, not quite. I guess because, you know...
No, but I'm listening. I'm
Are you
actually
are you
learning a
new
lot,
things?
yeah.
But you, for example, you chose, you know of someone who's chosen to adopt a child, even though the person didn't have infertility problems. You know, so that's why I would like you to share the experience, because I think adoption is also an option.
Yes.
You know, as I think so. Whether it's viable, not sure.
Well, I think it's something most parents should actually do. One, it's a good social contribution to the society if you do. But on a personal level, I think whether you have your own biological children or not, taking on a child and loving that child is actually very fulfilling.
What about the stigma that comes with it? You know, what would it be like? You say, okay, this child is adopted and this one is not.
I wouldn't see any reason why there should be a stigma about it, because children are children and they will end up growing up to be very responsible adults and contributors to the society, so it shouldn't be.
At that point, I'll probably ask you, so an adopted child, should they be told that they're adopted and at what stage?
I think it will be something that both parents will think through and decide what time to tell the child when they're able to deal with it, because in as much as you might show the child all the love, the family unit might be completely perfect, but the society is still not very receptive of the question of adoption, and you could get the child being bullied in school, maybe because they say you're adopted and all that. So yes, it's probably for the best psychological development of the child to not make it known at that point until when the person can relate with it and deal with it.
I'm wondering among the, sorry, Dov, were you going to ask a
I
question?
was going to say, beyond school, what about the family, the larger family unit, where there are maybe grandparents?
You also had an adopted child,
yes,
actually.
I was
Interesting.
going to go into that. What about, like the extended family, cousins, grandparents, and how do they, relate with the child? Do they accept the child? And how does their acceptance or non-acceptance affect the child's development?
Well, I will not say that it's always going to be rosy, but I think in everything, it's also the function and the responsibility of the parents to have properly, if you decide you want to do this and you go ahead to do it, then you must, in the African society, it's not only the nuclear family, it's also the extended family. So if you're deciding something internally, you must carry your extended family. I'm Igbo, and you have the traditional thing of people saying maybe this person can be an outcast or it can, and all that. So you must definitely cross that bridge with your extended family to make sure that your children, whether adopted or biological, are accepted just as you accept them as yours.
Doctors, I must say this, because there's one option that's happening again recently. There's NatProtect, there's IVF, there's all of those things. I don't know if you advise and I want you two of you to comment on this, advise your clients to seek adoption as an option. And also, this surrogacy thing is becoming an option too. You can have someone else
carry the baby for you.
Carry the baby, right? Should we start with you, doctor?
Okay, fine.
How popular is it?
Yeah, certainly I advise my patients, or rather I give them the option of adoption. I discuss it with them, what it entails.
And they're becoming more receptive these
They're
days.
becoming more receptive. They're becoming more, just like when you even consider IVF in the first instance. When it first came, nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants anybody to know that I went for IVF. But now it's so common that it doesn't mean anything. The same thing, the idea of adoption is gaining ground, but we are still far from reaching, I don't know his opinion, but that is what I have found in my clinic.
They won't say it, they won't do it. Okay.
They won't say it by and large. They won't say
What
it,
about
but they are being encouraged. Surrogacy is even more in its infancy, by my assessment. But people are talking about it. I have had patients who have even come, what about surrogacy? They've asked that question even before I could bring it up. And they've been educated, and
they are changing.
Yes,
but very slowly.
They are changing.
Your technology is a natural technology.
Yes.
But I have people say things like, oh, this is from the church, and so it's only for church people who don't want to try IVF because IVF has...
I think we should establish that the church, when you say the church, do you mean the entire body or the Catholic
Church?
Yes, I think it's a Catholic church, right?
Well, the Catholic Church does not approve of IVF.
Of IVF.
Yes. And so Catholics are told that they are not allowed to do IVF if you're a practicing communicant Catholic. And an alternative technology called natural procreative technology, which these days is called the fertility-based awareness methods. That's how we are now classified in the Ministry of Health, has to be instituted. As regards adoption, because we have protocols.
Sorry, does NatProtect work? I'm sorry. I'm just wondering.
Well,
what does it entail?
Yes. Natural protective technology for the treatment of infertility is twice as effective as in vitro fertilization for any particular cause of infertility. That is usually...
Isn't there a bot in it?
There's no bot. It is researched, very well researched, and you can Google it. And the effectiveness rates have been proved. Even in Nigeria, the technology was developed in the USA in 2004. We brought it here. Even in my own little practice, I have my own pregnancy rates are double IVF rates. And even now...
And you were one of the IVF doctors at the beginning.
The type of people I see now are 1 failed IVF, 2 failed IVFs, 3 failed IVFs. So at my own level...
But is it that expensive?
At my own level, those are the people that are referred to me
and
now.
they get pregnant.
Yes.
Anyway, but the question is, I know there are options. I must take a break. I know there are options. This is one option, it's another. And, But I would like to really delve into the surrogacy thing. But I must take a break, and then we'll return to the conversation. So look at why I'm just quiet on this one. I'm just listening to you people talk. We'll be right back. Yes, we're still in the lounge, and we have had time just listening to the doctors talk about options, and we also talked to a father who understands adoption. But now we want to remain in the studio to answer some pertinent questions. So, more interactive. Welcome back. I don't know if Ebun has been dying to ask one question.
Okay.
Clarity?
Absolutely. Clarity on this procedure. I really need to understand how it works and how it differs from IVF.
Okay, it's not a procedure. It is a whole technology. Okay. The philosophy behind the technology, as I've said before, is that if somebody cannot get pregnant, something is responsible. And the whole technology has been developed to very accurately pinpoint in each particular woman what is, or man.
Are you taking medicines?
It's a whole technology.
Okay, where?
What is the cause? In the normal method, not IVF, in normal gynecology, you'd be asked to do your hormones, the 21 hormones, ultrasound, seminal fluid analysis, and hysterosalpingography. So, but in this tech, we found that infertility goes much beyond that. And therefore, it is very, very important to accurately work at. So it goes through several stages, which we call protocols. The first stage is to actually ask the woman to monitor her own fertility.
Okay. Next stage.
Yes. After that, you now identify what it is. Immediately you know this is normal or this is not abnormal.
Okay.
By reading the chart that comes back to you, I can say with almost 90%, this is the problem. Next stage is now to confirm the actual diagnosis, the cause. And you do that using what we call, we don't do just one hormonal assay. We do what we call serial hormonal assays.
I think this is getting too technical.
Technical.
The question is, it works. There's an option, right?
Yes.
But what is the age bracket of women
People that you consider
and
this?
men that you would?
For a woman, she must actually be in the fertile period. She must be ovulating because we use only...
What if she doesn't ovulate?
Eggs, and then you make her ovulate. Then we only use, only use that, that's why it's called natural. You only use the egg or the sperm of the couple.
Right.
You are not allowed to use eggs from another woman.
Oh, that's where the differentiation
And then you are not
is.
allowed to use sperm from another man.
Okay.
And so you must work with that particular couple.
I need the age, that age bracket. If you
The
can
age
share
is
that.
as long as any woman is producing eggs. There is no
So a
age.
60-year-old, for example, can't do
If she is producing eggs,
okay,
you use the technology.
Okay.
All right.
Even Annie is nodding his head. No, but in surrogacy, you know, would any of us consider surrogacy? Because I read the story of Diana Ross, the musician. She was almost 70. I don't know if any of you have seen that story. But she carried her daughter's baby. Her daughter couldn't have a baby because there's something wrong with her womb or something. So she opted to be the mother that would carry the baby.
Her grandbaby.
Her grandbaby. So she birthed her grandbaby for her,
for her daughter.
What I'm not certain about is whether there are any laws and regulations in Nigeria, but I think in America
For surrogacy.
there are certain.
Is it happening here now?
Surrogacy is definitely happening here.
In regular practice, or they have to go and do it abroad? Are doctors doing it?
No, here locally. And well, in fairness, because of the nature of it, lawyers are involved because agreements have to be signed, you know, in terms of let this person not go and claim another child, you know, things like that. So quite a lot of groups, whether professional or agencies, are involved just to make sure that everything goes right. But it's happening here in
Yes,
Nigeria.
but I want to know, are you allowed to know? So I know someone that did surrogacy and then it was successful, but they didn't get to meet the surrogate. But another person told me that she did it in a hospital here in Lagos. And then she got to meet the surrogate. She wanted to inspect the surrogate,
to be
monitor
sure that
the
there's no
surrogate
mental
and all that.
illness
And I'm
in the
like,
family.
is that allowed?
Now, normally in my clinic, what we do is the fact that you want surrogacy, we get you to an agency, it's left for you to decide. By and large, if it concerns me, I would encourage that you do not know the surrogate.
Yes.
That's it. But some people will want to know. Normally, what you have just said, the characteristics of the person who is going to be the surrogate are shared with the person wanting surrogacy, so that you know the characteristic. It's not this person, it's not this characteristic, it's not that characteristic. The person who's going to carry the baby for you.
Please, how do you find these surrogates?
Well,
do we go to register if I feel like I'm very fertile? Can I go and register and get my 3 million naira? Because I hear it's as good as that.
they pay people.
Of course.
Well, that's the issue. That's the moral
unethical,
issue.
yes,
Whether you should be able to earn a profit or get paid to provide surrogacy. I think in America it's illegal to get paid to.
It's going to be, I can't contest that because I don't know about that. But I believe that, for example, let's say I'm a woman and I surrender myself, I want to become a surrogate. I don't know the person. And then my body is going to change. I'm going to experience a lot of pain, difficulties. In the delivery, it might even be a cesarean section. I end up with a surgery. And you say I shouldn't be paid. I think it should.
It's a moral issue. Dr. Williams is very quiet on this.
Well, let me just say that I have always recently looked at surrogacy as adoption of embryo. Because when he was talking about adoption, so when people come to me, because of my own point of view, I say, look, if you are going for, because the type of people we see these days who are coming, women who cannot
have babies,
who are over 40, 50, 60, they don't. I tell them that, look, just go to an adoption agency and adopt. This is what I tell them. I say, why must you put yourself at risk for all these injections and surgery because you're actually adopting an embryo? That is what you are doing.
Go and adopt a live baby.
Go and adopt a live baby. This is my own way of looking at it.
Can I ask, surrogacy, when you say adopting an embryo, I was under the impression that surrogacy was that it's the couple's egg and sperm, but gestation in another
I'm glad
person.
that you are bringing that up because that's the major difference between adoption and surrogacy. By and large, to a large extent, surrogacy is the man's sperm, the wife's egg, just another woman to carry it.
That's if the problem is the woman's own. Where, for example...
In actual fact, we know that by the time they are coming for these problems, many of them are postmenopausal. That means the women do not have eggs. And the IVF people prefer to use eggs from very young women because those eggs give you better results. So in actual fact, you'll end up with the egg is not yours,
so you can't even tell.
Sperm is not yours. And so that would be, this is the majority of the cases we have. I cannot.
Anyway, so what can we do? So these are moral issues.
Like she rightly said, that's the majority. But the patients I have seen, they are within the reproductive age bracket, coming for surrogacy for certain reasons, which I cannot disclose here. But I've seen such people.
The question I want to ask is that, what do we do? So 2 young people want to get married. How do you foresee this? Are there tests that we can do, or I'm married already? Are there tests that people can do before they marry?
I just told you that even
the council,
it is absolutely now compulsory
to
check your fertility.
Check your fertility before marriage.
Just like genotype.
Not genotype. You can know. And the important thing is that most of these cases, you can help them immediately. That is, you can, the technology we use, I just use the word, I'll change your abnormal chart into a normal chart using my medical... It's not natural methods. Using medical technology that will change you from an infertile woman to a fertile woman. From an infertile male to a fertile male.
Sadly, I don't have more time on the show. Wow. I gotta go. But the thing is, I think we've established the fact that there are options. I don't think any woman can really say, oh, I have no child. You can either do the IVF or do the Natprotec or adopt or even surrogacy. So we should take our mindset off this idea, right, ladies? So as we go away, just one last word from everybody. If nobody remembers anything that you said here today, Dr. my gynecologist, I must say that. Dr. Ali, what should they go away with today?
Please, help is available. Seek help at the correct place with the correct expertise.
Dr. Williams.
I agree with him as a co-gynecologist, and I recommend natural procreative technology because it is more effective, it is more affordable, it is more ethical.
Then we find that on Google. Annie, what would you say?
Every child is a child.
Oh,
so
adorable.
Whichever way you get it, that's very, very true.
Just don't steal it.
Get help, get help. No matter how early, if you can do it before you get married and you're able to drag the man there, fine. If you cannot, get help before
What happens if you drag the man there and you find that he has no seminal fluid?
Yeah, because that's a true concern, and that's why I asked
Sorry,
the question, so we need to...
Okay, so the options are surrogacy, IVF, the natural method, natural procreative technology, adoption. But the truth is, a lot of these things cost money. They're not easy.
Doesn't.
It doesn't? Okay, so that's fantastic. But I think they're also...
It's not free.
It's not free. So these things cost money. But there are payment plans available. Explore that option also.
Good idea. So we must go. Thank you for watching. It's always effervescent in the lounge. We'll see you again next week. Remember, you can always continue this conversation on social media. Don't forget to use the hashtags. Thank you for watching.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
And very good afternoon, I'm Emmanuel Ulububukun. This is the news update. The Nigerian Labour Congress will hold a two-day nationwide protest over the hardship being experienced by Nigerians as well as the deteriorating security situation in the country. The NSA President Joe Ajaero disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on Friday. at an emergency meeting of the National Executive Council of the Union. We said the protest will begin a week after the expiration of the 14-day ultimatum it issued to the federal government, which will expire on February the 23rd. Now, the planned days for the nationwide protest is February the 27th alongside 28th.
Session considered the unfortunate state of the nation, food suffering pervading the nation, the general crisis of living, the outrage expressed by majority, and the increased attendant fears of the continued consequences of these policies and the persistent refusal of the government to implement the tenets of the October Agreement. The NEC in session also took notice of the wise decision of the National Administrative Council of the Congress to demand that the agreement be implemented. The NEC in session declares a 2-day national protest on 27th and 28th of February to demonstrate outrage on the mounting hardship and insecurity around the nation. If our demands are not met after the nationwide protest, to issue a 7-day notice that will expire on the 2nd day of March 2024 to the federal government, after which an indefinite nationwide strike will ensure.
Now, the Inspector General of Police, Sanjay Bikaide, Britokin Special Intervention Squad (SIS), has now apprehended more kidnappers, including a 38-year-old Said Abdulkadir. Now, Abdulkadir, a long-sought individual by the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for his alleged involvement as an informant to the bandits, has been taken into custody. Now, Abdulkadir was wanted, has been on the wanted list of the FCT Police Command for being an informant to bandits. Now, Justice Inyang Eho of the Federal High Court Abuja has ordered the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to reopen the investigation and prosecution of the murder of Newswatch magazine founder Dele Giwa in 1986. The court was ordered that the federal government ensure adequate protection and safety for journalists, as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution and African Charters on Human and People's Rights. Also, the Supreme Court has dismissed the federal government's appeal against the conviction of former Niger Delta Minister Godsday Urubebe for breach of the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. The court ruled that the appellants failed to obtain the required court leave, leading to the dismissal of the appeal. Now, Urubebe was accused of failing to declare a property in the Code of Conduct Bureau's asset declaration forms while serving as a minister. Also, Nigerian lawyer and political analyst Dr. Sam Amadi has now criticized the Federal National Electoral Commission (INEC) for failing to regulate political parties and candidates pending during elections. Now, he believes that the Commission's failure to comply with electoral guidelines is responsible for massive corruption in the electoral process. Amadi, who is the executive director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, has criticized the Commission's performance in general and rerun elections.
Campaign finance is critical aspect of the credibility of election because the Constitution recognizes that we don't want dark money. How do we know dark money if there's no documentation of inflow and outflow? Very important. Two, with INEC regulating campaign finance, you reduce the cost of election. So Section 225 of the Constitution lays that clear and put a burden on INEC and says that parties will report this campaign finance based on INEC's protocol. INEC would have issued for them directives, processes for doing that. Section 7087 of the Electoral Act reinforces that need. Again, INEC had to prescribe how much an individual can give and the extent of contribution individuals can make. The INEC should wake up and do this job. Set out a comprehensive documentation so that each party will hire somebody whose job will be to make those entries, to file it properly, and make it available to the public.
Ahmed advocates for the unbundling of INEC to ensure it can effectively overburden the functions imposed by the Electoral Act.
The National Assembly should now seriously break up INEC The INEC, we know today, should be doing only printing ballot boxes, arranging for elections, counting the votes, and declaring winner. Party regulation, campaign regulation, receiving applications for candidates who want to file for, I want to run election, and vetting them, knowing whether they have the qualifications, should now be given to a electoral regulatory body whose job will be to do this kind of stuff and follow up. For example, there should be prosecution for failure in campaign finance.
Now, the Lagos State government this Sanwo-Olu has paid their accrued pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings account of 1,013 retirees from the state public service. Now, speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since the inception of his administration, a total sum of 56,551,761,909 naira, 88 cover into the retirement savings account of 16,026 retirees of the state. The Plus TV News correspondent Lopikuko Yodokun tells us more in this report.
Gathered in this hall are mainly retirees from Lagos State Civil Service. They are here for the 103rd Retirement Bond Certificate presentation ceremony. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the hall, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quickly, he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state. He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
Giving almost 140 billion, 138 billion in total contributory pension that were given to almost 35,000 retirees. But our own administration, which is less than 5 years, we have given almost 60 billion, 6.5 billion to over 16,000 retirees.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be retired. That is the legacy we want to put behind. That is the legacy we want to leave, and that is the legacy that is deserving.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Director General, Lagos State Pension Commission, Babalola Obilano, emphasized the importance of proper financial planning and management during retirement. He advised the retirees to make informed decisions regarding their finances to ensure long-term sustainability and security.
Within 1 week, the PFA will send you alerts and call you that your retirement money is in your account.
In his goodwill message, the state head of service, Olabode Aguru, noted that the occasion is a demonstration of the relentless commitment of Governor Sanwo-Olu to staff's welfare.
The state government is grateful for your service and will forever be committed to implementing policies that will keep supporting the well-being of our senior citizens. I congratulate the beneficiaries while urging you all to endeavor to utilize this money judiciously as it has been advised.
Earlier, Governor Sanwo-Olu acknowledged the backlog in the payment of accrued rights and promised on systematically eliminating this backlog. He also told them that before the end of his tenure, the aspiration for a pay-as-you-go model would be realized. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And now move on to other parts of Africa. South Africa's request to increase legal pressure on Israel to halt a threatened offensive against Rafah in Gaza has been rejected by the United Nations top court. Now, the court has already filed a complaint against Israel in the International Court of Justice, ICJ, alleging a breach of the Genocide Convention. South African officials have also requested new measures due to Israel's preparations for a new operation against Rafah. The ICJ judges acknowledged that the situation would increase the humanitarian crisis, but stated that Israel was bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and the order. Now move straight out to Africa. Russian police have detained over 100 people at memorials for late opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who was serving a 19-year prison sentence in Arctic. As of February the 17th, over 101 people had been detained in 10 cities, including 64 in St. Petersburg. Now, authorities have now clamped down on rallies in support of Navalny, as protests are illegal under strict anti-dissent laws. Authorities now warn people against attending mass rallies in Moscow. And now in business, the Nigerian Naira experienced a decline against the US dollar in the official market, closing the week at 1,537.96 Naira to dollar. This was due to persistent demand pressures and a significant downturn in forex turnover, which plummeted by 74% to $84.10 million. Now, the National Bureau of Statistics reported a substantial surge in inflation for January 2024, reaching 29.90%. Now, despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's implementation of several policies aimed at enhancing the supply of foreign exchange, the Naira depreciated by 2.58% to 1,537.96 Naira against the dollar at the close of business. The Naira also depreciated at the parallel markets, where forex is sold unofficially. Straight ahead to entertainment, Tiwa Savage, an Afrobeat singer, has revealed that she has been struggling with poor eyesight for about 3 years. Now, she has been experiencing Quinton and also blurry readings, and sometimes having to screen grab messages and zoom in. Sarah visited an optician in London to see if her long sight is improving, and she stated that her short sight is not great, and she will be unable to read the menu in a restaurant. Savage also mentioned that she is now back to a girl and has now bought a couture pair of sunglasses to make herself look more sexy. Lastly, in sports, Governor Simeon Fubara has hosted now Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali and the latest basketball champions, Rivers Hoopers, at the Rivers State Government House. Now, he announced a cash gift of 20 million naira to Nwabali and nominated him for a state award. Distinguished Service Star of Rivers State, as the Super Eagles crew received 30 million naira for their effort at the African Cup of Nations tournament in Ivory Coast. Governor Fubara gifted 50 million naira to Rivers State Hoopers for emerging as the National Basketball League champions, as he commended Nwabali for his excellent goalkeeping and urged the Rivers people to do positive things to promote and attract honor to the state. And that's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many people are often in psychological conflict between individuality and societal expectations. Thus, due to not knowing any better, or sometimes out of the audacity of thinking that they do, many tout these norms and expectations as the one single version of the truth. Oftentimes, we are judged by them, driving many to sacrifice the happiness they can attain as unique individuals for the rule of society that do not really matter in the grand scheme of things, and that many do not even sincerely follow themselves. Well, here's what I say. Flout their tout. A wise person once said, "Don't base your decisions on the advice of those who don't have to deal with your issues." The fact that you have remained single for a long time, especially if you're a woman, is often viewed as some kind of stigma in many parts of the world, even in the so-called liberal parts of society. But I'm here to tell you that regardless of what your relationship status is, and in fact, and now I'm ad-libbing, irrespective of what your status, your age, your phase of life is, you are in an enviable position because you have the opportunity to write a new script for yourself, to create a beautiful, wonderful, and fulfilling life. So no, do not keep your head down. That is the last thing that you should do. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about, Woody Hayes said. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi, or Funke for short. I'm an advocate and the regional director for the International Air Transport Association in Africa, looking after external affairs and sustainability. So I have to confess that this was not the first book that I thought I had in me. Many people who know me know that I can be quite academic, and the work that I've been doing over the years as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and also the work I've been doing over the years has lent itself to policy issues, economics, aviation, trends, and things like that. So I thought that I was going to write something academic. I'm also a Pan-African, so I'm really, really passionate about Africa and how we can seamlessly connect the continent and integrate it better. So I also have that in me. And yes, I will get there one day, but I didn't think that this was the first message that I was going to write in the form of a book. So it was a particular incident that sparked this off. And it was an issue that someone who was very close to me did that I thought was really disillusioning and somewhat disturbing at the time. Not going into details, but basically it was just a question of me not understanding that we were not on the same page, right? And so it became something that I needed to deal with and cope with. And typically, when I have something and I'm dealing with that's ruminating in my mind, I write. I've always loved words. I mean, I've been reading voraciously since the age of 5. I read everything in my father's library, including encyclopedias and things like that. So I've always loved words. I love the power of words. I love the way that they evoke emotion, the way that they can make you escape, the way they can transport you to different places. And so, the natural home for me to cope with the emotions I was dealing with from that incident was to write something down. It also coincided with the time that I was traveling on a business trip. And so once I got on the plane, I just started dumping my thoughts, just started putting stuff down on my laptop. So it started out as a dump, right? Just to cope with a particular incident. But then as I was on that business trip, I started to think about it more and more as a message that the world needed to hear. And so on that trip, within 36 hours, I had banged out the first 3 chapters of the book. Now that was in 2016. So this has been a 5-year journey. I launched it, I finished it in 2021 and launched, the first few days in 2022. So it took 5 years. So I have to tell you, it's been overwhelming and very, very surprising. And I know the question you're asking, I'm going to answer that. But it's been overwhelming. A lot of people who have read the book, I mean, even the most unlikely people. I was just telling someone in the store before we started that a 79-year-old woman, my friend's mother, read the book and said, wow, I'm so excited by this book. And it's inspired me to pick up my life again at 79. So I was really blown away by that. So many different reviews. Someone said, oh, I've given it to my mentees and they're raving all about it. So many people say that they can relate to the message of the book. And now to your question, the simple message of the book is this, that no matter what age or phase or stage or relationship status you're in life, it's incumbent on you to, first of all, be unapologetically yourself. Secondly, to live the best life that we're called to do, because we're not called here for anything else, but first and foremost to be our best selves, and then to add on to that, be doing other things. And the other thing is that we're supposed to be using the totality of ourselves, and this is my own personal firm opinion, that we're to use the totality of ourselves, our gifts, our physical abilities, our talents, our passion, our interests, our experience, our exposure, everything that we have the opportunity to experience to impact the world positively around us. And the catch is, why not do this when you're either, one, single from the lens of never being married, or that you have been down that road and you're not anymore, or from the lens of someone who is called singular, which is the title of the book. And what do I mean by singular? It's such a wide and broad category. Did you know that empty nesters are singulars? Their children have gone off to boarding school, or they've gone off to school or university, or they're starting out in life. And now you're home alone or home with your partner. And perhaps, you focus so much of your time and attention on them, which is a laudable thing and it's wonderful. But now what? What do you do? So you have time on your hands. And so perhaps you've put off some of your dreams, your own personal objectives and goals for your own life. in order to do that. So it's now time for you to get back to it. Did you also know that it is for people who have been bereaved? You've lost your spouse, that relationship has ended. So what next? What do you do? My mom is in this category and I talked to her about it and she gets it. She understands what this message is about. And there's so many in there. But it's not just about women, it's men too. Now to the literary world, I'm so impressed, honestly. Like there's a boom of writers all around. I mean, before now, we know that some of the greats have come from Nigeria and Africa. We have, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Buchi Emecheta, Ben Okri. There's so many of them that have been absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite books is So Long a Letter by Mariam Abba, a Senegalese writer, a forerunner of her time, a pace setter, a female writer talking about constraints of a Muslim religious society and how she survived that. So there's so many wonderful examples and legacy examples to choose from. But more recently, there's been so much going on in the literary space. And I think we have some of our very prominent writers to thank for that. Like Chimamanda Adichie. She's done a great job putting writing by women and writing by Africans on the global stage. And I think that's really opened the door for a lot of people to think, well, I can do this too. If I feel like this is a passion for me or this is something that I'm interested in, then I can do it. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, but there can be a lot more. I know that so many people have stories within them that they want to tell. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I guess the message there is, you just start, start with your thoughts. Don't worry about the words, don't worry about format. Just start with putting your thoughts down, and then you can start to create, the structure around it. But if you have a story to tell inside you, go for it.
Star phone switch on, light on. Pressing command for internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 6250. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
There are signs Afghanistan is emerging from the darkness. Recovering from 30 years of war and repression, with a new democracy in place. But the country is still under siege from within. War with Taliban insurgents threatens the nation's security. Corruption reaches into the highest levels of government. A addiction rates rise among women and children. And a booming multi-billion-dollar illegal drug trade continues to thrive.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
At the center of Afghanistan's crisis, a hardy, drought-resistant crop that joins poor farmers with criminals and extremists, while pushing the nation toward the brink of disaster. Under cover of darkness, somewhere along Afghanistan's eastern border with Pakistan, a farmer delivers his opium poppy crop to a local trafficker. Here begins a worldwide illegal narcotics revenue stream, one generating $4 billion a year in Afghanistan. Prior to 2002, opium cultivation was legal and highly profitable for farmers, returning up to 10 times more money per acre than other crops. The source for heroin, poppy became Afghanistan's most lucrative export. And it still is today. Cultivation has been banned since 2002, yet poppy still grows in regions of the country where the central government has little control. The international community, led by the US and Great Britain, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to combat Afghanistan's drug trade, mainly because money from opium helps fuel the Taliban insurgency. But when US-trained Afghan eradication teams plow up poppy plants, like here in Helmand province, it's not always the criminals who pay the price. The United Nations sees Helmand as the center of the poppy trade, supplying over half the opium in the world. But many farmers here see poppy as a means of survival, and eradication by their own government a harsh punishment. Afghanistan's poppy problem began in 1973 with the overthrow of King Zahir Shah, whose family had ruled the country for 2 centuries. A series of political upheavals followed, orchestrated by the Soviet Union.
First of all, you have to know that the Russians spent 200 years trying to get control of Afghanistan because they wanted Afghanistan as the route to the Indian subcontinent and the sea.
The dreams of empire led the Soviets to invade Afghanistan in December 1979 and begin a brutal 10-year occupation.
نو روسانو په افغانستان کې ډېر بد خاطرې موږ داغونه لرو
افغانان په شهادت ورسول او ډیر افغانان مهاجر کړل د خپل ملک نه، ډیر افغانان معیوب کړل، ډیر افغانان وزورول ورته چې ژوندۍ د خاورو د لاندې کړل. نو موږ دغه نه ډېرې سختې او بدې خاطرې لرو. ټول افغانان دغه نه بدې خاطرې لري. د وروسته د راتګ نه او تر وتو پورې د افغانستان خلک د وروسته نه ډېر بدې خاطرې لري.
Throughout the 80s, Afghan fighters known as the Mujahideen battled endlessly to force a Soviet retreat.
موږ صرف خپل د علاقو مومن د اسلام په نوم موږ د خپلې عقیدې په لحاظ باندې دا جنګ کړی دی. موږ دوی سره کوم دغه نه لرو، نو خو دا چې ما درته مخکې ویلي چې دوی زموږ په اسلام باندې تعرض وکړه، دا خو داسې تعرض نه و چې دوی یوازې په خاوره وکړو. دوی خو زموږ اسلام نه مانه، دوی خو موږ باندې هغه خپل سوسیالیستي چې دی که نه منل.
The Mujahideen resistance surprised the world. Soviet troops were forced out of Afghanistan in 1989, leaving a devastated land behind. They also left the country without a generation of leaders to move it forward.
Many of them were executed. They were simply thrown into prison, some were tortured to death. Others were driven into exile to save their lives, and they're gone. So a whole generation of experienced leadership has been lost.
Lost, too, was the country's stable rural economy. 10 years of war left farmland ravaged or abandoned. Irrigation systems, livestock herds, roads, and markets were destroyed. Meanwhile, with few alternatives, desperate farmers turned to opium poppy cultivation for survival.
Before the Soviet invasion, there was really no cultivation or consumption of opium in Afghanistan to any commercial extent. It is only at the beginning of the 80s that Afghanistan started to develop the cultivation and abuse of opium.
The victory over the Soviet Union morphed during the 90s into a civil war among competing Mujahideen factions, each vying for control of the country. Opium became a reliable income-generating crop, not only for farmers, but for the rival forces who needed money to fund their military operations. The Taliban's rise to power in 1996 did not slow opium cultivation.
When the Taliban first appeared in Afghanistan, based on their religion, they took a stand against opium. But as they extended their control into more areas where opium poppy was grown, they found that it was not possible to retain control of the territory while attacking people's livelihoods. So instead, they ruled that while it was forbidden for Muslims to consume opium or to sell it to Muslims, in case of necessity, it was permissible to grow it or trade in it as long as it was not consumed by Muslims.
The Taliban's permissive policy caused annual opium yields to double between 1997 and 2000. Its leaders even used a one-year ban against cultivation to boost worldwide prices on the illegal market.
The Taliban is often credited with wiping out the poppy crop for 2001. That's well reported. What has not been well reported is that Mullah Omar stockpiled 300 tons of opium paste before eliminating the crop. And he was one of the #1 dealers in opium the entire time that he was posing for holy pictures with UN officials talking about the eradication effort.
For a new democracy which outlawed opium. President Karzai made controlling poppy a top priority.
It destroys our economy. It destroys a good family life in Afghanistan, which is the most important thing to have in any country. And most important of all, drug production and trafficking goes hand in hand with terrorism.
In 2004, under great pressure from the US, President Karzai declared jihad against poppy.
بسیار شدید جهاد مانند.
And promised that in 2 years there won't be any poppy plant left in Afghanistan. Well, obviously, this has not materialized at all. There is more poppy in Afghanistan today than there has been at any point in Afghanistan's history. There is more poppy today in Afghanistan than there has been in the modern history of the drug trade.
That fact was underscored by the United Nations report in August 2007.
Afghanistan produces 92% of the world's illicit opium, so we have virtually a monopoly situation.
A monopoly that many believe makes Afghanistan a narco state.
It is not a narco state, but it does produce a lot of poppies. Afghanistan has the problem of poppies, and Afghanistan has the problem of the fight against terrorism. We're fighting both.
But the fight against poppy is not going well.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
Nor has any country in modern times exported as much narcotics. Getting the product to market starts with the sap from the opium bulb being harvested in the fields. Through a series of steps in secret labs, the sap can be processed into grades of heroin inside the country. Then it's sent out along one of 3 main trafficking routes: east into Pakistan, south and west into Pakistan and Iran, and north into the Central Asian states and Russia. With hundreds of miles of open frontier borders and thousands of people pouring across checkpoints each day, smuggling narcotics out of Afghanistan, while risky, is big business. The $4 billion Afghan opium generates internally grows to over $40 billion as it travels through the Middle East, across Europe, and into Great Britain. This is more than a money-making criminal enterprise. Intelligence reveals links between Afghan drug lords, traffickers, and Taliban insurgents who are paid to provide protection against government counter-narcotics efforts.
The Taliban has been one of the principal dealers in opium paste and in heroin. And we have seen the insurgency fueled by funding from the trade in drugs.
Estimates suggest as much as 40% of the Taliban's income derives from opium.
You look at a map of Afghanistan and see where the poppy is grown, and you look at a second map of Afghanistan to see where there's insecurity, it's the same map. Where there's poppy, there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity, there's poppy. And so what we're trying to do is adjust the strategy. We focus more on a closer coordinated counterinsurgency, counter-narcotics effort. We have to work more closely with the military to make sure those efforts are well coordinated.
Of Afghanistan's 32 provinces, 4 in the Taliban-controlled south produce 2/3 of the country's poppy crop. Signs of the Taliban are everywhere, like this abandoned compound in Kandahar province, where the plot for 9/11 was hatched. Today, it's a reminder of the tensions that still haunt this region. The U.S. military is in Afghanistan as part of a multinational NATO security force supporting the Karzai government and the Afghan National Army. Their mission is not rooting out drug dealers. Instead, they battle Taliban fighters funded in part by illegal narcotics.
If you do get attacked, it's going to be coming from pretty much anywhere.
U.S. Staff Sergeant Lucas Hearn is stationed here at Zabul Province Forward Observation Base in the south, the front lines where the fight against the Taliban is fiercest.
They'll do small arms attacks on us every once in a while. More often than not, though, we just get mortared from up on these ridge lines.
NATO soldiers aren't the only ones putting their lives on the line. Afghan National Police also provide backup by helping man the rugged hilltop posts overlooking the valley. It's dangerous work, trying to control a region that's known as a powder keg, but it's where the future of a nation may be decided. Combating the poppy trade requires a strong government capable of safeguarding its people and enforcing its laws. In 2004, the United States developed a 5-pillar counter-narcotic strategy to help Afghanistan's fledgling democracy rid the country of drugs.
Well, the 5-pillar plan is a combination of incentives and disincentives, and that's the only way to defeat a narcotics problem anywhere in the world. You have to offer farmers an alternative crop for poppy. You have to make sure there's something else they can grow. You have to have an education campaign that explains what poppy does. It's not just a beautiful flower that brings them money. It causes misery and harm in Afghanistan, around Afghanistan. And then there have to be law enforcement. Poppy is illegal in Afghanistan. People have to know there are consequences to growing it and trafficking in it.
Manual eradication is perhaps the most controversial part of the strategy.
The United Nations says that you need to eradicate about 20% of the poppy in a given area in order to deter planting the next year. The objective is not to lower the number of hectares under cultivation. The objective is to interject risk to the farmer. What keeps them from planting the next year is the fear of eradication.
But eradication can also be risky business for the government. On a dusty plateau in Oruzgan province, a joint U.S.-Afghan team prepares for an eradication in Tiran Kot, a Taliban stronghold.
This afternoon, explain some of your ideas. We agreed with the Dutch to start with, at least. We'd stay 67 west.
The operation has been coordinated with village elders and local government officials who've helped select the fields to be destroyed. General Mohammed Daoud, Deputy Minister of the Interior and a leader in the country's counter-narcotics effort, knows the Taliban threat here.
در بعضی ولسوالی‌های مثل چوره و چارچینو مشکلات امنیتی وجود داره. روزی گذاشتم طالبان حمله کردند از پوسته ها که دوباره پوسته امروز پس گرفته شد.
Set for the mission, a convoy heads out, including a group of Americans who'll provide security. But soon, there's trouble.
Eradication is taking fire. We are taking fire. How copy?
Taliban. They are Taliban fighting. Yes.
With gunfire on all sides, the eradication team flees to safety, leaving the mission unfinished. And the Taliban still in control.
When forceful eradication takes place, the rural population is still fundamentally dependent on the illicit opium poppy economy. It alienates the population from the government and the peacekeeping forces and pushes it into the hands of the Taliban.
Many agree, including a British member of parliament.
If we want to win in Afghanistan, we have to win over the farmers. And in the short term, you do not do that by corruptly destroying their opium crop. You persuade them over time that it is better and possible for them to have alternative livelihoods, to make meaningful money doing something else. And you won't do that till you've got proper irrigation systems, till you've got decent roads, till you've got access to markets. All these things, they need to happen first. Just to, traipse in and, tractor over someone's fields is not the way to, endear yourself.
There's proof that alternative livelihood programs have worked to replace poppy cultivation. Projects for growing and exporting pomegranates and vegetables have been successful, but the challenge is making them profitable and sustainable for all farmers. Failing this can undermine the effort. Case in point, Nangarhar province near the Pakistan border. As late as 2004, Nangarhar was a top opium producer, second only to Helmand in the Taliban-controlled south. Then the government, with the help of the international community, declared war against poppy in the province.
زه د خپل کلی امنیت ضرورت لرم. افغانستان د
Along with eradication efforts, Cash for Work projects supported by the U.S. provided alternative sources of income for poppy farmers. Agricultural aid programs gave farmers an incentive to grow legal crops instead of opium. The result, cultivation in Nangarhar dropped by over 90% in a single year.
2005, Nangarhar saw a 90% decline in cultivation. And this was hailed as a major success of eradication and counter-narcotics policies in Afghanistan. Why was this success achieved? It was because both the willingness of the governor and police chief to arrest and imprison and shake up those who violated it, as well as lining up tribe leaders into persuading the population not to grow. And they did so by telling them that alternative livelihoods would come.
In the Shinwari district of Nangarhar province, Elder Dur Jan was one of the tribal leaders who supported the government ban against cultivating opium poppy. He convinced local farmers to stop growing it, based on the promise of alternative livelihood aid, and help reduce cultivation levels to nearly zero. Himself a farmer, Durjan endured the financial sacrifice the ban imposed on growers. This year, Durjan must again persuade farmers to refrain from growing poppy. But it's getting harder. Despite complying with the ban, people have seen little help in return. Making matters worse, a prolonged drought has gripped the region, leaving those wanting to believe in Afghanistan's future with a sense of futility.
ما خپل نظر دا دی چې د ورونو ته مخکې ما ویلي چې افغانستان اوس په مثال د مریض دی. مریض یو مرض نه وي، زمونږ یو مرض نه دی، مونږ کې ټول مرضونه موجود دي. لوږه راکې موجود ده، بیکاري راکې موجود ده، مریضتیاوې راکې موجود دي، کلینیک نشته، مکتبونه هم شاړ دي، وطن هم شاړ دی، کاریزونه هم وچ دي.
Water for irrigation has been a particular problem in the district. Durjan sees proof of that everywhere. Since poppy plants can survive on rainwater alone and in drought-like conditions, Durjan fears farmers may resume cultivating it out of necessity.
مشکلات خو زمونږ همدغه مشکلات دي چې د خلک د نفس سره لاس په ګریوان دي. که یو بوټی کوکنارې کېده هغې باندې یو مشکل راپکېده. کوکنار د حکومت په ضد نه کوي، او کوکنار د نفس د خاطره کوي چې دوی د دې سره په مشکل اخته دي. خو مونږ به بیا هم دا کوشش کوو چې زمونږ رعیت، زمونږ عام خلک کوکنارو کروندونه ځانونه وساتي، ویې نه کوي. خو دا چې اوس حکومت خو هم دومره وکولی شي چې د دې خلکو سره خو یو څه وکړي او هغه داسې څه نه چې موږ ته دا وړي چې ماته ایښي دي دا اوس 4,600 کورونه زه تقسیمولی شم خو دا نشم تقسیمولی نو که داسې کومکونه موږ سره کوي نه دي کوي.
In 2007, the Shinwari district returned to growing poppy.
The promises of alternative livelihoods never materialized for many. In some circumstances, household income crashed by more than 90%. People lost all productive assets. They were not able to meet basic subsistence. So it was not at all surprising, and in fact, arguably inevitable, that the population went back to cultivating poppy.
The failure of the government to deliver on promises has another drawback. It undermines the authority of the elders, like Durjan, who speak on its behalf.
Many of the tribal leaders who have participated in the eradication campaign have become discredited. The population is alienated from them, they no longer trust them, and this creates key opening for the Taliban to come into the province and to mobilize.
The return of high-yield cultivation to Nangarhar means more business and profits for the traffickers.
دا دوه کارتوسه کم 4 سیره شو صحیح خو دی که نه
6 months earlier, the farmer got an advance from the trafficker toward his future poppy crop. Providing credit is standard business practice and helps farmers make it through the winter. It also proves the value of opium, which generally returns 8 to 10 times more per acre than crops like wheat or rice. The trafficker comes from a long line of those who followed in their father's footsteps.
زمونږ دا کاروبار مونږ ته د ډیر پخوانه راپاتې دی یعنې د خپل پلرونو نیکونو مونږ ته په دې سره خپل ژوند په مخ بل داسې کاروبار زمونږ دپاره نشته چې مونږ یې دې ځای کې په دې منطقه کې وکړو مونږ دپاره په دې اندازه باندې مونږ ته کم عاید لاسته راشي.
With the average income less than $400 a year, for many, trafficking makes economic sense, despite the risks. The opium's freshness is judged by touch. Soft and putty-like now, it will later dry out and harden in storage, becoming more concentrated.
زمواریم تر اخره پورې زمواریم چې په پیرو
اړول خاتمه زمونږ په کاروبار باندې یقې څه لري ځکه چې څومره چې هلته کار کمیږي هومره زمونږ دپاره عاید هم کمیږي مونږ که چېرته د قانون له حکومت د بدیل معاشیت ورکړي یعنې هغو دپاره داسې یو څه برابر کړي چې د دې کوکنارو او د دې اپین نه د هغو حاصل دې کې زیات شي او هغو ته زیاته ګټه پاتې شي نو حتما دیکان په مجبوري کې چې د اپین په ځای باندې بل څه کاروبار یعنې بل کم فصل په خپله ځمکه باندې وکړي او هغې ته توجه وکړي نو خپله قاچاقبر مجبور دی چې اپین چې دیکان ونه کړي نو قاچاقبر به د کم ځای نه لاسته راوړي.
Yet for the immediate future in Nangarhar, the trafficker's job is secure. At 2 a.m. in Badakhshan province, and the anti-narcotics police begin their operation. With the morning light, they arrive in a remote village. They've lost time and possibly the element of surprise. Colonel Amin Ali head of the provincial anti-drug force, hurries with his team through the village. There's still far to go, and no certainty they'll find what they've come for. But the portable generator is a good sign. And further along the ravine, they find it. A makeshift heroin processing lab with 600 kilograms of opium ready to be processed into 75 kilograms of heroin. Wholesale value in neighboring Iran, $250,000. This time, the lab workers were tipped off and escaped, but not before converting the raw opium into a solid morphine base, the step before refining it further into heroin.
او آب انتقال میتن در این ظرف کلان. آب باز میگیرن این بیلرایی را که شما میبینید در این بیلرا این آب جوش میتن. بعد از اینکه این آب جوش آمد بعد از او در اینا باز همون تریاک میندازن.
The opium dissolves into a brown liquid and ultimately becomes the morphine base. It can later be processed into various grades of heroin for smoking or injecting. Given the remote location and difficulty of the terrain, Amin will have his men pour out the liquid here and destroy any remaining raw opium or bags of chemicals. This is the 11th lab Colonel Amin and his men have raided in Badakhshan during the last year. But it's too soon to declare a victory in the province's drug war. Police reports claim many other primitive heroin labs in Badakhshan. They exist because the big money's in processing.
The UN Office on Drugs and Crime has estimated in recent years that the farmers are getting from 20 to 30%, and that traffickers, corrupt officials, Taliban, and other participants in it, like people who make heroin out of opium, are getting the remaining the 70 or 80%.
70 to 80% of a yearly $4 billion revenue stream is a staggering amount of money. The average per capita income in Afghanistan is under $400 a year. Few legal jobs can match the money earned in the drug trade. But efforts to stop trafficking have begun.
د هوایي ډګر د سرحدي پولیسو او د نورو نهادو ارګانونو په کومک سره بیا هم پولیسو امروز وکولی شول چې دوه کسان چې د افغانستان اوسېدونکي وو غوښتل چې د کمیر د الوتکې په ذریعه دوبۍ ته او د دوبۍ نه وروسته چین ته تقریبا په حدود 1200 کیلو هیروینو غوښتل چې د دوه بکسو کې چې ډېر په ماهرانه شکل سره ځای په ځای کړي وو غوښتل چې ولګدي بیا هم د بیدارو پولیسو لخوا د چک په وخت کې دزګیر.
Catching drug dealers and traffickers is only part of the mission of the police. They're also trying to revamp their country's tarnished image.
لکه څرنګه چې ګران هیوادوال په دې باندې پوهیږي چې میدان هوایي و هوایي دروازه ده د افغانستان د خلکو عزت آبرو ده چې زموږ د نړۍ سره ارتباطات تامینوي.
The next stop for these men is a date in an Afghan court.
خطر وزای قضایی محترم علی قایص صاحب عبدالوهاب سدید و قایص صاحب عبدالظاهر سعید در مورد قضیه قاچاق مقدار 11.10 کیلوگرم تریاک با اتهام
Typically, defendants go to trial about 2 months after arrest. But they're not the only ones whose lives hang in the balance. Outside the courtroom, judges have been threatened, abducted, or killed for doing their job.
و هر آن ما چون با قاچاقبران مواد مخدر روبرو هستیم و این کلش مجرمین سازمان یافته هستند، چون مسلک ما پیش ما مقدس است، با آن هم ما وظیفه خود همونطور به حساب با مسئولیت و با عشق علاقه انجام میدیم. توقیفیت به مدت 10 سال حبس تنفیذی و به مبلغ 700,000 افغانی جریمه نقدی محکوم به مجازات نمودیم.
While justice should be blind, it's often the small-time growers and dealers who are put in jail. caught up in the interdiction campaign.
افغانان ټول په پوي دي له موږ نه واخله تر تاسو پورې له تاسو واخله بیا تر حکومت دولت ریاست جمهوریت پورې ټول په خبر دي هر هغه کسان چې دوی د قانون تشویق کوي اوس هم موجود دي په کابل کې موجود دي اعلان کې په وزارتو کې موجود دي په چارواکو کې په پولیسو چارواکو کې یا په وزارتي چارواکو کې دا وجود لري هم دا اوس هم ستا په پارلمان کې دا غړي دي د افغانستان هغوی دا تشویق کوي ورکوي هغه کسان دي چې هغوی لاسونه اوږده دي لوی قاچاقبران په ظاهرا آزاد ګرځي.
The problem with interdiction, the way it's been carried out, is that it has targeted small traders with little political clout who have not been able to prevent arrests, whereas big traffickers with important connections to the government have been able to avoid interdiction and arrests.
At the end of the day, if you want to have success in Afghanistan or any country in getting a handle on drug trafficking, then it is very important that the cases are built against the management, against the traffickers, against the mid-level and the high-level individuals. Those people, you have to get evidence against them. They have to be arrested. They have to be formally charged in a court of law. They have to be prosecuted, convicted, and put in prison.
One high-level drug lord that was arrested wasn't tried in Afghanistan. Instead, he was turned over to federal authorities in the United States.
Haji Baz Mohammed, who was extradited Friday, is one of the world's most wanted, most powerful, and most dangerous drug kingpins.
Baz Mohammed was the first defendant the Afghan government ever extradited for drug crimes.
He pled guilty to being a manager of a heroin transportation organization through which he moved heroin from Pakistan and Afghanistan to the U.S. from 1990 through 2005. From 1994 forward, he and his organization used some of the money from the sales of the heroin in the U.S. to support the Taliban in Afghanistan. And in exchange, they received the protection of the Taliban.
Mohammed was sentenced to over 15 years in a U.S. prison, a key judgment to Boyd Johnson.
But I think it does make a difference when you take out a person the stature of Baz Mohammed. You send a message to the people of Afghanistan and to the traffickers themselves that they're not above the law.
Johnson admits that Afghanistan's judicial system has a ways to go.
I think that the corruption in Afghanistan is a significant issue. And it's not going to take a week or even a year. It's going to take a long time.
Corruption is a serious, serious problem. The police are corrupted from time to time. Local government officials are corrupted. Provincial government officials sometimes are corrupted. So it's across the board. Unfortunately, this is becoming all too common in Afghanistan society in general, but it's certainly very much there in drugs.
Newspaper editor Shukriya Barakzai is one of the members of Afghanistan's new parliament, frustrated by the all too common wrongdoing she sees.
چون اگر فساد می‌بینین در اراکین دولتی موجود هست، قاچاق مواد مخدره می‌بینین موجود هست، گریز از حسابدهی موجود هست، گریز از عدالت موجود هست و از پشت میز محکمه خو معلوم داره که یادشم نامشان بگیرین اصلا امرایتان قبول نمیکنن. چطور من میتونم که پس همی توقع رو داشته باشم که خب بیا خیر است بیادر جان هرچی که بود تیر شو اما این دفعه بیا ما تو حساب میکنیم. نه.
Afghanistan has a history of regional warlords controlling parts of the country and people having loyalty to their tribe. Barakzai believes this social and political structure hinders the growth of democracy in the country.
امیدوارم مردم افغانستان هم از این مصلحت‌ها دیر شوند و از خیمه‌های کونه و تنگی که دیگه به درد ملت و به درد خودشان نمیخوره و نام قوم و زبان و مذهب خود بیرون بکشن بیاین به عنوان یک کسی که در یک سرزمین زندگی میکنه به یک تصمیم برسه که او تصمیم حاکمیت قانون، رفاه، صلح، ثبات و امنیت باشه. معلوم دار راهی که اگر امیر راه 6 ساله خود لااقل ما تعقیب کنیم بریم به هیچ جای نمیرسیم.
Today, illegal processing in Afghanistan has made drugs cheaper and more available within the country. The result is that, increasingly, Afghans themselves are succumbing to the dangers of the country's largest cash crop. A recent United Nations survey puts the number of heroin addicts throughout the country at 50,000. That's in addition to 150,000 people who use opium. Poverty and unemployment are two causes of drug abuse. But in Afghanistan, there's another reason.
During the past quarter century, so many conflicts against the Soviet, against one another, the Mujahideen civil war period, the Taliban rules and the fight against the Taliban, all of this has created a context whereby people, especially internally displaced people, especially refugees, finding themselves in dire conditions, and some of them started to use opium as a way of just forgetting the daily chores and the daily difficulties and tragedies in life.
Drug addiction, unfortunately, has come to Afghanistan, mainly as a consequence of our being refugees in our neighboring countries. It ruins families. It's something that worries me a lot. It's something that we have not yet done much, unfortunately.
Many of the country's addicts picked up their habit elsewhere. In neighboring Pakistan or Iran, where per capita heroin use is the highest in the world. Among them, 39-year-old Abdurrahman, who struggled 12 years with addiction. His life reveals a growing trend in a country where domestic drug abuse was once virtually unknown. Realizing how his addiction affected his family, Abdurrahman quit using heroin. He is very firm about his outlook on those working in the illegal drug trade.
کسی که این کار میکنه اون اصلا مسلمان نیست، زاده این خاک نیست، بر ضد مردم، بر ضد جوانای این وطن، بر ضد جهان. طور یک عیانه که از اساما اون بدتر است.
Abdurrahman escaped from the web of addiction, but many Afghans still struggle. North of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan is where the Central Asian steppes begin, a flat, grassy plain that stretches hundreds of miles into Russia. In Balkh province, farming and herding still prevail as a way of life. Today, the province is poppy-free, the result of the government's rigorous anti-narcotics campaign. But addiction rates are growing. And it's here where Dr. Mohammed Ehsan Hamra practices, serving some of the most remote parts of the country, where access to medical care is limited. Dr. Ehsan sees many addicts whose abuse resulted from war, displacement, or a society in chaos. However, he also encounters traditional communities where drug addiction is rampant. The UNODC estimates 1/3 of the people in this district, mostly Turkmen, are drug addicted.
بیشتر قوم ترکمن به شکل قبیلوی زندگی میکنن و از سالهای بسیار زیاد یا مصروف استعمال مواد مخدر، آن هم به خاطر کاهش دردشان است و عدم دسترسی به خدمات صحی باعث ازی شده که سالهای زیاد این مردم از اوپیوم یا تریاک من حیث دوای ضد درد استفاده کنند و عامل اصلی هم من میره فکر میکنم که یا کارهای سنگین هم مثل قالین بافی و چیزهای دیگه میکنن.
In a traditional village, opium addiction may look different than an urban setting. 50-year-old Najiba, a mother of 5, is a carpet weaver whose rugs are sold in shops in the provincial capital of Mazar-e Sharif, 30 miles away.
کل جایم درد میکنم، کمرام درد میکنه، پایم درد میکنه.
وقتی پای کمرتان درد گرفت چی دوا استفاده میکنید؟
تریاک میخوریم.
تریاک خوب میکنه؟
ها، کمتر جمع میکنه جانایی.
Opium also serves another purpose for rug weavers needing to keep their hands free of child-caring duties.
روزانه چند وقت دیوشتکتان تریاک میتین؟
2 وقت. چی کنم؟
تریاک چی میکنی؟
خواه نمیکنه نتی. نمیکنم. کو بیکار آدم تیره ده دست بگیره ده اونجا بگرده بیکار آدم نیست کو دیگه.
از نظر ما یک تراژدی است. یک تراژدی انسانی که یک طفل هیچ گناهی نداره که او معتاد شود. او احتیاط کسب کنه. و تجربه که ما در این ساحه دارم و کارهایی که در این ساحه ما کردیم این برای من نشان داده که مادرها و عدم آگاهی از ضرر مواد مخدر یا از ضرر تریاک یا اوپیوم و اونمو هست که طفلی که هیچ گناهی نداره و گناهی از این اونمو هست که جامعه فقیری مثل افغانستان، جامعه که سطح آگاهی مردم آنقدر بلند نیست که از ضرر مواد مخدر بفهمند که اولاد خود که بسیار دوست داشتنی می باشند و زندگی راحت داشته باشند، زندگی عاری از مواد مخدر داشته باشند.
Begun in childhood or later to alleviate work-related pain, opium addiction often continues into old age. While illegal opium is a threat within Afghanistan, it's also a threat to the world community, and solutions must extend beyond Afghanistan's borders. Reducing worldwide demand is one solution.
If you eradicated every opium poppy in Afghanistan, you would still have drugs on the streets of my constituency and, in small-town America. What we have to do is we have to focus on dealing with demand for drugs and not just seeing it as a question on the supply side.
If you look at any success story in the world on fighting drugs, you have to reduce demand in the countries that have the demand while simultaneously cutting off the supply.
Meanwhile, as the insurgency continues in the country, efforts to curb the drug trade have yet to produce results. A UN assessment for 2008 found opium cultivation at virtually the same levels as the record-breaking harvest in 2007. Welcome news for traffickers in the country.
دکی واړه کچاکبرانی مونږ د طالبان او د حکومت هغو سره مونږ کوم ارتباط نه لرو نو په دې خاطر باندې مونږ په دې باندې مطمئن چې دا کوکنار به تر ډیر وخته پورې زموږ کاروبار به هم د دې کوکنارو تر موجودیت پورې دا هم ادامه پیدا کوي.
There's agreement Afghanistan's illegal drug trade slows the country's progress toward becoming a stable, economically independent democracy. But there's not agreement on how best to deal with the poppy problem, or how long it will take.
Putting an end to the opium cultivation in Afghanistan is going to take a very long time. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 25 years. But we have to start, and we are starting now.
It took almost 30 years for Afghanistan to get into the condition that it's in now. It will take a long time to rebuild the institutions, the trust among people, and the basic functionings of the economy.
I think it's totally wrong to say that we are losing Afghanistan. There's a risk of that. But people who know Afghanistan see there's a lot of hope in that country, too. And what we need is perseverance, political will. We need to recognize it's going to take some time to do this, and then we can do it.
It's a nation forged from the ruins of a fallen empire. A once poor country that in the early 2000s rose to become an economic success story. And whose leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, inspired hope.
He came to power saying he respected democracy.
Yet during his nearly two-decade rule, Erdogan has repeatedly attacked one of democracy's bedrock principles: freedom of the press.
So we started to see a crackdown on media.
It's resulted in fines, arrests, trials, and imprisonment for journalists who question the government.
There's no space for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey.
Many of Turkey's citizens have seen their lives changed during Erdogan's years in power. Their views reveal a highly polarized nation, divided by belief, by politics, and ethnicity. A nation where the mainstream media is controlled by the government, where dissent is suppressed, and democracy is under siege. November 3rd, 2002, Ankara, Turkey. Outside the Justice and Development Party headquarters, a crowd celebrates a stunning landslide victory in Turkey's national election. The party, known as the AKP, is the first with Islamist roots to win full control of the government in the nation's history. Its leader, a charismatic 48-year-old former mayor of Istanbul, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His victory speech brims with confidence.
Demokrasinin daha sağlıklı çalışması için oy verdiniz. Sizler yönetemeyen bir demokrasiden yöneten bir demokrasiye geçiş için oy verdiniz.
Erdogan had formed the AKP only a year earlier. But Turkey's voters were ready for change.
Erdogan's election victory in 2002 followed a decade of immense political and economic instability in Turkey. The country suffered from triple-digit inflation in the 1990s, as well as cases of corruption that were aired out by the country's free press at the time. So the electorate was sick and tired of what looked like unending political crises, economic crises, and Erdogan's victory promised to bring in a breath of fresh air.
Erdogan's AKP platform proposed a series of democratic reforms, among them pledging to ease up on the news media, which had long been subject to government censorship. Turkey seemed poised for a new era.
There really was a lot of optimism in terms of issues that could be talked about, of what could be discussed on television, in the news, on the radio. even in the streets.
The AKP victory was especially welcomed in Kasimpasa, the working-class neighborhood in Istanbul where Erdogan grew up. It was then, and still is, an enclave where immigrants and conservative Turks from poor rural areas settle, hoping to find work and build a better life. For many here, that life centers around their Muslim faith. Among them, 90-year-old hotel owner Ismail Demircan, on his way to the local mosque where he worships, as he's done 5 times a day for over 30 years. Beneath the dome of the mosque, in the direction of Mecca, Ismail prays, steadfast in his commitment to his God, his country, and his president. Kasimpasa is also home to Ismail's daughter, Mehtap, who's 50 years old, married, with 3 grown daughters of her own. She handles the daily management of her father's hotel. Nearly 2 decades later, she remembers what election night 2002 meant for pious Muslims.
Bu bizim için Tayyip Erdoğan'ın zaferi oldu, bizim zaferimiz oldu. Çok şükür. Gerçekten hakiki demokrasi şimdi bugünümüz şartlarıyla demokrasi gerçekten var şimdi. Ama daha evvelden yoktu.
The Turkish Republic was born in 1923, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, created a European-style state that excluded Islam and all religion from government. Secularism became Turkey's modern faith. Devout Muslims felt left behind. For decades, they lived as second-class citizens, often viewed as backward or even fanatical by their secularist countrymen. During the 1980s, women wearing the hijab, a headscarf expressing their faith, were banned from schools, government buildings, and college campuses. 18-year-old Mehtap was one of them.
Ben gençliğimde okuyamadım. Adam mini etekli girerken ben başörtüyle zararsız bir şekilde giremiyordum. Ya böyle olmaz. Keşke diyorum mücahit olup savaşsaydım başörtü hakkında okusaydım.
Without a college degree, Mehtap had few career options. She went to work at her father's hotel.
Mütasip mesela bir aileyiz. Çok güzel, alkolsüz, insanlara hizmet veren, dini yapıdan mütasip bir otel olarak gayet güzel, şimdiye kadar hiçbir sorun olmadı.
Kararlılıkla hayata geçireceğiz.
To Mehtap and her father, Erdogan is more than a boy from Kasimpasa who made good. He's an old family friend.
Tayyip abi babam küçüklüğünden beri tanır. O zaman da bir farklılık vardı diyor. Babamın işte sürekli Tayyip Bey'in gerçek bir lider. Adam dediğin duruşuyla, konuşmasıyla, hareketiyle belli olur. Adam dünyaya res çekti diyor. Mesela çok hoşuna gidiyor. Onunla gurur duyuyor. Babam yani diyor ki Atatürk'ten sonra gelmiş geçmiş en büyük lider diyor.
In rising to the country's highest office, the unapologetically religious Erdogan placed Islam at the heart of public life, solidifying his stature among the faithful.
Tayyip Bey geldikten sonra zaten demokrasi geldi. Allah yer gök razı olsun. Gerçekten memnunuz. Her şeyinden memnunuz.
Erdogan's appeal wasn't based solely on religion. During his first term in power, he gave millions of Turks, including the poor and disadvantaged, a bigger slice of the country's economic pie.
He's lifted so many people out of poverty that I think he has therefore created a base of adoring worshippers who simply love him. Turks live much better when compared to the pre-Erdogan years.
And they expressed their gratitude at the ballot box. Voters rewarded Erdogan's AKP with national election victories in 2007 and then again in 2011. Western observers began to see Turkey as a democratic model for the Muslim world. But during this era of prosperity, Erdogan had begun chipping away at one of democracy's key pillars: freedom of the press. In 2004, a caricature set him off. Political cartoonist Musa Kart drew Erdogan as a cat entangled in a ball of wool. Erdogan sued Kart and the newspaper that printed the cartoon. The court ruled in Erdogan's favor and fined the cartoonist for publicly humiliating the prime minister. The decision was later reversed by Turkey's Supreme Court. But it would not be the last time a cartoonist and Erdogan clashed. Yet to some, it seemed at odds with the politician they thought they knew, since Erdogan himself had famously been persecuted for speaking out. In April 1998, as mayor of Istanbul, he was found guilty of reciting a poem deemed a threat to Turkey's secularist system. The day he began his sentence, hundreds of supporters accompanied him to the prison, where he spent 4 months behind bars, celebrated as a champion of free speech.
When Erdogan went to jail, it was not only that it solidified his base amongst his traditional supporters. I think that it made a lot of people in the population feel sympathetic to him, people who would have not normally been sympathetic to him, even leftists or secularists, because it was just seen as an injustice.
But once in control of the country, Erdogan's AKP went about suppressing dissent.
The government, as it got more entrenched in power, became increasingly intolerant of criticism. So we started to see a crackdown on media.
People from his party were calling editors and just saying, don't do this, don't write this, you know, I hope this isn't going to be your headline tomorrow. There had never been this situation where it was one political party that had so much power that they were able to determine what the press was doing the next day or what they were writing about.
Ece Temelkuran, then a columnist for the newspaper Haberturk, was a casualty of this political pressure. She was fired after criticizing a government ban against reporting the accidental killing by the Turkish Air Force of over 30 Kurdish villagers, many of them children.
So the entire media was silent about the incident for over 24 hours. That made me angry. So I wrote 2 columns about the silence and why the silence was there. And the columns were directed at Mr. Erdogan. And I was the first political columnist fired from her job in the mainstream media because of political reasons. And then on, it happened so fast. The entire media was silenced.
The media silence would later grow deafening. Away from Turkey's urban centers, in the country's rural areas, religious beliefs and conservative values hold sway. Mehmet Çelik lives in the village of Karubasha, 260 miles southwest of Istanbul. The region's known for its olive groves and the olive oil that's made Turkey one of the top 5 producers in the world. Mehmet sees farming as his life's work.
Ben çiftçi olmak için doğmuşum diyebilirim. Zor bir mücadele. Tecrübeyle öğrenilen bir mücadele. Bunun herhangi bir okulu veya kısa yolu yok.
For many in the region, farming is a family affair. Mehmet's father, Mustafa, is in his late 50s and often helps his son in the fields. Mehmet is 34, married with a 2-year-old daughter. He's been an AKP supporter since his teens. The party's agricultural policies provide loans and subsidies to help farmers like him boost production and increase their income.
Çiftçi tarımda desteklenmeli. Bu açıdan bizim için önemli. Tarlaların, zeytinliklerin sürüm sırasında bize mazot desteği veriliyor. Tarlaların ekim sırasında gübre desteği veriliyor.
According to Mehmet, government programs during the 1990s, prior to the AKP taking power, were not much help to farmers.
90'lı yılları çok iyi biliriz. Lakin yüzü astarını geçiyordu. Verilen paraya dosya yaptırması bir dert. Onun prosedürünü yerine getirmesi çok zordu. Çok fazla yerden onayla alman gerekiyordu. Ve verilen para bu uğraşmaya değer miydi?
Altogether, the Chalik family owns 98 acres of land, devoting about 24 acres to growing a variety of crops.
O tatil, pazar, cuma bilmez. Hastalık bilmez. Bayram ve izin günü bilmez. İzni olmayan tek meslek.
In late summer, Mehmet works with his father harvesting corn to produce silage or feed for his dairy cows. He bought his harvester with the help of an AKP government loan program.
Dışarıdan başka bir arkadaşım makinesini kiralayarak yaptırıyordum. Sonra gittim bankaya başvurdum ve bana banka bu makineyi alabileceğimi ve çok cüzi miktarlarda taksitlerle 5 sene içinde ödeyebileceğimi söyledi. Ve 5 yılın sonunda makine cebime kalıyor.
Though he's far from the center of power, Mehmet keeps a close watch on Turkish politics.
Ben genelde hep karşıt kanalları izlemeyi seviyorum. Açıkçası çünkü karşındakinin ne düşündüğünü onun gözüyle bakman lazım. Yalnız bu karşıtlık derken bunun düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğini yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hürriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them. Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street. And your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protest, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. Protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a Sela.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprints, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Taş has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendimle konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden atısı ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well. For years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber TV. His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
Benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portakal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadım. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz. Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience like Portakal's to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz. o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımın farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle aslında bir zincir var, o zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman o oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkoran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long.
Good evening, I am Emmanuel Ulubukun. This is a news update. The Ekiti State Police Command has arrested 8 suspected kidnappers and eluded one during a gun battle. The recent breakthrough was made possible by the Rapid Response Squad led by Commander Okungola Murezu. State Commissioner Adukati praised the police for their efforts to rid the state of criminal elements, particularly kidnappers, and also urged the citizens to support and cooperate with the police by providing timely and credible information.
The phone used to demand for ransom for the release of the school children and the teachers was recovered from the suspect, and efforts intensified led to the arrest of 2 among the gang members, namely Yaya Jubri and Usman Garba in Owo Forest, Ondo State. Further investigation led to the arrest of 1 Kenneth Ugu in Ibadan, Oyo State, on 14/2, 2024. The suspect during interrogation confessed to be a member of a kidnapping syndicate who recently kidnapped school children, 3 teachers and a driver who was allegedly killed by the kidnappers. The suspect led a team of RRS operation to the kidnappers' hideout inside Agri Reserve Forest between Ise Ekiti and Emure Ekiti. On sighting the police, the armed robbers engaged the team in a gun duel. In the process, one of the gang members, who was later identified as Ayuba, was neutralized. One Abubakar Muhammad Akasmoli was captured alive, while other members escaped through the forest. Investigation later revealed that the syndicate was responsible for the kidnapping of 1 Paul Omotosho, the APC chairman of Ekiti State, along Agbado Imesi, Ekiti Road on 8/7, 2023. The kidnapping of Mr. and Mrs. Awoni along Ikere Itaogbolu Road in the month of January this year, and the kidnapping of teachers and pupils of Apostolic Faith Secondary School in Ekiti on 29 January 2024.
The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Abitokun's Special Intervention Squad, has now apprehended more kidnappers, including a 38-year-old Saidu Abdulkadir Abdulkadir, a long-sought individual by the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for his alleged involvement as an informant to the bandits, has now been taken into custody. Abdulkadir has been on the wanted list of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command for being an informant to the bandits. Now, at the Nigerian Labour Congress, we will hold a 2-day nationwide protest over the hardship being experienced by Nigerians, as well as the deteriorating security situation in the country. And as the President Joy Jairu disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on Friday after the emergency meeting of the National Executive Council of the Union. Now, he said the protest will begin a week after the expiration of the 14-day ultimatum it issued to the federal government, which will expire on February the 23rd. Now, the planned days for the nationwide protest are February 27th and the 28th.
Section considered the unfortunate state of the nation, whose suffering pervading the nation, the general crisis of living, the outrage expressed by majority, and the increased attendant fears of the continued consequences of these policies and the persistent refusal of the government to implement the tenets of the October Agreement. The NEC in session also took notice of the wise decision of the National Administrative Council of the Congress to demand that the agreement be implemented. The NEC in session declares a 2-day national protest on 27th and 28th of February to demonstrate outrage on the mounting hardship and insecurity around the nation. If our demands are not met after the nationwide protest, to issue a 7-day notice that will expire on the 2nd day of March 2024 to the federal government, after which an indefinite nationwide strike will ensure.
Now, Nigerian governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party have now called on the All Progressive Congress-led federal government to abandon its effort to mobilize all government organs for sustainable solutions to the country's economic challenges. And the governors, led by Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, have now compared Nigeria to Venezuela, arguing that the country is on the path to becoming like Venezuela. And PDP Governors Forum's Director General Cyril Madubum praised Tinubu for organizing a meeting to address issues and urged the resolutions to be implemented. Now, young scholars and civil society organizations in Akure, Ondo State, have now urged the federal government to implement genuine policies to address the nation's economic challenges. They believe the current economic reality indicates our government's distance from citizens, posing a threat to the nation's economy. As they urged the government to take bold steps against corruption and implement policies without favoritism urging for genuine reforms. Also, Nigerian lawyer and political analyst Dr. Sam Amade has criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for failing to regulate political parties and candidates pending during elections. Now, he believes that the Commission's failure to comply with electoral guidelines is responsible for massive corruption in the electoral process. Amade, who is executive director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, has criticized the Commission's performance in general and rerun elections.
Campaign finance is critical aspect of the credibility of election because the Constitution recognizes that we don't want dark money. How do we know dark money if there's no documentation of inflow and outflow? Very important. Two, with INEC regulating campaign finance, you reduce the cost of election. So Section 225 of the Constitution lays that clear and put a burden on INEC and says that parties will report this campaign finance based on INEC's protocol. INEC would have issued for them directives, processes for doing that. Section 7087 of the Electoral Act reinforces that need. Again, INEC had to prescribe how much an individual can give and the extent of contribution individuals can make. The INEC should wake up and do this job. Set out a comprehensive documentation so that each party will hire somebody whose job will be to make those entries, to file it properly, and make it available to the public.
Amade advocates for the unbundling of INEC to ensure it can effectively handle the overburdened functions imposed by the Electoral Act.
The National Assembly should now seriously break up INEC. The INEC we know today should be doing only printing ballot boxes, arranging for elections, counting the votes, and declaring winner. Party regulation, campaign regulation, receiving applications for candidates who want to file for want to run election, and vetting them, knowing whether they have the qualifications, should now be given to a electoral regulatory body whose job will be to do this kind of stuff and follow up. For example, there should be prosecution for failure in campaign finance.
Now, the National Universities Commission (NUC) has clarified that Nigerian tertiary institutions cannot charge tuition fees in dollars, stating that foreign students can charge in dollars, as the NUC plans to approve more universities as long as they meet national standards and have sustainability capacity.
We are proud as the National Universities Commission, as the management of the National Universities Commission, assisted by experts, that we have now produced a unit cost analysis of how much it will take to train a Nigerian graduate, and we have transmitted this to government, and I'm sure this will serve as a veritable tool, in helping government, in helping even the newly established Nigerian Educational Loans Fund. Because if you're extending a loan, it's not the same to the medical students. If you're giving somebody in political science a loan, his requirements will not be the same as a student of medicine. And we've been able to do a cascading, we've been able to differentiate and provide a middle ground that will guide universities, that will guide governments, that will guide private universities, in that direction.
And now move on to the parts of Africa. South Africa's request to increase legal pressure on Israel to halt our threatened offensive against Rafah in Gaza have been rejected by the United Nations Top Court. The court has already filed a complaint against Israel in the International Court of Justice, alleging a breach of the Genocide Convention. South African officials have also requested new measures due to Israel's preparations for a new operation against Rafah. The ICJ judges acknowledged that the situation would increase the humanitarian crisis, but stated that Israel was bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and the order. And now South Africa, Russian police have detained over 100 people at memorials for late opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who was serving a 19-year prison sentence in the Arctic. As of February 17th, over 101 people had been detained in 10 cities, including 64 in St. Petersburg. The authorities have now clamped down on rallies in support of Navalny, as protests are illegal under strict anti-dissent laws. Authorities also warned people against attending mass rallies in Moscow. And straight to business, the Nigerian naira experienced a decline against the US dollar in the official market, closing the week at 1,537.96 naira to a dollar. This was due to persistent demand pressures and a significant downturn in forex turnover, which plummeted by 74% to $84.10 million. Now, the National Bureau of Statistics reported a substantial surge in inflation for January 2024, reaching 29.90%. Now, despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's implementation of several policies aimed at enhancing the supply of foreign exchange, the naira still depreciated by 2.58% to 1,537.96 naira against the dollar at the close of business. Now, the naira also depreciated at the parallel forex market, where forex is sold unofficially. And lastly, move on to sport. Governor Siminalayi Fubara hosted Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali and the latest basketball champions Rivers Upas at the Rivers State Government House. He announced a cash prize of 20 million naira to Nwabali and nominated him for a state award, Distinguished Service Star of Rivers State. Now, the Super Eagles crew received 30 million naira for their effort at the African Cup of Nations tournament in Ivory Coast. Governor Fubara gifted 50 million naira to Rivers Upas for emerging as the National Basketball League champions, as he commended Nwabali for his excellent goalkeeping and urged Rivers people to do positive things to promote and attract honor to the state. And that's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plosive Africa and Plosive Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LineMix and LineMix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them, a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I because I started doing a lot of research. So I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talents to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, the base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So It's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say, especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. It's supposed to be very nurturing always, but hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you, and then, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Rangers were not properly trained, they were not armed. So one ranger with a firearm in a team, and the others would have cutlasses and sticks. That made the hunters more confident. I experienced poaching, I think, my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would send huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
haɗu gaba ɗaya je kore su amma da kai dai mai gona je kore kayansa ko yana damuwan su ne kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop reading. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been very great experience for me.
Before Nacha came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop reading. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to Nacha's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
Nacha is Yankari and Yankari is Nacha.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 2 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments, Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the third edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambience here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our home trainings at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us, it will soon be so groovy that you will enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too as, Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0, like other editions, leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of The First Language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the community of nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states, and we have been advocating for this better transparency, because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance, because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present this gift to the President of ICANN.
So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's
a line in state in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Lewis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Lewis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2.
She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. It was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when he hurts. And I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you, he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Lewis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the male, should marry an Igbo person, but that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I'll miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right?